away from the kids, man. Taking away from the youth, man. Like I do a basketball camp. I do mine for free. Like I know a lot of NBA players who do their camps for free. I know some who charge. But for a dude like Stephen A. Snitch, who constantly talk about other people's salary, other people's money, and what they making, and this, that, and the third, bro, for you to have a basketball camp to be charging kids $2,900, you talking about you from Hollis, Queens, knowing that these parents are struggling, kids are struggling to get their bills paid, parents struggling to get their bills paid, struggling to just, you know what I'm saying, live normalcy. You charging $2,900 per kid for a camp and you ain't played no level.
Ticket. I ain't gonna lie to you. You might want to stop because you are misinformed. Do you know where that camp is?
It's IMG. It's Stephen A. Smith camp.
Yeah. No, IMG is not. That's not Stephen A. Smith. What you call it? Academy.
Yes,
do you know what?
No, you gotta look it up.
But I'm saying, do you know what IMG Academy is?
No,
that's
I
not
know
a regular. Okay, that's not a regular school.
No.
You got very fancy
facility. You're not listening. Stephen A. Smith is holding his basketball camp
at
there.
IMG Academy.
But hold on, you're not hearing me. No, you're not hearing me. You're not hearing what I'm saying to you. Listen what I'm saying. It's his basketball camp. That IMG is something completely different. He's just holding his camp there. Like he's using that gym to do his camp. My whole point is this.
He's renting out that space.
This is my whole point. Bro, you charging kids $2,900 a head for a basketball camp, bro. And listen, you always talk. He's the main one that's out here.
Everybody, bro.
Hold on, but you're not hearing me, bro. Listen, I want you to understand what I'm saying to you. Listen what I'm saying to you. I don't care if it's for everyone or not. When you're doing camps for youth, bro, and you asking for $2,900 a head, you ain't never played no pro basketball on no level, and you get cooked by NBA basketball players for doing it, bro. You literally are stealing from the community doing that type of shit, man. Bro, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. I have grown up around NBA Hall of Famers and superstars that have had camps. I have seen them do basketball camps for free, and I've seen the maximum guys do basketball camps. Some of them have them for $300. The most I've seen is probably $400 or $500 for a basketball camp. That's for the top-notch pro players. Damn it, even Kobe Bryant was doing camps. He wasn't charging no $2,900 a head when he was alive. A Shaq doing camps, he ain't charging that type of money doing a head. All I'm saying is this, bro. When you always criticize people for the money they making and what they doing with their money, he always talking about Kyrie Irving, even though Kyrie's giving all his money back to the community, giving his money back to the kids, but he trying to take money out of his pocket. He always talking about what these guys is or ain't doing with their money. He always talking about how he was underprivileged just coming out of Hollis, Queens, and didn't have these opportunities. For you then to get in that space and turn around and be charging kids $2,900 a head to get in there, but I don't give a damn what kid it is, bro. That's insane, my brother.
What does the camp consist of, though? What does the camp consist of?
First of all, it's not saying what the camp consists of, but I can guarantee you for $3,000, it's going to be top tier trainers, if not NBA players or of some kind they're teaching the kids. But even if that's not enough for you, Ticket, don't go. No one's forcing nobody to go. This is not something that niggas is just forced to go do. Just don't go if it's too much. I don't think this is crazy. Like,
I don't like that.
And he's charging.
Hey, bro, hold on, Bob. You in this field too?
Pay or not Bob. Pay.
Wait, hold on.
You're in this field too, Bob. You in this field too?
I'm just gonna get my point on it. I don't know what the camp consists of. I don't know if it's just a camp or if it includes like stuff after the camp, regular trainings, if it's a team, you know what I'm saying? I don't know all that, so I can't really say if it's too much or too little. You know, it just depends. I mean, $3,000 for a basketball camp is, you know, that's wild. That's wild for anybody that puts it on. You know what I'm saying?
What's the most you heard for a basketball camp by a pro basketball player that's a high level pro basketball player?
Shit, I don't know. I ain't used to go to all that shit. I couldn't.
I'm just asking you, what's the most you've ever heard of a pro player charging, like a top level player that you heard that you said, oh, they got camp, they charging this, or this.
Maybe for like one of those spring break camps where it's like a 5-6 day camp. I've heard, you know, 600, 699, 700, stuff like that. But like I said, I don't really know.
And them dudes and the superstars be at the camps. They be signing the stuff for the kids. They be with the kids. I've been around NBA Hall of Famers who've had camps. These dudes only charging $300, man. Some dudes doing it for free. I've been around NBA players who did camps for free. Get back. My whole point to Damo is this. I wouldn't say nothing if Stephen A. Smith wasn't constantly around here criticizing and pocket watching these. He told Kyrie Irving to shreds about his money, his salary, and all this stuff. And all Kyrie Irving do is give his money back to people who are less fortunate. All he do is put his money back into the community. Stephen A. Smith talk about how all these players care about themselves, how they only care about getting their checks, how they only care about getting their money, and they don't want to put the work in. He criticized dudes for not putting the work in the communities and stuff. And this dude come back and you charging kids, and I don't give a damn what kid it is. Ain't no goddamn camp on earth I should be charging any youth, because I'm gonna tell you something. I know as most of the youth, some of them are privileged. You have parents that are millionaires, whatever. You're privileged. That's some of the kids, right? But most of the youth in America, bro, their parents, bro, are breaking their neck if they got to pay a $2,900 fee.
But that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. None of us, like that camp isn't for my demographic. You know what I'm saying? Like that camp has nothing. Now, hold on, Ticket. Like I understand what you're saying. Like, but ain't no single mother that's struggling. Like my mama wasn't. That's not even something she's considering. She's gonna see that like, oh, okay, well, that's for them. You know. So that's not no shit that got anything to do with us, if you will. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, especially because Stephen A's putting it on. I'll go back to my mother. My mother would be like, I mean, it's Stephen A. Like, who cares? Like, we're not going to pay $3,000 to meet Stephen A. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was, and even at that point, let's say I'm like, it's 2003, I'm in middle school or something. If Michael Jordan's putting the camp on, she gonna be like, well, you're not meeting Michael Jordan this weekend. You know what I'm saying? Like, that don't got shit to do with us. But I understand where you're coming from, though, Ticket. I think $3,000 is an outrageous amount of money to spend on a camp. I think that's an outrageous amount of money to spend on a whole season for basketball. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's absurd, but I honestly don't think that we're the target demographic. You know what I'm saying?
I think we also talking about something completely different here. Like this dude in the chat said, MJ charged $15,000, LeBron charged $700. Remember, MJ charged $15,000 for a fantasy sports camp. And all of these guys who showed up were CEOs of companies.
Yeah.
Make sure that we clear on that. Don't make it sound like he was charging $15,000, and he did it. And he did it somewhere completely different. IMG Academy is exactly that. It's a sports academy. It's the same as if you rhyme it. It's the same thing as if you were playing at where the Rams play at a concert. The tickets are going to be a lot higher as opposed to if I'm just performing at a smaller arena. They're not going to be as high. So if Stephen A. is running a camp in Hollis, Queens, he ain't charging $2,800. Now, I understand Ticket point, because Ticket is like, well, why isn't he doing something like that? The demographic is why he's doing it, because IMG Academy is basically like the Yale or the Stanford of sports academies. And these are the kind of people that are coming to it.
And it's from the 6th to the, someone asked in the chat, how long is the camp? It's from the 6th to the 12th. And I guarantee you, and again, I don't know all the details, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to lie to y'all, but I can put any amount of money on it. The kids that are going to that camp, they're going to be staying on the IMG campus for those days. It's going to be a lot of stuff going on that to people who can't afford that is going to be worth it. Now, obviously, no one thinks $3,000 to be at a Stephen A. Smith camp is worth that, or that price is okay. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the point of coming over here boo-hooing Ron about it is pointless, because you know who. Ticket, hold on, bro. God dang. I'm saying it makes no sense to come over here boo-hooing over what Stephen A. Smith is charging for his camp, just like it makes no sense to boo-hoo over what Versace and Givenchy charge for their clothes versus what they can charge at Walmart. Just know what you can afford. Like at that point, no. I said, for the people that can't afford it, they will know. Yeah, this ain't my demographic. Why? Now let me cook you, buddy. Let me cook you, buddy. Wait, bro, Ticket. Jesus Christ, wait. Now, should Stephen A. Smith do something more affordable, free, other camps? 100%. I do agree with that. But to say that this camp, oh my God, he's a hypocrite. Why? If you look at the history of everybody doing it, man, nobody cares, bro. Just don't go. Just don't go.
A lot of people do care, and that's why. Hold on, a lot of people do care, and that's why if you Google it, it's an uproar for a dude to have a 1 week camp charging $2,900 a head for that camp. And you talking about, oh, you're going to give your life experience and that's going to help the kids in the camp. That's why the camp costs so much. No, sir. And especially with all the stuff Stephen A. Smith taught. So don't be a sellout. Don't sell out your community. Let's tell the truth. Let's hold people accountable.
This camp isn't for his community.
Hold on. Let's hold people accountable to the stuff they say. Again, Stephen A. Snitch spent a history of a career tearing dudes down about their money. He comes out here all the time. He tried to tear down Kyrie Irving, talk all this smack about what Kyrie was getting, what his salary was, what he was or wasn't doing with his money. Meanwhile, Kyrie Irving is giving back so much money to the community, so much money to the youth, so much money to families who are in need, but they don't never point this out. But then this same dude who's preaching this stuff to y'all about showing love to the community, helping your youth, all this other stuff, he will be a greasy, grimy, slimy dude to ask for 20, and he ain't never played no pro basketball ever in life. You got NBA superstars that don't ask for this type of money for no damn basketball camp. And then let me take it one step further, sir. Here's where the hypocrisy lies in. Michael Jordan never talked about any of this other stuff. He only said he didn't want nothing to do with politics when he played. But guess what? When he put a certain price on his shoes and everybody, parents, was breaking their necks to buy his shoes and kids was getting robbed and kids was getting killed at school over his shoes, people criticized Mike and said his shoes prices was too high. People criticized Mike and nobody was out here trying to play.
What did he say?
What
did he say?
What did he say?
No, say what he said.
I'm gonna finish. Michael Jordan sold out his community and said he don't sell his shoes for them, and he was a complete sellout because hold on, because you can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. You can't say I'm doing this, but I ain't doing it. So hold on, let me say this to you, because the most of the kids that was wearing his shoes look like him. These is facts, and you have
to go to Florida and do a free camp. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on. You don't have to believe Damo. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe me. You can go look at the lines of people that was lined up. And then let's say this. Michael Jordan, we all know, is world-renowned as the greatest player to ever play this game of basketball, bro. Bro, his regular camps for youth don't even cost the price that Stephen A. Snitch is asking for, bro. All I'm saying is this. For a dude who criticized these other dudes about how they're using their money and the money they're making so much, for him to turn around to talk about all the time, he talk about how he a kid from Hollis, Queens, and he didn't have all these opportunities. And then you out here charging kids $2,900 a pop. That sound like a dirty deacon. That sound like a dude that's up the curb, stealing money from the congregation. And that sounds like a dude who's filled with greed because ain't no 1 week camp at IMG from Stephen A. Snitch worth more than Mike, worth more than Kobe.
This going too far, Ticket. This is going too far, Ticket.
Look,
hold on. I'm gonna let you go next, Jalen.
First of all, calling Stephen A. a sellout. I'm tired of hearing that type of shit. A lot of cats call Stephen A. a sellout because he holds young brothers accountable. People at first were calling Stephen A. a sellout for instance, with the whole weed situation. He telling y'all to do something that's in y'all contract. Stephen A. be holding young brothers accountable, and cats call him a sellout for it. I don't like it. Stephen A. We can't. How are we going to judge Stephen A. for getting money when Cass is out here signing $200, $300 million contracts and not playing games? Stephen A. Hold on. Let me finish. Stephen A. criticized people for that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Hey, look, if he charged whatever, if he want to charge $50,000 for the camp, as long as he's at the camp every single day, putting in some type of work, if somebody want to pay that price, kudos to Stephen A. Smith. You know what I'm saying? Get that money, brother. Get that money. If you once again, if he was holding this camp at some community center in wherever he's from in Brooklyn and Queens or whatever, I feel a little. I would be like, hold on, the price don't match the demographic. But I do understand that a lot of camps, a lot of academies, a lot of teams, it costs a lot to play on these teams. I know that's for a reason because it takes a lot to put these on. You know what I'm saying? It costs a lot of money. That's why a lot of times when I do basketball stuff, I come out my pocket. I don't profit on everything I do with basketball because my demographic is kids that necessarily can't pay what it costs to do what I'm taking them to do. But I understood that before I got involved. Everybody not the same, but I'm not trying to. Okay, hold on, Tigger. Because I'm not trying to come at you. I'm not trying to cook you. I'm just trying to speak my piece on how I feel about the situation. I think it's wrong to call Stephen A. Smith a sellout, especially for something like this. When this is
okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you why I said it.
You know, like youth athletics is big business. You know what I'm saying? In
I'm
every
gonna
sport, from soccer to football to baseball to basketball to volleyball to softball to golf, all of these field hockey, lacrosse, water polo. These are very expensive sports to play, and there are very fortunate kids out here. A lot of these kids that you see on these highlight tapes, their parents is making huge money. This $3,000 ain't nothing. You also got to look at it this way too. A lot of these camps and things that you're doing is helping get your kid a chance to have a scholarship to play basketball. And those scholarships, you know, some of these scholarships cost tuitions cost $40,000 and up per semester, per school year. So paying $3,000 to help your kid get a scholarship really ain't that much money.
Okay, Bob,
especially if you're in that demographic, if you're in that tax bracket.
Let me respond to you. There's many reasons why I said Stephen A. Smith was a sellout, and it's easy. A caveman can do it. First of all, he's a sellout because he preaches one thing. Hold on, let me finish. He preaches one thing to the community, then he goes out and does another thing, right? Secondly, you talking about holding people accountable. He only tries to hold the brothers accountable because then when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, he holds his tongue. He can hold his tongue when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. Hold on. Let me finish. Because Aaron Rodgers is a bad man. He'll hold his tongue about Aaron Rodgers, but he won't hold his tongue about Kyrie Irving. No, he won't. He'll hold his tongue about Brett Favre, but he won't hold his tongue about KD or any of these other dudes he got beef with and talk about, I'll come down and expose you, and I'll come down to the half court and do all this other stuff. So, like I said before, he'll get on his knees and apologize to people like goddamn Michelle Beadle when she called him out when he did nothing wrong in the whole situation with Ray Rice, when all he said is that neither a man nor a woman should be provoking each other and putting their hand on each other, but they attacked Stephen A. Smith and he got on their knees for them. But when the brothers called him out for wrongfully coming out here calling out brothers, like he did an NFL football player in the past, I forget his name, I think he played for the New Orleans Saints. I forget his name in the past. Somebody will remember his name. And he came on TV every day and degraded that brother and ended up being wrong and never gave him an apology, refused to give an apology. Huh?
I said, well, that's wrong. I didn't know.
No. You guys remember the NFL football Saints player? Somebody in the comment section remember his name. He came. Hold on.
If you listen to what I'm saying, you just asked what I said.
Let me finish. I'm showing you the.
That's why there ain't never no conversation on here because
I'm showing you the hypocrisy with Stephen A. Smith, sir. I'm showing you the hypocrisy with Stephen A. Smith, sir. And I'm gonna say it again. So that brother that he owed an apology, that he degraded from the New Orleans Saints, and that brother wasn't even wrong. He came out, was proven that brother was right. It wasn't Ryan Clark, it was somebody else. That brother proved he was right in that whole situation. I'm gonna remember his name in a minute. The brother from the Saints that Stephen A. Smith got into it with every single day and degraded that dude on national TV. And then when he was wrong, he refused to apologize. But then he went over there and got on his knees and apologized to Michelle Beadle, who broke company policy and was talking about Stephen A. Smith's situation when Stephen A. Smith got punished for what he said about the Ray Rice situation. You understand what I'm saying? When all he said was not a man nor a woman should be putting their hands on each other, and he was right about that. So all I'm saying to you is this. I'm saying this based off what Stephen A. Smith says and puts out there, bro. Bob, you are a good dude. You come out here, you really are for the youth. You work for the youth. Stephen A. talk about this stuff all the time on his show, on his radio show, podcast show. He talk about all these other players, what they are, what they aren't doing with their money. And then you turn around and you're going to crack kids in their head for $2,900 per head per camp. After you're talking all this stuff about Kyrie and his money talk, but then when it came to criticizing Brett Favre, you jumped all over Kyrie, but you had nothing to say to Brett Favre. You had nothing to say to Aaron Rodgers when he was going through all that other stuff the other year when he went on national TV. He held it soft on them, and everybody called him out. That's my problem with guys like Stephen A. Smith, bro.
If I come across that demographic with parents as CEOs and all this and all that, you better believe I'm charging $3,000 for them type of camps. Now the kids that can't afford it, see that is one thing about me. The kids that can't afford it, oh yeah, if you work hard and you want to, you show up, yeah, you got it. Come on, I'll tell your mama, don't worry about it. Tell your pops, like, oh come on, they good. But for the demographic that can afford that shit, I'm here. You know
Hey, Bob, one last thing. Before you go, one last thing. Hey, Rob, before you go, and I'm leaving it alone. One last thing before you go, Jalen. Bob, I want to say this to you. And this is the biggest thing I told you I dislike about guys like Stephen A. Smith. Everybody on this panel right here, you, Mars, Ron, Damo, Jalen, and Chilltown, if any of y'all had a real personal problem with somebody else on this panel, we could get their contact instantly and talk to them behind the scenes. Am I right or wrong, Chilltown? Instantly. Chilltown can hit up Ron, yo, Lo, give me Ticket's number. I ain't got Ticket's number. Or he can hit up Damo, yo, give me Damo's contact number. Anybody. Bro, this is when I knew, and this is why I told you about guys like Stephen A. Smith, bro. When he went on national TV and his best friend, 2 times, first time was with AI. When he was kicking it and hanging out with AI every day, and AI gave him access, something nobody else would do. Nobody else in the NBA did that. Gave Stephen A. Smith access. AI opened the door for Stephen A. Smith in the NBA and let him come hang with him and his boys. And Stephen A. was up there chilling and doing all that stuff with AI and them, then turned around and snitched on him and threw him under the bus to the whole newspaper just for his editor so he could get a story, because his editor wanted him to get a story. And then he ran talking about how he heard AI's goons wanted to beat him up. Just that type of stuff. And then the situation with Carmelo, when you go on national TV, when you have Carmelo's number, you can ask Carmelo, hey, did you say this quote or did you mean that? And you go on national TV just because you want to impress everybody else, and you tear your best friend, who was Carmelo Anthony, to shreds. And Carmelo got to call you up and cuss you out like, bro, you got my number. You could have called me and asked me what you meant. Then he went on and said, yeah, I got to apologize because what I did was wrong. No, bro, that is a sellout, bro. That's a dude that's willing to get on his knees. And I'm telling y'all this. And the dude who said he called out Aaron Rodgers, yeah, after the fact, because we got on his helmet. He didn't call him out before. He was reluctant to call out Aaron Rodgers. So sit down and shut the hell up. Go ahead, Jalen.
Yeah, no, I think with this situation is a situation where both can be true at the same time. You know, in one way, charging $3,000 for a basketball camp on the surface does seem ridiculous. You know, like you said, there's these other Hall of Fame basketball players charging less. But for Stephen A. Smith, someone with no real basketball background to charge at, does seem ridiculous. But to what Ox and Dama were saying from a business perspective, I think this, again, the target demographic for this is the children of you know, corporate lawyers, big time finance people, CEOs. So I think what Stephen A. Smith can do with this, especially holding an IMG Academy, which is probably a very expensive place to rent out, put these kids in, he can use the funds maybe made from this camp, where he targets the kids of very successful individuals, and then goes to these lower income neighborhoods, or, you know, targets the parents who are going month to month, can't really afford basketball camps, and maybe charge 50 or 100, maybe make a free camp using the funds from this. So with Stephen A. Smith, I understand on the surface it looks bad, the $3K, but again, if he uses this and maybe has a camp again for underprivileged kids or kids who aren't as fortunate as the kids who are able to afford this, I think it's perfectly fine, you know, from a business level. And I will say about Stephen A. Smith, I mean, you mentioned all the things that he said about these athletes like Brett Favre and not holding them, and not necessarily holding, you could say, white athletes to the same standard that he holds some of these black athletes. I will say that he did hold Brett Favre accountable when he had that the money scandal, when he was using, I think, state funds to try to build a stadium for his daughter's school. He did hold him accountable with that. So I do think sometimes he is wrong, but I will say Stephen A. Smith has been consistent with you know, white and
that's a lie. He was consistent after the community got on his helmet. He was reluctant at first, and then when he got on his helmet and said he wasn't keeping it 100, then he went on TV and talked about it. Keep it real, bro. Keep it solid. Don't nobody send him a memo. Even if that's true,
if I'm out of line about something, let you go right quick. If I'm out of line doing something and I don't realize that I'm out of line doing something, it's your job, like you just said, to hold me accountable. Well, wait a minute, am I out of line? Did I say something foul? Then I go back and I reevaluate it. Maybe you're right. Maybe I was out of line. Maybe I do go on TV, or maybe I do come to you. Maybe I do come to the crew and go, yo, I was out of line. I shouldn't have said that. That does not make me a sellout. That just makes me uninformed. There's a difference between being a sellout and being uninformed. Once I find out that I was out of line for saying something, then I correct myself. That does not make me a sellout ticket. No, it does not.
I do.
Did he sell out
yeah.
Yeah.
Bosses too.
I'm asking you, Chilltown. If me and you kicking it every day, and you're the superstar, you open the door for me as a beat journalist, because you know for the beat writers, it's hard sometimes for players that want to talk to them and trust them about anything, because they'll go turn around and write an article on you and destroy your career. So AI was being good to Stephen A. He seen Stephen A. was a young brother trying to come up, so he said, "Yo, you come with us. I'll give you access to everything." You know what I'm saying? But some of this stuff we can't talk about that you see. You go, you kicking it with him, and then he turned around and write an article and air you out in front of everybody and said the reason why he did it is because his editor said that he needed some juice. Like, come on, bro. That's not being a sellout, bro.
Now, hold on, Ticket. Hold on, Ticket. You got to remember. I understand what you're talking about being real, Ticket, but you got to understand now. You got to understand where my loyalty is as a reporter. You think my loyalty is to you? My loyalty isn't to you as a reporter. My loyalty is to reporting the news. That's my loyalty. This isn't
if I open the door for you, it's not.
Even if you've done that, there are some things that I have. Even if you've done that, my loyalty is to reporting the news. I can't get that personal with you. And if I do get that personal with you, for example, Ahmad Rashad and Jordan, there's a reason why Ahmad Rashad and Jordan were the way that they were. The reason why they were the way that they were because Jordan and Ahmad Rashad had a professional relationship first. And Ahmad Rashad knew what I could talk about, what I couldn't talk about, and Jordan knew what he could talk about. And he knew for a fact that I have to report this. So there's certain things I can't tell you. And the reason why I can't tell you, because I know you got an obligation to the people to report the news. Same logic with Allen Iverson and Stephen A. Smith. I know you got an obligation to report the news. I know that. So there's certain things that I can't bring you in on. There's certain things that I can't tell you. I can keep you close, but there's certain things I can't talk to you about. The reason why, because I know that your loyalty doesn't completely lie with me. We ain't just homeboys like you and me growing up in the hood. No, I'm a professional and I have an obligation to do my job.
So let me ask you this last question, and I'll leave it alone. Did Skip Bayless sell out Shannon Sharpe?
Did Skip Bayless sell out? He actually put Shannon Sharpe on.
I didn't hear that. I didn't ask you that. I asked you, did he sell him out in your mind? Because I want to know what your definition is of selling out. Did he sell out Shannon Sharpe? His partner of 6 years on the show, did he sell him out when Shay Sharpe was up there with him every single day, when they break bread together, when they go to each other's house, top each other's families, and then when it came to an argument over Tom Brady, Skip Bayless will sit up there and degrade Shannon Sharpe's entire career and talk about how this man was
selling him out
and degrade his entire. Yes, this is what happened.
Selling him out.
And Steve Sharpe stood up there and said, "Skip,
that's not selling him out."
Bro, y'all dudes, man.
Hold on. For example, Ticket.
This morning, you disgust me.
Here we go. You disgust me, Ticket, because you think that your word is law and everything that come out of your goddamn mouth is the facts, and it's not. Everything that you say ain't true, motherfucker. And I'm sick of hearing you talk like that. Everything that you say ain't law. Just because you think it don't mean we all think it. Fuck out of here with that shit. You a sellout.
We finna move on. I got super chat.
Man, you a sellout, nigga.
I got super chat. Ticket, chill.
No, we got super chat. I'm tired of you coming on here every day talking to us like everything that he say is law. Everything ain't law. Everything you say.
All right, chill. I had to mute you. Ticket, you muted. Come on, let's keep it pushing. That was a smooth segment on Stephen A. Smith. I'm glad we got down to the bottom of it. Now we got new members like Smooth Gamer on the channel. Appreciate you, Smooth. Hey, I'm glad you got to walk in at that moment. Trust me, it gets better than that. Sauce Man.
I know all y'all in the comment section love what he'll say, because y'all a bunch of buck dancers too. This whole channel is full of buck dancers. I came over here, I mixed up the whole grind over here, because it wasn't nothing but a whole bunch of getting on your knees over here till I came over here. I came over here and turned this shit up. That's what I did. Believe that. So y'all can be against me. I know I stand on the side of truth.
Ticket.
I know I stand on the side of truth. Believe it. And Ron. And no, they don't, Ron. They don't.
Yes, they do.
For real. Ron, it's been hate from day one, and it'll always be hate. And guess what? That shit mutual, nigga. That shit mutual. But guess what, Ron?
Ticket liberated y'all. Got y'all up on your knees.
This is never personal, baby. Believe that shit.
Liberated y'all. Stood y'all up off them knee pads. This how y'all treat him? Y'all better get it together.
Yo, get in line. Another platform I listen to besides you guys is Jason Timp. You guys know about him on the volume. He's super knowledgeable about the game.
I apologize, Ticket.
No,
I apologize, Ticket. I was out of line for
questions. He told this man out. I would never do that to you.
My fault.
I would never sit up here and question career over a dude I don't even know. I would never do that. I would never question any Hilltown career over some dude I don't know. That dude get on his knees for Tom Brady every single day. He don't know Tom Brady from a cat in the street. Shannon Sharpe chopped it up with this man every single day, and he ruined a lifetime relationship in a show because he personally could not control the fact that Shay Sharpe would call out stuff about Tom Brady, and he was so in love with a dude he didn't know. He was willing to question this man's career. He was willing to question this man's credentials, and he was willing to question this man's credibility, all because Shannon Sharpe dared challenge him on something he said about another football player that he liked. That's disgusting. And he did sell him out.
We talking about Skip right now?
Damn right. And I asked him, I asked my brother Chilltown that because I wanted to get an understanding of his definition of selling out. That's what I wanted to see. Like, what was his definition of that?
We're moving off of this. We about to get into some hoop talk, y'all. Drink More Water said, couldn't catch Open Court live yesterday. While watching it, Mars, you said this is Giannis last year until what? Do you feel the same about AD?
Until I give up on he's the best player in the world stuff. If his offense is still bad in the playoffs under a new coach, I can't give him the Coach Bud tax because he's no longer there. So if Giannis still can't create for himself in the half court, if Giannis is still struggling against high-level playoff defenses, if Giannis still can't make free throws, if Giannis becomes a liability offensively down the stretch of games, again, I'm not going to call him the best player in the world anymore. Also, if his defense doesn't step up next year as well, because it's been slipping the last 2 years, which people haven't been talking about. So that's all it is.
Slipping, Mars. Damn. Yes. He finished sixth. Yeah. I think he finished sixth in Defensive Player of the Year. He's right outside the top 5.
Reputation.
Has a slip.
So that's on reputation. Even though he didn't make the
He's still he's still an elite defender. He's still an elite defender.
I just want to make sure we clear on that.
A couple years ago, he was at top 2. Now he's at fringe top 5. Like he's just been slipping. That's what it is.
All right.
So I still have him as like 1A, 1B with Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
And that's based on the fact that I gave him a heavy Coach Bud tax. And I'm like, I believe Coach Bud is the reason you're not performing as well. Now, if Coach Bud is no longer there and he still has the same flaws and deficiencies, he no longer has the Coach Bud tax. Yeah, I have to be realistic and say I have to move him down. So that's why I said this is last year. And for AD, no, I don't hold him to the best player in the world standard. So no. And AD plays at the level I think he is, which is a top 10 player in the NBA. And he plays at that level. So not really much.
Hey, from Nothing Podcast, we got 2 subscribers. Shut your bitch ass up.
Which you brought something up yesterday, Mars, and I wanted to pick your brain about this yesterday. You brought up how the big man, like we had a conversation about how the big man was trash in the 2010s. Mars, can we attribute that to the game changing as quickly as it did? I mean, we went.
That's why guys like Greg Monroe, Jahlil Okafor, they never lasted because the game went away from interior post players.
Well, with that being
be more versatile, no one was ready for that, so everyone was just trash.
So is that so? And when you say trash, Mars, are we saying trash just offensively or trash overall? The reason why I'm asking you that, Mars, is because when I think about the big man was still doing big man stuff. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Andre Drummond was on pace. Had he stayed with Detroit and he kept going the way he was going, he was on pace to join the 20,000 point, 20,000 rebound club. He was on pace to do that. He led the league in rebounding 4 times in 5 years. He was still doing big man stuff. DeAndre Jordan, another one. He was making an all-league defensive team. He was one of the best rebounders in the game. Now, offensively, I can appreciate the logic that the game had changed, and as quickly as it changed. Do I blame the big man for that, though? And do I call him trash for that?
Well, I'm not saying every big was trash. I'm saying the standard of bigs, like when Andre Drummond is one of the premier bigs in the league, that would mean the whole standard of bigs is just not very good. Now, was Andre Drummond a good player? Sure, he was probably top 30, top 40, I don't know, somewhere. But when he in 2016 is maybe the 3rd best center in the NBA, the era of bigs is not very good at that time. And I do believe it's probably because the game did start changing under their feet.
Mm-hmm.
And what they were doing and what was effective 7 years prior was no longer effective, and no one had adjusted to that change yet. Brook Lopez wasn't shooting threes at this time, for example. Like when the game changes that abruptly and no one is ready for that change, everyone else is just gonna seem to look less valuable because you can't defend on the perimeter. You're not particularly versatile. You don't really stretch the floor on the offensive end. So what you do bring is just not as valuable in that time. And I think that's a part of the reason why their era of bigs wasn't very good. I also think that we just went in a league of versatility and bigs just weren't ready. So now we're getting to a point where you got Jokic, Embiid, Giannis, Anthony Davis, where versatility and ability to do more things is catching up again. So now we've got good bigs, but 2010s is just bad. No,
so they basically called
just in the league that could play back to the basket that was giving you 20 and 10, and most of them was on winning teams. That wasn't no whack ass era. Z-Bo was an absolute monster. He wasn't no whack ass big man. But Marcus Aldridge was an all world player. He wasn't no whack ass big man giving you 23 and 10. Al Jefferson was still a dude that was playing in the post, giving you 20-11 on winning teams. Man, stop lying to these people talking about it was a whack league. It wasn't whack. It was 10 big men that could still play with their back to the basket when the league was still playing with their back to the basket, that could go get it, and teams were still winning that way. The Grindhouse, when Z-Bo and them was playing, they were a tough out. That was a hell of a team over there in Memphis. And matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, the player from the Himalaya was coaching that team, Lionel Hollins. I think he was coaching that team a couple of those years before other boy took over. But they went to the Western Conference Finals. So I don't even know what you're talking about. Like I said,
they all got phased out though.
No, it doesn't. We had the exact same conversation yesterday.
Hold on. Them dudes was not whack. You had them dudes was still playing in the post. Blake Griffin was one of the premier players in the league at that time. That was right before
Tim Duncan too.
Blake Griffin was out giving you 23 and 12. What are you talking about? They were the premier guys in the league. When they talked about Lob City in these streets, they was talking about the two bigs. They was talking about Blake and DeAndre Jordan, the two high flyers. They were talking about the big men. So to say that, and then to say that, bro, most of the MVPs have been bigs. So especially in the last couple of years, so it is coming back. But even at that point in time, the elite big men in the NBA were back to the basket players. Zach Randolph back to the basket. Was back to the basket. Dude, I just said Al Jefferson was back to the basket. Damn it, at that time, Al Horford was playing more back to the basket, and he was giving you 18 at that time. Also, you have Marc Gasol playing back to the basket. He could pop out and hit some threes. He was playing back to the basket. Pau Gasol was a back to the basket guy who could pop out and hit the mid range and occasionally shoot the three. Hey, stop playing with me, man. Dude's easy to beat, man.
About early
Don't. All Ticket does is not listen. I never said they didn't play in the post. He just doesn't want to listen. I said they were post players. I said they got phased out. He just wants to talk because he feels like talking. He already spoke for the first half an hour. He went 6 minutes without talking and then felt, the show needs me again. So let me start talking. Just ignore him. Just let him run out of energy and just let him talk. Just ignore him. We had the discussion yesterday. I'm not doing it again. Just
is it fair, Mars?
Man, you a bum, boy. I cooked your ass. And you don't like when you get cooked. You got a 5-year-old mentality.
You've never cooked me a day in your life.
You said that Aaron was trash and Ron. I hit him with facts. Ron, I hit his ass with facts. All of them dudes was look. And Ron, he wouldn't say that if Z-Bo was up here right now. He wouldn't say that if goddamn Al Jefferson was up here right now at that time. Wouldn't nobody with common sense tell you that the big man was trash in that time, in that era? When I said you had 10,
everyone in the world said
you had 10 legit back to the basket big men that were averaging 20 and 10 at that time. 20 and 10, and they were mostly on winning teams. So you can't tell me that was whack. It got whack later on when you went into the Steph Curry era, when Steph Curry and them really started winning championships, when it went to the guard era where your big man was guys like JaVale McGee, or your big men was guys like Clint Capella, or guys like that. That's when the league got whack with big men. But when you have big men, and I can look around the league, and I got Pau Gasol, I got Marc Gasol, I got Z-Bo, I got goddamn Chris Bosh that was still in the league. He might have been still, I can't remember. But you also had all these other dudes, Al Jefferson, you had Blake Griffin, you had all them other dudes around the league, man. I don't want to hear that the big man was whack at that time. They wasn't, bro. They were still putting, LaMarcus Aldridge. These dudes was monsters at that time, bro. Them dudes was all world players. LaMarcus Aldridge had finished like top 10 in scoring 3 of those 4 years at that time. So I don't want to hear that. 9th, 8th, and 7th in scoring. In those 3 years, LaMarcus Aldridge is a big man, giving you 23 and 11. So get out of here with that bullshit, man. I'm cooking these niggas. Y'all know what it is. He can say whatever he want to say, man. That boy got stepped on, nigga.
Yeah, facts.
I just think, Miles, what I was thinking about was the big man during that era. So we transitioning from Shaq, we transitioning from Dwight Howard, dudes that play primarily on the box, to now dudes play on the box, but now they got to play on the perimeter, and they got to shoot.
Yeah.
Right, they got to shoot the long ball, right? They got to play more on the perimeter. Now, guys like LaMarcus Aldridge, who did have a mid-range game, Blake Griffin, who actually was able, he didn't shoot the three, and he wasn't that versatile on the perimeter where he's doing a lot of different things, but he did play on the perimeter, right? So guys like Kevin Love, who when Minnesota was running the offense, they're actually running plays for him to shoot the long ball. That's going on. So the idea of the big man transitioning from Shaq, Dwight Howard, Yao Ming, to guys like Kevin Love, LaMarcus Aldridge, Zach Randolph. These guys, they do, to Ticket's point, they do still play on the block. They do still play on the block, but I'm just thinking about how quickly the transition was. And I think that it's a little bit of an overstatement to say that they were trash because they still were effective. That's what I'm thinking about. They might not have been Shaq, Olajuwon, Patrick Ewing. They might not have been that good, but they still were effective, Miles.
The way I had to clarify this with Dub because it ended up turning into semantics. If the era of bigs is just a bunch of below all-star caliber players, a couple all-star caliber players, no one's really a top 5 player from the big position. If that's the era of bigs, generally speaking, and most of them are mids, that's a trash era for that position. If most of them are mids, that would make the era trash. The 2010s for shooting guards is James Harden, Klay Thompson, and a bunch of mids. So I would call the 2010s for shooting guards trash. Not because, Bradley Beal, I guess he was a good player. Yeah, Bradley Beal was cool. But when he's like a top 5 shooting guard in the era, that would make the era trash at that position. Like, if we just have a bunch of mid, if Al Jefferson is one that we're harping on as someone to make the era not trash for bigs, I'm sorry, Al Jefferson was cool, but he was all
NBA that year. Hold on. I'm gonna cook this. I'm gonna cook his ass raw. Al Jefferson was all NBA, Janet Jackass. Guess what? LaMarcus Aldridge was an all-star, sir. Blake Griffin was an all-star, sir. Pau Gasol was an all-star, sir. You want me to keep cooking your ass? I can keep cooking. Zebo was an all-star, sir. I can keep going. Like Lil Durk say, keep going. I can keep going like Lil Baby say on the track. Don't play with me. All them dudes was all-stars or all NBA players, and that's facts. And you can go look it up. Al Jefferson made all NBA that year, 2013-2014 season. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it.
I just want to say that during that transitional era, I think a lot of bigs like the Andre Drummond. I think maybe a guy like Jay Val and even Jaleel Okafor, and even Cliff Alexander was number one rated prospect in high school and then coming out. I think a lot of those guys got lost because Andre Drummond was drafted in 1999. He played from 99 to 2009 in his prime. He's making a few 5-6 All-Star games, maybe a couple All-NBA teams. Like his career is very different because that time was more suited towards his game. So during that transitional era between, I'd say 2010 to 2015, when teams were starting to shoot more than 3, but there's still a belief until the Warriors won that jump shooting teams could have won the playoffs. That was a real belief in the NBA. So the bigs were still kind of wanted, but the transition was being made. I think a lot of centers could have had better careers if they're just in a different era.
And to the guy in the chat, I never said Bradley Beal was trash. Please rewind and listen to what I said. I said Bradley Beal was good, but if he's a top 5 shooting guard for an era, with what he was doing in the 2010s, that would make that era of shooting guards not very good. I would call them trash just because they are mid. If the era of a position is mid relative to NBA history, that would make that position trash. If everyone's just average at that position, I'm sorry, that's not a good era for that position. If you want to call them mid, cool. I'm not going to argue. Yeah, great. The 2010s bigs were mid. There you go. Are you happy now because I changed the words? It's the same thing I'm saying. I just consider.
Are you mid if you all NBA? Is that mid? I'm just asking the question, y'all. If
I'm an all pro, even if it's one season, if I'm an all pro, I'm elite. I might be a
big all pro though. They have to give somebody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Someone has to make it.
Even if that's, and it wasn't like Al Jefferson was first team all pro. I mean, let's be clear about that. It wasn't like
Al Jefferson didn't make the All-Star team that year. He was all NBA, did he?
Well,
not only did he not make it, but we've had that.
I agree. We've had that. I'm just saying, like, in February,
I mean, Jimmy Butler didn't make the All-Star team this year. He was second team all pro. So
my point being is the era of bigs at that time was so low that you could make all NBA and not be considered an all-star because everyone was around the same tier of we don't know who's worthy of this third team all NBA, that someone who wasn't an all-star can still make it because beyond the first like 4 bigs in the league, it falls off a cliff. Al Jefferson is cool. He wasn't terrible. I liked Al Jefferson. I think he was the best player in the Hornets for a while. I really like Al Jefferson's game. His post game was extremely refined. I really liked watching Al Jefferson play. But if that's the era of defining big, a top 5 big for the era, that's not a good era of bigs. It's not. The 2000s have Tim Duncan, KG, Dirk, Shaq, Chris Webber, Amari Stoudemire, Pau Gasol. There's so many great bigs in that era. We're doing the 2010s, and Al Jefferson's the 4th name that comes up. Like, I'm sorry, that's not a good era of bigs. And if you think it is, I don't care. We had the discussion yesterday. You spoke about these 20 and 10 bigs. I spoke about all the bigs in today's game, putting up these high numbers, putting up these great defensive seasons. And you say this era of bigs is trash. I had this discussion yesterday. I don't care to have it again. You can keep saying the same thing on repeat. I'm not going to agree with you. So we can move on and get to super chats or get to whatever the topic is. I don't care anymore. So there we go. I'm done. Whatever.
Yeah, go cry in the car, boy.
I can't drive.
Right. Next super chat. Next super chat from Smooth Gamer said, "I've been here since day one. I've just been working 12-hour shifts. Ticket, chill. We love you, bro. Mars, wake your ass up, my boy."
Man, that's a lie, bro. You can't fool me with that lie. Y'all love chill.
Taquay White said Al Jefferson was all NBA because you had to have 3 centers.
Same reason.
Who was hold on. Who was the other 2 centers?
Joakim Noah, I assume, was all NBA that year.
But you had Ron. You had to have 3 centers. This dude give you 20 and 11. But these Bama's acting like he just got thrown on an all NBA team.
It was Joakim Noah, Dwight Howard, and Al Jefferson. They were the 3 centers.
And Dwight Howard was one of the best centers in the world at that time. It's in his prime.
He was, but it's not his prime. But that says a lot that Dwight Howard was one of the best centers in the world.
But take it to what Marge is saying. You think Al Jefferson in 2000 he would have made no All NBA teams and no All Star games, and you know that. Like Al Jefferson was making none of those.
Al Jefferson's not better than Jermaine O'Neal, for example.
Fact, no, I agree. I 100%.
Well, that fitted his game more, Jalen.
What fit?
In that era, hold on, earlier than 2013, that fit his game more. The way they played, he might have been more effective, huh?
The era in 2013 fit Al Jefferson's game more.
No, I said before then. You talking about the early 2000s? The early 2000s fit his game. Well, this is what me and Bob was talking about the other day, bro. Y'all don't respect the back to the basket big man. That's what I hate about y'all, bro. And that dude was a dude who had post moves, who was getting you 20 and 11, and that's not easy as a big, especially on a winning team, bro. It's not.
And why you talking about Mars? Why you talking about Jermaine O'Neal like he wasn't even better than even Jermaine O'Neal? I mean, Jermaine O'Neal was an All-Pro. Multiple years. Jermaine O'Neal wasn't a good player.
That's not how it was meant. It's Jermaine O'Neal made like maybe 2 or 3 All NBA teams because of how stacked the big man position was, and Al Jefferson wouldn't be better than him, so he wouldn't make as many All NBA teams as a guy like Jermaine O'Neal. That's why I said it, not because
that's fair.
I respect these bigs. I'm just saying the era of bigs just wasn't really good, and it was well documented at the time that everyone was saying what happened to bigs. Everyone was saying it, so.
Right. And the point that I was making to you, Mars, because I thought that it was interesting that you said it was trash, and I was just thinking, would it be because of the transition of the game and how quickly it transitioned?
Definitely contributed. Yes,
that's what I was thinking about, like how fast. Because when you think about the point guard, when you think about the 2 guard, well, like when Jordan showed up, now the 2 guard is 6'6". Now, in order to play the 2 guard in the NBA, you got to be 6 and you got to jump this high. Well, that didn't translate that quickly, as opposed to when the big man was playing and dominating the game. Now, all of a sudden, the league is now a long ball jump shooting league where all the teams are spreading out the defense. And it happened like that, where the big man really didn't get a lot of time to adjust to that. And it was almost like he was getting phased out during that time. But that doesn't mean, and this is the point that I was emphasizing to you, it doesn't mean that the big man during that time was ineffective. I still thought he was effective. He might not have been as good as Olajuwon. He might not have been as good as Shaq or any of those guys, but he still was effective. And I felt like the word trash. I thought that was a bit of an overstatement. That's why I had to understand where you were coming from with that.
All right, fellas. Let's get into something that I personally think is exciting and I can't wait for. Let's talk about Team USA and just, the FIBA games and whatnot. Did anybody get a chance to see what's been going on over the past couple of days? Did you see Team USA practice? Did you see Slovenia play Greece? There was some other games too. Have you guys been tapping in? Damo, Ox, Jalen, talk to me. We haven't heard too much from you brothers this show.
I seen clips of the Luka special going on against the Greece team. I've more so just been waiting for Team USA to really get it together and play, because I want to see how that team's gonna look. There's a bunch of young guys. This is a transitional period. It's showing it's a transitional period now in the NBA with a ton of these young guys with a lot to prove. I mean, Halliburton spoke on it on the podcast with Paul George. He feels this is a moment where a lot of these young guys, him, BI, Anthony Edwards, guys like that, they're able to prove like, hey, the next era of great NBA players is coming. So to see if they can either not be the 2014 per se, where you go out there and disappoint, or you show like, hey, guys like Austin Reeves, everybody else, like, we really are here to really play. We really are here to compete. We really are here to be the next stars, the next group of guys in the NBA. So I can't wait.
Thickest pilot, just so you know, you ain't never gotten an argument with your brother before and wanted to punch him in his face, but he's still your brother. That ain't never happened before.
This should be must-see TV. Mars and Bob gonna be putting his head down, but everybody gonna be talking about this stream today. Everybody gonna be talking about
what the hell? You ain't never got into it with your brother before, and you want to choke him out, but he's still your brother, and you still down for him. I mean, that's all this is.
Facts.
So, with Team USA, I think, again, like Damo said, it is a young team. I don't think half this team is making the Olympic roster. I think some of the veterans will still come back for the Olympic roster. But, I think Team USA uses the FIBA tournament as a tournament to get some of these younger guys into the international system. So eventually when they are ready for the Olympics, they can play with them. But again, I guess they are vulnerable. If there's any year that another team could beat them, whether it's maybe a Team France, Team Canada, those are two teams with the highest probability of upsetting a Team USA in this tournament. This could be it. So it'll be interesting to see. They're definitely not as big of a favorite as they usually are, just because this is kind of like they're a B or C team in a way. But it'll be fun to watch.
I'm just digging watching Anthony Edwards and watching him material. To be honest with you, I mean, I'm on record saying it. I think in the next year, 2 years tops, he's the best two guard in the game. I think it's going to be him, and I think it's going to be everybody else. And I think we're going to have a serious conversation about him being a top 5 player. 100%, I feel like that. Him playing with these dudes, I could see his confidence getting better. I could see his game materializing. I dig everything about Anthony Edwards. Now, I know that everybody talking about how Cat is still there and they should move on from Cat and build it around him. I actually agree with that, because I actually like him with Rudy Gobert and building some more players around them, because he looks to me like a franchise player. He absolutely looks like a franchise player and potentially the leader of Team USA moving forward. I love him. Yes, I do.
He thinks he's the best player in the league. You see that shit like in his head. He thinks he's the best player in the league. Yeah,
100%. He's one of those guys. He gives me that Jimmy. In terms of confidence, he gives me that Jimmy Butler vibe. Like when he walk on the floor, ain't none of you dudes out here can see me. Not one of y'all. I'm better than every last one of y'all. I dig that about him.
Yeah, I'm about that. I like the attitude. I like his attitude. Whenever he says interviews about it, I'm with it.
Mars, Ticket, Ox, you guys got anything else you want to chime in about Team USA? And I'm more specifically talking about, their first open practice yesterday, and also just the other games that we've seen so far these last couple of days.
I am from the USA, so I don't care about Team USA.
I mean, it was other games.
But you care about the Houston Rockets. You care about Jalen. You care about
Jalen. Because I care about the NBA. When it's international basketball, I don't care about the USA. Why would I care?
It don't got to be the USA.
I haven't watched it.
Does UK participate, buddy? Join the Team Canada.
England don't participate. I don't care about these international games.
Meanwhile, when Luol Deng was on the Olympic team and they winning.
Anthony Edwards and Jalen Brunson were going at 1-on-1. I never watched the video, but I've seen that. But no, I haven't watched anything.
I'm taking Anthony Edwards.
Team USA is gonna win, and then we're probably gonna talk about the fact that they won. I'm like, yay, and then that's it. I haven't watched any of it at all. So sorry, I can't talk about what I haven't watched.
All right, for those of you who don't know, it's actually a couple USA basketball showcases are coming up very soon. I'm really excited for it. August 7th, we play Puerto Rico. August 12th, and that's in Vegas. Before that, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a scrimmage where they're gonna split up half the team. They usually do that every year, or we'll end up playing a select team. It'll be one of the two. So that's gonna be coming up this weekend. I'm excited to see that. Obviously, August 7th, that's Monday. So we're gonna get to see that game against Puerto Rico. We'll definitely talk a lot about that. On August 12th, 13th, and 16th, Team USA is traveling to Spain. And for those 3 dates, they'll be playing, obviously, 3 other teams. You got Slovenia and Luka August 12th. You got Spain on August 13th. And then on August 18th, they'll be playing Greece in Dubai. Or no, Abu Dhabi. So that's gonna be a fire schedule leading up to that. And then last but not least, on August 20th, they play Germany. And then they'll get into the whole FIBA Men's Cup, like actual games that matter in the round play and all of that good stuff. In case you don't know, the FIBA games are in Manila in the Philippines. So that should be a dope event. But I'm just looking forward to this. I'm a dude that's high on Team USA because I think it's something special, and the aura is different when you put all the best basketball players in one room. And once again, obviously, a lot of people would say, "Oh, well, this is Team USA C roster and this, that, and the third." It's still something special when you put an elite group of talented guys in a room and put them all on the same team, on the same roster, make them practice together, and then put them out there on the same court just to see what they do with each other, who excels, who doesn't play up to par, and all of that good stuff. I just love it. But moving along, fellas. Moving along. I got more super chats. Lucas D'Angelo said, "Will the back to the basket big come back?"
Well, he already here.
It's coming back.
Well, he already here. I mean, Embiid play on the box. He don't play on the box as much as we'd like him to play on the box. Joker play on the box, right? He don't play on the box as much as we'd like him to play on the box. But the big man is here. He's just up. I've said this in the past. I'm on record. The big man hasn't gone anywhere. He's still here. It's just updated software. That's all it is. Now he plays a little bit further away from the basket, but he still plays on the box. Embiid plays on the box. Joker plays on the box. The guys like Shaq, the guys like Olajuwon, David Robinson, those guys are gone. The traditional big man who plays primarily on the box, I don't think that we're going to see that guy because the way the game is being played, the long ball line, how fast the game is. I don't think that dude is coming back. But the big man that plays on the box, he's still here. 100% he is.
Sure, I just think that it's going to be another Shaq coming around. It's going to be another guy that's big, that's strong. Dunking on cats. That's going to change the complexion of the league like Curry did. It's going to change it back. Because now if you get that type of dude that's playing in the post now, every other team is going to have to get post players to guard him, and they're going to want to play that way because that's going to slow the game down again. It's another stack that's going to come out here, man. It's too.
I would love to see that ticket. I would love to see that in my. If I see another Shaq in my lifetime, I could die happy. I tell you, I would love to see that.
It got better over time. First, you had guys like Wilt. That was a real Shaq, but nobody knew it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Daryl Dawkins was a mini version of a Shaq. He was a mini version of rims and stuff like that. And then you actually had Shaquille come around, and nobody saw nothing like that. I think that it's somebody else that's out there that's going to come up, that's going to be dominated through the high school and in the college ranks. That's going to be huge, big, strong, dunking on cats like that. And I think it's just going to be a matter of time.
Now, when we're talking about a dude that's like Shaq, is he going to play closer to the basket? Primarily ticket, because again, the way the game is played today, we got a lot of long ball shooting guys. So guys like Embiid, guys like Joker, right? Guys like Giannis doesn't shoot the long ball, but guys like Giannis that play on the perimeter some, right? So Shaq, who played primarily on the box, is this new guy going to be dominant like Shaq, where teams are going to be like, well, damn, we have to tailor our offense around him where he plays like that, and now we got to get guys in the league to combat that, and then the game is going to move. I'm
gonna tell you why. Because it's guys like Bob that's coaching basketball. So if Bob sees a big dude that's 7 feet tall, 300 pounds, Bob is not gonna have him out there shooting threes. Bob is gonna have him in the post, close to the basket, gamming on cats. So that's gonna be the start. That's how he's gonna be coming up. So it's still coaches that have that mentality, like. And Bob is a young cat, and he got an old school mentality. So when you have coaches that are coaching the guys like that, all the coaches ain't thinking like these other coaches are thinking now, where they got to just shoot threes. I don't want to speak for Bob, but I'm pretty sure listening to him all this time that he ain't gonna have no 7 foot 300 dude that's athletic yamming on cats shooting threes all day. I promise you, I don't think he.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
I think a lot of coaches. The problem is once you see a prospect like a Shaq, let's say he's in 9th grade, he's going to be 6'10". They're going to start putting him on the perimeter right away. They're going to be like, get a hand.
I'm saying, hold on, Bob, you going to do that?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't disrespect the game like that.
Yeah, see, Bob's the exception, but a lot of coaches out there, you see every prospect right now, everyone's hyping up a prospect with a 7-footer who can have a handle, who can shoot the three. But I get it. If someone like Shaq is physically dominant, comes into a league, other teams will have to make the adjustment. I just wonder that if they see a prospect like that, are they going to try to alter his game instead of being that physically dominant inside? They're going to want to give him a 3-point shot, a handle.
This one thing, my bad. This one thing though, Jenna. Like I understand when you have a kid that's maybe like 13, 12, and he's tall right now. Maybe he's 12. Maybe he's already like 6'1". Yeah. You know, a lot of times you got to teach those kids ball handling skills. Make sure they now they don't got to be a shooter, but they got to have the basic principle. You know, tuck your elbow, finish high. You know, just those basic things. Making sure they got a good feel for the ball, because you always run the risk of a kid that start growing early that's gonna cap out at 6'2". So he's playing the center position right now in the 7th grade. But by the time you get 16, you're the same size. You're gonna be getting bullied on the block. So like for guys like kids like that, I can understand. My dad always used to say, "You gotta be able to handle the ball. You gotta be able to handle the ball," because nobody thought I was gonna be 6'8". They thought I was gonna be like 6'3", 6'4". You know, so that's all I'm saying. Like when you got a kid that's already 6'9", 6'11", he's 14 years old, 15 years old. I'm not gonna be out there like, here, do this tween, pull up, step back. Like I'm not gonna be teaching them that. If anybody else wants to, that's just how the game goes now. But I'm gonna give you. We need a jump hook. We need some aggression down here. I need you, doing rebounding drills, box out, But this is not, and mind you, there's nothing wrong with teaching kids those other things. At least I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Well, with how the game is now, with how majority of the best bigs in the league having so much skill, I feel like it's going to be hard to find for a next Shaq to come up in anytime soon. Everyone's going to be looking at the model bigs, Jokic, Embiid, unless you have a guy like a bigger version of Giannis. I don't think you're going to get a Shaq, because I understand there's Oxes out there. There's guys like Ox out there that's going to tell, hey, man, get your big butt in the paint, drop, step, finish. Man, you do it every time it's easy. But most of these coaches, most of these trainers, most of these guys holding these $3,000 camps, they're not telling these kids to do that. They're going to see that big guy. They're going to be like, all right, you're big. You got size, but do you have the skill? Because skill is something that's very prevalent in today's NBA, and they're going to force that on a lot of kids. So even if you do have a kid that's 6'9", 6'8", at 15, 16, 14, they're going to be taught from an early age or whenever they have that size, hey, look, if you want to get to that level, the level up there, you have to have a baseline level of a jump shot. You have to have a baseline level of being able to finish your free throws, pick and pop, things like that, and off rip, you're already taking that next Shaq element out of it, and you're turning him into the next Embiid. Off that alone. Like, once you get that kid out the mindset of, I'm going to drop, step, dunk every time because of my size and physicality, so, okay, now I'm about to pop out, I'm going to take this shot here, this shot there, you're already eliminating the next Shaq. So, if anything is going to be, like Chill said earlier, which I like, updated software, it's going to be an updated Shaq. It's going to be a guy who I can go down there, bang, and do whatever I have to do and finish, but at the same time, I'm not about to do that all 40 of these points. You about to get probably 15 dunk-ons. You about to get some points at the line. I'm about to pop out and finish. So it's going to be like the evolution of a Shaq. But I don't think we're going to get a guy that's just coming out there 7 feet and I'm just dunking on everybody 24/7. Not in this generation of basketball.
I like what you said there at the end, Damo, because at first I wasn't sure where you were going with it, because when you said it's good to teach them that, but you got to have them the skill. I think sometimes, especially like when you're talking to parents, it's easy to say, like it's like those trigger words, like I'm gonna scare you into believing that I'm doing the right thing. Like if I be like, oh, well, he just needs the skill. There's skill all over the court, right? So when I say skill set, I might be like, okay, I'm gonna give you 4 different post moves with a counter to each, and this one is your go-to. You know what I'm saying? So that's a skill set too. The ability to pick and pop is something that we have to teach every big now too. At least the ability to pick and pop. Now I don't think we have to turn you into the next Wembanyama to where you can dribble up the court between the legs, all this and that. If you got that skill set, that's a plus stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching these kids other things. You need to know other stuff. But I don't want you out here just trying to dribble. Like I want you to be able to do everything. So if somebody's guarding you, stopping this, stopping that. Well, okay, I got this too. So I definitely feel you was coming from with that. I definitely understand that, and I respect a coach or a trainer that's giving kids all the tools to be successful on any team. I don't want a kid like, for instance, Buddy Hield, a guy that can only just stand there and shoot, a guy that we can't run our offense because this is the only thing you can do. You know,
anybody that know me,
we don't want any more of that.
And anybody that know me knows I'm an advocate of the big fella. I love the big man. So because I love the big man, I am all for Olajuwon, Shaq, David Robinson, Jabbar. I would love to see them dudes again because I mean, I've always been a huge fan of the big man. So to see Shaq come back in a different version, still be able to do what he did around the basket, but do some of that other stuff on the perimeter, to see Olajuwon come back and still be able to do what he did on the block, man, please. I'd be so happy to see something like that. That'd be fantastic.
Y'all see this chat? Mars putting on a show in the chat. Mars, you're really out here in this chat right now, man. It's hilarious.
Well, run for I fell asleep. So
to answer your question, Bron, you had a super chat up there. Somebody asked the question, do I think that Anthony Edwards is going to be better than Jason Tatum? I do think that we're going to have a conversation about it. And the reason why I think we're going to have a conversation about it is because I think Anthony Edwards, I think his scoring is going to go up. But watching him in the playoffs last year and how he struggled to score, but how he affected the game in other ways, once he starts putting that together just offensively, defensively, I think he's going to be an all-league defender. And if they continue, if they do the right thing in Minnesota where they build that unit around him and they start getting better, yeah, I think we're gonna have a real conversation in the next couple of years about him and Jason Tatum. I do think that we're gonna have a conversation about that. And anybody that knows me knows that I'm a Jason Tatum guy. But when I see a complete basketball player, or when I see a guy becoming more of a complete basketball player, I'll take that dude over anybody.
Peace, Dr. Boy.
Big dog, what's going on, man?
Oh man, another day in paradise. What's happening, fellas? How y'all doing?
Straight. How you doing?
Living chilling.
Hey, yo, Ticket, you want to give Keith a proper introduction?
Oh, it's this the big boss, ex-NBA, ex-Los Angeles Clipper, Keith Claus, center for the LA Clippers.
What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
What's up, big man? How you doing?
Thank you for coming through.
Chilling.
We ain't here talking about the NBA bigs and whether or not they you think they're gonna come back to what it used to be. You know, when we used to have back to the basket bigs and stuff like that.
Man, that's a hard call. You know, everybody's in love with seeing big men, you know, really be able to show all their bag. You know what I mean? We didn't have that coming up. You know, we weren't allowed to do that. We were forced to play a specific way. You know, but there's so many of us who were able to do the same things that these kids are able to do today. It's just that we were limited. We were told not to. You know, and then you got some guys who weren't able to because of the way we were being trained. It wasn't something that, you know, they added. It wasn't something that they worked on. So you have those who did work on those things, who did always have those same skills and attributes that these guys have today. You know, they just never talked about. You know, like he was saying when I was in the back, man, to see Olajuwon play today, oh man, look, it'd be mind blowing because he wrecked shop. He would wreck shop. He would totally dominate everybody. You know, Shaq would totally dominate everybody. You know, these kids are too soft. I said it before. I'm gonna say it again. Too soft. You know what I mean? And they pampered. And go ahead,
Keith. Do you feel like your skill set back then when you played? I remember you when you played for the Clippers. Do you feel like your skill set was hampered? Like a lot of stuff you weren't able to show that you could do. And if you played today, do you think that your skill set would be more enhanced?
If they let me play my game back then, man, come on. Because these kids are doing now what I was doing, you know, 25 years ago.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if I played today and if I came out today as a 21-year-old rookie with the same skill set that I had 25 years ago, in a couple of years, after I finish my rookie deal, I'm getting a max deal. I'm getting a max deal. Right. And I play defense. And I play defense.
And is that largely due to you not being able to just show what you could do? Because again, during that time when you played with the Clippers, you know, Shaq was still running around, Olajuwon, David Robinson, Tim Duncan, all the big men. And not only were they running around, that's what was winning in the league. So because that's what was winning in the league, that's how you got to play. So now today, where the game is a little bit more stretched out, do you feel like you could play in the mid-range? Do you feel like you could play in the mid-post, even shoot the long ball if you played today?
I got the long ball, even now, still got the long ball. You know what I mean? But the only time they let me shoot the long ball was when we were scouting the teams that when we had Big Sam Perkins coming into town, you know, or we had Dirk, or we had another big man that another team was allowing to shoot. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only time that they encouraged me to do it, was in preparing for the game against the actual, you know, the opponent who was doing it. It's crazy because, you know, I'm 100 pounds lighter than Shaq. I'm 220. You know, so back then I was 100 pounds, over 100 plus pounds lighter than him. There was no way in hell I was going to dominate him on the block. Yeah, I can catch and put up a hook shot real quick a few times, or a turnaround, you know what I mean? But the way I would come at him was take his ass out on that pick and roll, because he was a terrible pick and roll defender. And so I get him on pick and roll, pick and pop, you know, and then go sit my ass down for the rest of the game, because the coach was like, all right, that's enough. You know, I was specifically told by coaches that they didn't want me shooting. They only wanted me to play defense, block shots, rebounds. Why? Because they paid this person and that person to shoot the ball.
So it was a system thing.
It was absolutely.
So you think if you played in a different system, you would probably have a better opportunity to showcase your skill and be a better player.
You know, I really wish I would have had the opportunity to get over to Dallas for Mark Cuban. You know what I mean? Because it would have been on the Kraken if I, you know, if I was able to. Because then you got to deal with me and Dirk, who are both naturally face-up players. I was a face-up player. You know, I hit 7'3" as a freshman in college, but I grew up playing all 5 positions. I'm a 6'11" two-man in AAU. You know, and if anybody doubts it, go ahead and ask Andre Miller. He was my point guard.
Shout out.
They were setting screens for me, coming off of screens and firing that bad boy up from 25. It's documented.
Right.
You know, but again, I'm from an era where it was discouraged, because big men were expected to play back to the basket.
So you feel like your game is more tailored for today's game than it was back then?
Oh, absolutely. Because now I would have had the green light to do my thing.
Right.
I see a lot of former players say that. Well, a lot of these early 2000 guys, they say that if they had the freedom today, you know, they'd be better. Obviously, the opportunity to shoot their shot, whatever the case may be. It'd be interesting to see. But I still think, you know, Joel Embiid, Jokic, these guys are still putting in, you know, going to give a lot of these guys buckets. Let's not just act like everyone in that era. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're still going to get their buckets.
Absolutely. Those are 2 very talented players. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
So Keith, how would you respond? How would you respond to, like you just mentioned, like the kids today are soft, right? So you being a big man, being able to play on the wing, which back then is considered soft, but today you'd be a dominant player. How would you respond to people saying, well, maybe you're soft?
Man, please look. Listen up. When you get low bridge by a dude during a game, and it's just a regular foul, it's just a regular shooting foul.
Get up, go to the
2 free throws, and the game continues.
Mm-hmm.
And you miss the next game because of whiplash. You know.
Yeah. Yo, Keith, I got a question as well. Why do you think that this generation of basketball, or I don't know if you mean just basketball soft, if you mean just all around, like why is the game getting softer? Less contact, less physical? Why? What's your take
Well,
on that? What's the reasoning behind it?
One thing, man, they're trying to protect the investment. You know what I mean? They're trying to protect their investment. There's billions of dollars in the pro game that's spread around through these big contracts. You know, and they're getting bigger and bigger every year. Now it was a big deal to see somebody get a $5 million contract. You know, it was a big deal to see someone get a $10 million a year $10 million contract. Now dudes are signing up for 300 plus. You know, so the money's grown so much that if a guy gets hurt, that's a loss of the investment.
So it's more so a soft game as opposed to the players being mentally soft.
That's one part. That's one part. The other part is that we had to get it out the mud. We were out in the playgrounds on the concrete. You know what I mean? We hit that concrete every opportunity we got. We didn't have this influx of gyms all over the place. 24-hour fitness wasn't a big thing, wasn't a thing. You were lucky if you got a chance to go to the high school or to the rec to use their gym. But most of the time, we were playing out on the playgrounds, you know? So that built us a certain toughness. And then on the playground, come on, how many fouls are you really calling? So you get used to, you get used to getting beat on by older men physically while you're out there. You know what I'm saying? So when you get into a regular game situation and you got a more physical defender on you, it really don't phase you because you're used to the contact.
Big dog, I got a question for you. I see a lot of people.
They do a lot of whining, a lot of flopping, you know, and it's terrible. It's a really, really bad look, you know.
Hey, big dog, I got a question. Hey, big dog, I got a question for you. I see a lot of people in the comment section trying to clown say that you only played 2 years in the league and this, that, and the third. I don't think people really understand your story. You know what I'm saying? I think people look past, you know, it's a lot of just immaturity going on and people don't really understand.
Wait, hold on, take it. So what are they clowning? The fact that I was an undrafted rookie free agent that signed an $8.4 million contract, which was the biggest contract at the time for an unsigned rookie free agent? Is that what they're clowning about?
Yeah, no, I'm saying I don't think they really understand your.
I was the first person to do that. So is that what they're clowning about?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying I don't think I want you.
For 3 years, I was among the elite in the world.
They're looking at the box score averages.
Because, no, I want him to.
Because I was one of the elite for 3 years. Oh, wait, hold on, wait, hold on. We can't forget this. I made it to the NBA with a hangover because I was a raging alcoholic for the majority of my young adult life. I've been sober almost 16 years, coming up next month. But
congratulations!
I made it to the NBA damn near a blackout. So, and it was a lot tougher than what these cats got to go through today. And there's probably people in the chat just talking crap who ain't even played, you know, in their church league.
Nowhere.
So it's okay. It's okay. I made it as an unsigned rookie free agent in an era with some real G's on the court. Unsigned rookie free agent. When
I say that, big dog, and Ron, I'm glad you give this time. I think it's important. When I say that, bro, a lot of people don't understand where I come from when I use that. Like now we live in the era of analytics and just numbers. And when I say that toughness, that things like that, a lot of that type of stuff inside of you have a lot to do with the game. A lot of people don't understand what you had to overcome growing up, what you went through just to get to the league. So just to be able to play in the NBA, all of us that's on the screen right now, ain't none of us ever got a
let them watch the game film, and then they can see why the averages were what they were. You know, when you play for certain people, man, if your style don't fit their agenda, you just not gonna play. Period. And I was the type that, you know, is fight or flight. So if I feel disrespected by the coach, I'm getting at him, and that's exactly what I did. So I put myself in a hole. You know what I'm saying? If we being real, I also put myself in a hole. I didn't help myself. I didn't help my cause. You know, at the same time, gotta be all the way 100 about it, fellas. You know what I'm saying? I played a part in that too. So that being said, it still didn't stop nothing because those checks kept coming. I could have sat there and been happy not getting the minutes that I should have got because I was busting dudes' asses in practice and showing that I should have been out there. And then I'm getting out there making a difference during the game and having to sit back down again because the coach likes this guy. You know, listen, the two dudes sitting behind the bench that are on injured reserve the whole year that are collecting that check, they're still two of the elite players in the world. Every man on that roster, top to bottom, no matter how many minutes he played, got game. I mean, do we have to remind him about the Scalabrine challenge? Mm-hmm. And he was an old, out of shape Scalabrine, skunking dudes on the court.
That's facts.
I'm closer to LeBron than you are to me. That was the quote.
Hey, Ron, before you go on to the next topic with whatever you got going on, I just wanted to ask him this too. Hey, Big Dog, I want to ask you this independent question too. And everybody, for you guys who don't know, like I said, Big Dog, he came up through a lot. He came up through the real grind to get to the NBA, and like he said, he felt like he made mistakes. He had signed, I think, a 5-year contract and didn't finish it out because of the mistakes that he admitted he made. You know what I'm saying? It was things he did that he shouldn't have did. So it wasn't like he was only going to be in the league 2 years. That was him who said that he made the wrong decisions and a different way. And that was because of his lifestyle and the way he grew up and what he had going on. So don't think he was just scrubbed that was out of the league. Nah, y'all got to understand people's story. But hey, Big Dog, I want to ask you this because we had this conversation and we had a heated argument about this yesterday before you was on here. And I do want to ask you about this. Since you've been in the locker room, since you're the only one that's up here and that's in that comment section that's typing right now that's been in the NBA locker room. I brought to the table the other day with my brother Ron up here. He's the host right here beside me in the corner down here beside me. We brought up a conversation. We was talking about basically Kawhi Leonard's contract extension, and we talking about how the Clippers didn't want to extend him. And we had gotten into an argument, and I just wanted to get from what you've seen, and just your opinion, because I haven't talked to you about this. I hadn't talked to you in a while. People might think I've talked to you. I haven't talked to you probably a couple of weeks now. But I want to ask you, based off what you've seen in the NBA, how much control do the superstar players have on each team? And as far as load management is concerned, can a superstar player supersede the medical staff if the medical staff says, we don't want you to play tonight? Can a superstar player oversee that and say, no, I'm playing?
We can't. Load management is a bunch of bullshit. Excuse my French. Because we want to play every game. We want to play as much as we could. So load management, that's a bunch of crap. You know, I don't feel load management. Superseding the decisions of the trainers, that's happened. That's happened because how many sprained ankles, badly rolled ankles did we have? You know, and we still got out there, you know, we retaped, you know what I mean, and got back out there. You know, so there are guys who really want to play. And some dudes are actually damn near die to play. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of players, when you see them years later, 20 years down the line, they could barely walk. They done had both hips replaced, they done had spinal fusion surgery, you know, all kind of stuff, because they really put their bodies on the line for the game that they love. You know, there was another question. There's another part of that question. What's the first part?
No, I was just asking you. I was asking you, like, you know, just in general, as far as the superstar players running the team, like, do they, like, you said something about your minutes and stuff like that. I'm asking you, like, because we had this conversation yesterday. From what you saw, just off what you saw, did the superstar players more so have more power than the coaches sometimes and run the teams? As far as
influence, they had influence depending on who they were. They had influence. Their word went a long way, yes. But then in other cases, it was completely up to the coach itself. Like a coach could say, "Man, screw this dude. I don't care how many points he averaging," and you know that's a DNP. You know what I mean? Do not play. Coach's decision. You know, just because the coach is trying to make a point, just, you know, he feel like he's too big for his britches. So let me go ahead and remind him, you know, who the real coach is, who's really running his team, and sit a guy. You know, coaches have egos too.
So if you got a guy, for example, you playing with the Clippers, and during that time, I think he was on the same crew with Michael Olowokandi. I think Lamar Odom was on the crew with you at that time. So if the trainers went to Lamar Odom, was like, "Yo, we're gonna see you tonight," and Lamar Odom said, "I'm good to go. I can play tonight." Could he supersede what was going on with what the trainer said?
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. And we had one of the best trainers in the game back then. You know, Ray Melchiori, you know, vet who was back in the, you know, Houston Rockets, Boston Celtics days, you know, and then also Jason Powell later on, who used to be with the 49ers staff. So, yeah, guys can, if we because we look at it like this, we can walk, we can play.
Right.
Because, yeah, we from that concrete era.
Right. Can I follow? Oh, my bad. Can I follow that up? Because when I like the previous question I asked you, and you were saying that you know, it's a money thing, you know, with the lack of toughness here that we see in the league today. Do you think that there's a difference from when you was on that roster and having the power to supersede the medical staff? Like nowadays, with players getting paid these, I won't say outrageous, but huge amount of money. Do you think now it's a little less to where if the training staff says, "Yo, you can't play," that they're trying to protect their investment? Like, can players still be like, "Nah, fuck that. If I say I'm playing, I'm playing." Like, which way is
they
it?
They can still say, "Fuck that, I'm gonna play anyway."
Yeah, okay.
You know, there'll be others who will look at the money and be like, "Man, that's another, you know, that's an easy 100 racks. Just chill tonight. I ain't gotta do nothing." So they gonna sit there and still get that 100 rack game check. You know.
But that's what because the issue that we were having, Keith, is I'm having a difficult time with a guy playing as many and getting paid as much as he's getting paid, and for you to tell me that, because I know my body, you to tell me, "Yo, you're not going tonight because the science says this or the precautions is this." Listen, I can go, and if I can go, and you telling me that I can't go, you need to tell everybody why I can't go. It ain't because I ain't saying I could go, because I can go. You need to tell everybody else why I'm not going, because what it looks like these guys are sitting out, and everybody is telling them to sit out, and they have no say so in this whatsoever.
Yeah, we go until we can't. We go until we can't, man. And I hate it. Listen, even though I may not have been getting a lot of minutes, I hate it if I was really, you know, hurt enough that I couldn't go.
Right.
You know, because I knew I was going to make an impact when I got out there.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it was, come on, look, the night Shaq hit that 61, you know, on his birthday, that was one of the games that I missed because I was literally, you know, the back spasms were killing me while I was struggling to get up out of bed, you know, because we put ourselves through so much to be in tip-top shape, you know, and we didn't have all the shit that they have today. That's releasing pressure off certain, you know, joints and muscles. You know what I mean? Right. They train differently than we train. So it's but the analytics, man, those dudes, I don't know what they talk about. We'll damn near kill ourselves just to play.
Keith, I would say, missing that game, then back spasms, that was a blessing in disguise, brother.
Hey, look, I was on the sideline with my son, playing with my baby boy. You know what I mean? And just shaking my head, man, like, damn, because I've been dunked on by the big fella. Look, big fella put me on plenty posters, you know, but I also, you know, I also blocked plenty of them too.
Hell
you know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
And I was put on more posters than blocks. You know, gotta keep 100. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But you know, I was just looking, man, and I felt horrible because I felt like I could still go ahead and change some of that shit up just by even if they switch me to power forward and put somebody like Mo Taylor, who was hella strong on him, you know, to slow him down a bit, then I'll come over the top and get it. Because one-on-one, he winning that fade every single time. Right. You know what I mean? That damn near he's 99.9 clip. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep 100, man. you know. But it was a sad thing to see. Now,
Keith, I know we live in a different era, like you just talked about with load management. But I'm wondering why that is, where the technology is better today, yet guys are missing more games. But the technology wasn't as good back when you played, back when you were coming up. Yet guys played more.
And and the injuries. Look at Oladipo. How many times he blown out his knee? Look at D Rose. How many times he blown out his knee? Now they can say, "Oh, look how athletic the guys are." We had athletes too,
right?
But it wasn't happening. You know, it wasn't happening as much. You know, it happened, but not as much.
And would that be because
look, wait, hold on. Mm-hmm. Bernard King, throwback, score, right? Bernard King was a dog. Blew out his kneecap, right? Mm-hmm. Came back, took some time off, came back when he saw that he could jog and was still getting out there, getting after it. Why? Mm-hmm. Because he loved the game that much, hobbling around on one leg, giving dudes 30 and 40 points.
Right.
On one leg, killing himself. You see that dude today, boy, it's a struggle to move. Need replacements and all that.
But we hold up now. But for this generation, though, I got to defend some of this generation player. A couple of things. One, the whole like softness, toughness thing. Like we said, the whole softness, toughness thing is happening across all sports in today's era. If we talk basketball, football, especially hockey, you watch 90s hockey versus now. Right now, it's going to be less physical just because the money's up. Again, you said protect the investment, the money's going to be up. I don't think these guys are necessarily softer. They're just not put in situations where they're able to showcase their toughness. Now, if you see some of these guys in their youth levels, you see a little more toughness. If you see these guys who are still on the blacktop, I still drive by neighborhoods where kids are on the blacktop, people still catching elbows, people still throwing shoulders. So they're still raised up in that way. It's like once they get to a certain level, the money comes in and they're just like, all right, hold up. Now we got to change it up a little bit, right? So I think these guys are still tough, but because of the business situation, it's going to be that. And two, with the whole injury situation thing, we have to understand today's game, players are more explosive and it's a faster game. So I think them just running up and down the court more so, being more explosive, playing above the rim more too. It's injuries are going to happen more often. And when it comes to the wrestling thing, 100% agree. I think you should play all the games you can. Fans are paying for a ticket. 100% agree. That's 100%. But at the same time, missing a couple of games, we're able to see a LeBron James of 21 seasons. We're able to see Steph Curry at an elite level for 15 seasons, right? So a guy playing, let's say, 8 seasons, averaging 77 games a year, versus someone playing 16, and then he's averaging 68 games a year, or 71, a few less games. I might choose that 16-year career, being able to see for a long period of time, have the option to go to more games than the guy who did sacrifice his body, maybe in some senses, and only got to play 7-8. So I think there is, you can kind of look at it both ways, and there's pros and cons to both.
Yeah.
I also think too, Keith, you brought up playing whenever and wherever. I think that's largely due to that's all we had back then. Like there was no social media. There was no all this extracurricular activity. It was just the game. Not only was it just the game, Keith, your game told everything about you. Like you didn't have a lot of extracurricular stuff off the floor that was complementary to your game. My game was on the floor, and that's who I was. And if you wasn't playing, you soft. This dude can't do it. This dude isn't that good. Because not because you got a lot of extracurricular stuff. It was your game that spoke about you. And I think that's where the separator is today. For example, we talk about the All-Star game. I think a lot of these guys are afraid of being shown up more than anything. I remember the All-Star game being competitive. I remember it being competitive. I think a lot of these dudes are afraid of being shown up because a lot of the stuff that they have going off the floor might be in jeopardy, as opposed to your game telling the story about you.
Yeah, All-Star game is a joke now. They should just do away with it if they're gonna keep playing buddy ball. Come on, man. It
doesn't get good to the fourth quarter. It doesn't get good to the fourth quarter. I'll give you that. If it's close to the fourth quarter, they step up. But the first three, it's a little tiresome.
That All-Star game is trash. It's absolute trash.
It's garbage, Jalen, and you know it's garbage.
I will add to what you say though. Like before, like when you were playing, you got dunked on. We'll see it on TSN. It's cool. Now you get dunked on. It's gonna be on Twitter, YouTube. You're gonna have thousands of comments underneath. You're gonna people be adding you.
Jalen is basketball though.
I get it. 100%. I'm not defending it. I get it.
So you know I'm about to play in the weekend this weekend, right? I told my dad last night, I'm like, yo, I'm about to go get a workout in. Somebody got to get dunked on this weekend. He said, no, you're going to be the one that gets dunked on. I looked at him like, so? I don't care if I get dunked on. Just know, whatever you give me, I'm giving it back to you. Like, yo, it's basketball. Somebody got to get dunked on. Somebody got to get crossed. Somebody got to get on the block and given the dream shake. Somebody's going to get done on defense. It doesn't matter, but it's part of the game.
I don't even care about getting dunked on. That's 2 points. It's just 2 points.
Hey, if you get dunked
plus, you being a big man, Keith. Plus, you being a big man and a rim protector. That's part of the job. That's like being in the ring and boxing. You're gonna get punched in the face. That's part of that. That's part of being a boxer.
Ron, let Big Dog take my place on the show today. I got to roll.
All right, for sure.
All right, much love. Hey, Big Dog, hold me down, boss. Hold me down.
For sure. I got a couple minutes myself. I got maybe 20 minutes myself before I got to head over to practice. So let's do it.
All right. All right, Ticket. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and kind of get into it. We got some more super chats, and obviously, you guys see the title of the show, the perfect NBA team. What we're gonna do is we're gonna draft amongst everybody up here a squad that we think we could put together that in today's NBA will go 82-0. Obviously, you know it'll be a draft, and it'll be an all-time draft. So we'll be able to choose from players from the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. What's up,
Ron? I was trying to be prepared for this. You know what I'm saying? I messaged you yesterday, but you know how that goes. You know what I'm saying? Some people can't respond when you're trying to get your shit together. So we're building this team together, or were we supposed to come with our own fives?
Nah, separately.
Okay. So it's a draft, so I can't pick somebody that somebody else picked on my
team. Someone takes Jordan. Jordan's gone.
Got you. Okay, cool. See, Mars, I probably should have just messaged you, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, you've been around long enough. You should know the rules of the game.
Well, I would think sometimes we want to change it up a bit, you know.
Man, my sure was. I'm prepared for a draft.
Shit, I had a dentist appointment yesterday, man.
NJ Dre 1804 said respect Ticket. 3K is a mortgage in most places.
That's a fact.
That's real. That's very real.
Smooth Gamer said, God bless. Ron, I promise you, if you put me and Ticket up against Chilltown about Kobe, we can get that 10 spot. # Ticket new tag team partner.
Oh, Morris, he trying to move you out, bro. That's crazy.
I'm so disappointed.
Yo. Random Guy Speaks said, isn't IMG Academy kind of like those soccer academies in Europe? I'm not really knowledgeable about them besides the fact that they have top-level athletes who want to eventually go pro.
That's all they do there. They don't do nothing else.
It's a premier athletic facility for high school.
That's it. It's the best of the best that are there. And it's extremely expensive to go there.
They got one of those like for soccer down there in Florida, right?
That's it.
That's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's part of it.
Okay.
An affiliate or something.
Yep. That's part of it. They have a whole set. It's like when you see schools, like when you see a building. They got like a campus, IMG Academy, and it's specifically for that. That's all it's for. So
one of my brothers I played AAU with, he went down there. I didn't know that was IMG. That's dope.
Random Guy Speaks with another super chat said, it's about time I became a member. I've been slacking and I apologize. You good, Random Guy. He also said, y'all could do a whole show about how Stephen A. Smith be acting over the last few years.
First of all, Random, get on your job. Why it take you so long to become a member? What's been going on? You've been watching us for so long now. Come on, man, get on your job, yo. Get with us. That's number one. So
Akoma Mikey's burner said Ticket Captain. He did call out Aaron Rodgers, and if he uses this money to do a camp in Queens, then it's justified.
You don't got to use that money to do nothing but what you want to do that money with. It's justifiable regardless. You know what I'm saying? Like we are. This is America. It's a capitalist nation. You know what I'm saying? We're not obligated to do anything that we don't want to do. Also, with that being said, I do recommend men that y'all look out for each other, help each other. Help the less fortunate. That's always a plus. But Stephen A. is not obligated to do nothing as long as he's not doing nothing illegal.
Yang Twigs said, Stephen A. Smith is definitely a token. If you watch It Is What It Is, then you know what I mean.
Token after all this time, and Stephen A. been on TV for how long now?
Stephen A's been just put in work to get where he is.
Damn.
Let's not just discredit this man.
Damn,
Like
Token.
he put in work to get to where he is, so obviously gonna get a lot of hate now. But he grinded up from the mud too, in a sense. You know what I mean? Like he grinded up from nothing. So
Not in a sense, Jalen. Not in a sense, Jalen. I mean, he was a beat reporter, writing for a newspaper in the 90s. Early 90s, he was doing that. So it ain't like Stephen A. just showed up. He a figurehead now that ESPN's gonna put this dude out and make him be some sort of token. No, he worked his way to get up there. It's the reason why he's the highest paid guy on that. Now, don't get me wrong. We might not agree with everything Stephen A. says, but my grandmother told me when I was a kid, man, if we agree on everything, one of us shouldn't be here.
Facts.
Mr. Goodbar Carter said, "Ticket spin facts. Is Blake a Hall of Famer because if Dre bum ass is getting in, Blake needs to get in."
The Basketball Hall of Fame is a joke in general. He's going to get in because he has like 5-6 All-Star games and that. But the NBA needs their own Hall of Fame with higher standards. But everyone gets in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Everybody doesn't get in the Basketball Hall of Fame, Jalen. That is not true, yo.
With a few All-Star games.
Right. He ain't in the Hall of Fame. Keith Kloss ain't in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, yeah, but respect to
No, I don't know what you mean.
Hold on. Blake has 5 or 6 All-Star games? I don't think there's a single player with 5 or 6 All-Star games not in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, right.
DeMar DeRozan ain't gonna make it.
He's going to make it 20,000 points. Everybody who scores 20,000 points.
He's 100% getting into the Hall of Fame. Not to mention, we're talking over 5,000 players to play in the NBA over the 75-year history of the NBA. I think it's like 160, something like that. I think it's like 160. That's less than 90% of the guys getting in. So everybody doesn't get in.
When I say everyone gets in the Hall of Fame, the Basketball Hall of Fame is the easiest Hall of Fame to get into out of any sport. It's the easiest.
Then why aren't more guys in it? It's been around for 75 years, Jalen. Why aren't more guys in it? Why aren't 3,000? Like for example, in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, I think in the Pro Football Hall of Fame they got over 300 guys in it. Why aren't 400 guys in it? Because it's more guys. So why aren't more guys in the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame?
You got to look at the percentages. So football, 52 guys on a team, so it's a lot different. You're going to have more players. But if you look at it percentage-wise, basketball still puts in a higher percentage of players that are playing in the league than football, baseball, or hockey.
Right.
That's also because the Basketball Hall of Fame is not just your NBA career, right? It's your international career, your college career. They take it on today. It's not the NBA Hall of Fame. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Right.
I think the NBA needs its own Hall of Fame to fix that situation because there's some guys who just like JJ Redick might make the Hall of Fame.
No, he will not.
What Hall of Fame?
No, he will not. No,
at Duke, he's a legend. At Duke, he's a legend. I'm saying he might. I'm not saying he will. I'm saying he might. Duke, he's a legend.
Basketball, no, he will not. No, he will not. JJ Redick is not a Hall of Famer. No, he is not. He's a college basketball Hall of Famer. You can make that argument, sure. You can definitely make that argument, but in pro basketball,
doesn't the Basketball Hall of Fame use college career too?
Yes, you use your entire career, but you still got to be a good pro too. It ain't like you just like if you're a pro and you didn't go to high school, just like if you're a pro and you didn't go to college. So it's the same line. I mean, LeBron James didn't go to college. LeBron James played high school.
JJ Redick was a reach. JJ Redick was a reach.
Right. So when I
Hall of Fame?
Yes, he is. Vlade Divac is in the Hall of Fame.
Kind of a mediocre NBA guy or good NBA guy. Mediocre is a good NBA guy. International career. I think more over the top for him. So it's just
Vlade's mediocre, Jalen. He's not above
superstar. He was no
superstar. He's a Hall of Fame flopper.
I mean, mediocre. I see what's going on here.
He is.
It's cool. It's cool. Mars, I ain't mad at you, bro. I'm just gonna let it go.
P.S. And this is definitely a question I want to ask you as well, Keith. I definitely want you to chime in on this. He said, would 05 Pacers win the chip without suspensions?
Yes, I think that was team. Ron Artest was averaging 20-some that game, still giving them elite defense. Steven Jackson on that team. I know it's 10-game sample size, but we go with it. Jermaine O'Neal on that team. I mean, I think they're right there. Who made the finals for the East that season was the Pistons, right?
Detroit,
yeah. I think I wouldn't be shocked if they beat.
Manu Ginobili cooks whatever team comes out of the East that year. Who cares?
What do you think, Keith?
At the end of the day, man, you got to remember the cast on the opposing team, they're pros too, so it's not going to be a cakewalk. You know.
Spurs and 6.
I had the Pacers winning the NBA championship that year. If they didn't if that Malice in the Palace didn't happen. I had the Pacers winning the NBA championship that year. They had taken the Detroit Pistons to 7 games the year before in the Eastern Conference, 6 games, I'm sorry, in the Eastern Conference Championship, which was a dogfight. They come back the next year. The reason why that thing started was because of Ben Wallace and Ron Artest. What we completely forget out was they stomped Detroit that night. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about the fact that they smoked Detroit that night. Yeah, nobody talks about the fact that they smoked Detroit that night, and they looked like the best team in the Eastern Conference. They had gotten better. Artest was better. Steven Jacks was better. Jermaine O'Neal was better. I loved everything about that crew. I thought that they were going to win the NBA championship. I think that threw a monkey wrench in everything that they were doing when that whole thing jumped off.
Keith, you don't think they had action? Or you wouldn't, if you was a betting man, you wouldn't consider them?
I wouldn't have bet on them. Nah, I wouldn't have bet on them go. Because again, and I don't bet anyway. Because especially on sports, again, it could go either way. Everybody out there is a professional. Look, I played on one of the all-time worst NBA teams ever with the Clippers, and we won. We still managed to win 17 games. You know what I mean? So 17 out of 82. We took the Chicago Bulls to double overtime, almost had them before a few bonehead mistakes, tricked it off. And that was during the 6th championship run. You know what I mean? Anybody can get knocked down. Anybody at any given moment, man. All it takes is for the other team to be high.
Any given night.
Reggie Red said, I get what Mars is saying. The bigs in the NBA have been mid since the 90s. Are we ever going to see another Patrick Ewing, Olajuwon, Admiral, etc. again?
The NBA goes in eras. Like in 90s, we had a strong center era. 2000 was the best power forward era. And now 2010s, are we trying to think what era are we going to classify
that? The 2010s was just mid anyway. The 2010s was just mid.
You just think mid all around.
You think as an era as a whole, Mars, or are you talking the 2010s was mid from specific positions, or was it as a whole?
I mean, the early 2010s is probably the weakest talent pool in the NBA we've had in a while, because the 2000s guys were aging out, and then the 2010s superstars hadn't ascended yet. Steph Curry, Russell Westbrook, etc. So 2011 to 2014 is probably the weakest talent pool we'd had since the 70s, in my opinion. And then it got better later on, but that time where Chris Paul's like the 4th best player in the NBA, not great, in my opinion. But I don't know, maybe I'm hating.
Interesting.
The Tribe One said Zion is this era's Shaq. He's just got to stay healthy, or Giannis, but Giannis is not as it. Skill is here to stay. We won't devolve. Too much talent now.
No, he is not. Zion is not this era Shaq. Not close to this era Shaq.
Yeah.
Number one, he's not on the court not nearly as much as Shaq. Number two, he doesn't require the defense that Shaq required. I mean, they changed the rules for Shaq, yo. Shaq was out here breaking stanchions. Like they was charging Shaq. Yo, Shaq, listen, the next one of these you break, we need to hold 10,000, yo. You can't keep tearing our stuff down. So this dude is not this. Zion is not on the same level with Shaq. No, absolutely not.
Yang Twig said Ant been the same way since them Atlanta AAU days. He was talking about his confidence and just believing he's the best player in the world.
Ron, he just looked like when he stepped on the floor, he just looked like that type of dude that, yo, I'm nicer than a last one of y'all out here. It's not one of y'all dudes out here that can see me. Even if there are better players on the floor, he just exudes that kind of confidence. He gave me that Jimmy Butler vibe in terms of confidence more than anything.
Hey, so Chill, you think he's leading Team USA?
I do.
They need to play through him.
I think he's the future. I think he's the future of USA basketball. I do.
And that was, I guess that's another statement. I wasn't necessarily getting at that, but I'm happy you said that. We could talk more about that. But I'm talking about this year's FIBA roster right now, as currently. I gotta
take a look at what USA FIBA roster look like, because he might be the best player on that team.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna break it down to you.
Right.
So, they got at point guard, they got Tyrese Halliburton, and then they got Jalen Brunson. Like off guards, they got Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, Austin Reeves, and Ant, obviously. And then I guess you could say forwards or wings, whatever you would like to call it. They got Brandon Ingram, Cameron Johnson.
We getting packed up.
They got Paulo.
We getting packed fuck up.
Team Canada looking real dangerous against that roster. I'm telling you, man. SGA matching up with Anthony Edwards. I'm with it.
God,
I'm telling you,
Canada
Team Canada looking dangerous. I'm telling you.
Jalen, I sent y'all a list of about 10 teams that y'all don't want to play.
10 teams is crazy.
I mean, of that 10 teams, there's 6 of them that's like better, and the other ones y'all just don't want to play.
I think on paper we have the second best roster next to Team USA.
To answer your question, Ron, I think Ant's the best player on that team. I think he's the best player on that team. I know you got a balance.
Appreciate for tapping in.
Appreciate it, big fella. We appreciate talking to you 100%. No doubt about that. But to answer your question, Ron, yes, I think he's the best player on that team. I think he's the leader of that. He's not the leader because he's the best player. I think his confidence, everybody else, that's going to come with him. And they're going to recognize how good he is and get on board with him. And I think that's going to help Team USA. His game, watching him in practice and just looking at how everybody else like gravitated toward him, yeah, I think he's the best player on that team, and I think he's the future of USA basketball.
So you think he's going to have a better outing this summer than Mikal Bridges and Brandon Ingram?
Yeah, well, I don't take it a step further than that. Not just have a better outing this summer, I think it's going to lead into this season. Like I watched Charles Barkley on the Dream Team, what he did with Jordan, what he did with Scottie Pippen, what he did with Malone and David Robinson. What that did was that moved into the season where he won the league MVP that year, right? A lot of guys have had seasons where, a lot of guys have had summers where they've had great summers and then that led right into the season. And I think this is going to be a summer continuous. This is going to continue this summer. This is going to continue from now until the season, and I think he's going to have a breakout season this year.
Okay. Do any of you guys disagree with that? And is there any other players on this team that you guys feel that way about?
I think B.I. is the best player on the team.
Why you think that, Bob?
Why do I think B.I. is better?
Yeah.
I just think B.I. him being bigger. He can, get to those spots, elevate over the top of guys. I'm not saying it's a huge gap between him and, let me think, maybe like Tyrese Halliburton. I think Tyrese Halliburton is still going this way. Just like Ant, I think Ant's still getting better. But as of today, I would say that B.I. is probably better. Just overall game, just his ability to get to spots, pull up. I think it's a little easier for him to score than it is for Ant. One thing I will say is on the defensive end, I've always been high on Ant's ability to compete and his willingness to want to play defense. I like that. But I do think like for like international play, similar to how like Melo was, it was just more fit for him than it was for some of the other guys. I think B.I. might fall into that category.
Now, when I think about Brandon Ingram, I think we've seen the best version of him. I don't think that. I think we may have another season or two where he's better, but I think we've seen the best version of him. When I'm looking at Anthony Edwards, I'm looking at a guy who we haven't seen the best version of him, and he still is right there, right? And the fact that when he doesn't score the basketball, the fact that he can do other things and affect the game on the level that he affects the game, I don't really see that with Brandon Ingram. I feel like Brandon Ingram is one of those guys. He's pretty. I'm not going to say useless. Useless isn't the word that I want to use, but he isn't nearly effective if he's not scoring the basketball. Not nearly effective. So if I'm on record with this, Bob. I'm more apt to go with the more complete player than I am to go with a guy who's just buckets. Yeah. And I think that Brandon Ingram is primarily
on defense, though.
He ain't Anthony Edwards, though.
No, he's not Ant on defense. I would say that, but just being long, being able to get in the passing lanes, just keeping hands up on defense. He causes some commotion on the defensive end, but he's not like Anthony Edwards.
I think Halliburton might be the most important player on this team, just because as a facilitator and that point guard, when you have a team filled with guys who are number 1 or number 2 options on their own teams, you need a facilitator to understand, when to get this individual, when to get Anthony Edwards the ball, when to get Ingram the ball, when to get, a couple of these other guys the ball, Paulo Banchero, whoever the case may be. So I think Halliburton is definitely going to be the key guy. And kind of like how Jason Kidd was kind of a key guy during his time with Team USA, Halliburton, I think, played that role.
Yo, Jalen, I'm gonna take it a step further. The way Chill feels about Ant is the way I feel about Halliburton this summer. I think this is the summer where people start to actually see, like, okay, nah, this is one of them ones in the league when it comes to point guards, just guards in general, players in general. And I think this leads into him taking another step forward next year as well.
I hear that. I'm not mad at that at all.
It is going to be interesting to see him and Brunson together, not only to see who they start or who they bring off the bench, but also I would like to see them together though too. I think
they'll play together.
Playing together is going to be crazy. More super chats though. Derek Washington said, "Do you guys feel how hard it is to get into the Baseball Hall of Fame? That it's the most prestigious sports Hall of Fame. Do you guys think Basketball Hall of Fame needs to adopt their voting criteria?"
No,
not baseball.
I think baseball.
No. Baseball, they are super strict with it. They are super strict. I think basketball needs to find a middle ground. Maybe doesn't need to be as strict as baseball. Even though I think that does elevate the Hall of Fame much. But like when you're a baseball Hall of Famer, it really means something.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Jalen. No, it doesn't.
When something's more exclusive, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. When
No, it doesn't. So explain to the people, Jalen, why the best players that ever play aren't in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds ain't in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Pete Rose ain't in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
I personally believe Barry Bonds is,
Roger Clemens ain't in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's because the whole steroid issue. That's a separate issue. That's because the whole steroid.
Which, by the way, baseball promoted. Just so you know, they promoted that.
I'm with you there. I think Clemens and Bonds deserve to be there. I think baseball profited from that. They looked away from that situation, and the entire league, or most of the league, during the steroid era was on it. So I think those guys should be in it. But that discussion is a completely different discussion between, steroids and all that, whatever the case may be. But it definitely means more when you have a more exclusive group of guys being selected. Because in the NBA, again, so you have guys like, Michael Jordan's, the Hakeem Olajuwon's, Kareem. They're all in the Basketball Hall of Fame. And then you also have a guy like Vlade Divac. Again, respect to Vlade Divac. He ain't them. But in baseball, everyone in the Hall of Fame is of a certain caliber. Guys like Vlade Divac ain't getting in the Baseball Hall of Fame. A five-time All-Star with respectfully, shout out Tracy McGrady. I got love for Tracy McGrady. He ain't getting in the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's different standards. It's a more exclusive situation. So I think it definitely means more in baseball just because of basketball. Again, I just think too many guys get in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Way too many guys get in.
I mean, yeah, if DeMar DeRozan's gonna get in, then yeah,
he's gonna get it. 20,000 career points. That's usually a lock. Any player who gets 20,000 points, except Antoine, I think 2 or 3 other guys, usually a lock for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, DeMar DeRozan will be one of the other exceptions.
I just need a little more from DeMar. I think he got the ability. I just need a little more from DeMar. He's right there where it's just like
good basketball.
Yeah, bro. It's just kind of like, I mean, you know how I feel about it already. It's 48 minutes in the game, so somebody's got to score these points, So it's like, yeah, if we just go off of how many points you scored, okay, yeah, he should be in there. But his game, I don't know. It just ain't never quite, just ain't never quite came around to it. It's just, I don't, it's crazy.
Never
really. Yeah.
I got you.
He a baller, no doubt. Like, no, he'll give me 60 for sure. But like, damn.
I'm thinking
Yang Twigs. Oh, what's up, Chill?
I'm just thinking about and Mars is an advocate of DeMar DeRozan not being like that. And I'm just thinking about the guards, just guards in particular. How many guards have scored over 20,000 points in the NBA? And I mean, the fact that DeMar DeRozan is one of those guys, that's enough right there. Now, Mars, would I put DeMar DeRozan in the same sentence, or when I talk about DeMar DeRozan like I talk about Oscar Robertson? No. When I talk about DeMar DeRozan like I talk about Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant, I will not do that. However, I can't look past the fact that, I think he's been in the league 13 years, something like that, 14 years. I think he came in 08. So I think it was
same year as Steph. He came the same year as Steph.
He has more career
is that Is that 08 or 09?
09?
Okay, so he's been in the league 14 years. And in 14 years, I mean, he scored over 20,000 points. I mean, that's 20 a game on average for 14 years. Now, don't get me wrong. Now, the playoff success has not materialized like you would like it to. But when you're talking about the Basketball Hall of Fame and a guy being that good for that long, I mean, it has to be considered, unfortunately.
When you score 20-plus points a game over a decade, I think you're pretty much a lock for the Basketball Hall of Fame. He's had over 10 seasons of 20-plus points.
He's had 10 seasons, but
there you go.
So a decade, Mars, that's a big deal.
No, it's not over 10.
Okay, so let's just say for a decade, Mars, I'm 20 a night. How many dudes are doing that?
I don't know. DeMar's cool in the regular season.
Right.
I've never said DeMar's not good in the regular season. He's cool.
Now, with that being said, because basketball is the only sport that doesn't have a pro basketball Hall of Fame, pro football Hall of Fame, pro baseball Hall of Fame, pro hockey Hall of Fame. Pro basketball is the only one that does not have that. Should that be moved over, and should basketball adopt a specific pro basketball Hall of Fame?
Yes, I could say yes. The NBA needs its own Hall of Fame.
No, I think it's a bit.
Yeah, it'd be kind of awkward. Like, how do you shift everyone over? Some guys don't. It's definitely
why it's never too late.
No,
it really isn't.
Sometimes it's too late.
That would mean that you would have to take some people out, Mars. I mean, if we're going specifically on a pro basketball Hall of Fame, there's some guys that got to get taken out.
Is it a pro basketball Hall of Fame or the NBA Hall of Fame?
It should be the NBA
pro basketball.
So that means guys like Nikola Mirotic, who's doing his thing in the EuroLeague, could make the Hall of Fame, right?
That's what we have right now, though. It's a basketball Hall of Fame for the world, but we need an NBA Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's why I was out, because Chill's saying pro basketball, which just excludes college and everything else. Jalen's saying the NBA, which would exclude EuroLeague and
I want an NBA Hall of Fame.
I want a pro basketball Hall of Fame.
Because the pro baseball Hall of Fame,
you're a professional. Because I don't really, I'm not sure how you feel about this, Mars, but when you talk about the EuroLeague being the second best league in the country and second best league in the world, and you got a guy for 12 years that played in the EuroLeague, he's the all-time leading scorer in EuroLeague history. Like, that matters. It's the second best league in the world, and you got a guy in the EuroLeague who's, you know, the third all-time assist leader, and he scored over 15,000 points playing in the EuroLeague. I think you're a pro basketball Hall of Famer. I do believe that.
What if that EuroLeague player came to the NBA?
You say that one more time.
Does the EuroLeague have their own Hall of Fame?
I'm not aware of.
Yeah, let me Google if they.
But what if that EuroLeague all-time leading scorer came to the NBA for one season and averaged 7 points a game, shooting 25%? But we're going to
for one season.
Yeah, but we're going to put them in the same Hall of Fame as LeBron James because they did it in the second best league. Like,
because wait a minute. I'm not going to put him on the level of LeBron James, but what I am going to do is
they're in the same place.
Yes, they are. But what I'm going to do, Mars, I'm going to glorify his career as a pro basketball player. I'm not going to have 1 year where he didn't have a very good season, and then he went back over to the second best league in the world and dominated, and take that 1 year where he wasn't very good and just basically say, well, no, you shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame because the greatest player in NBA history is in the Hall of Fame, because you could very well have been just as good as this guy or just as good as that guy. I only played 1 season over here.
It was a very bad season in the best.
1 season, that's it?
Well, yeah, because he wasn't good enough to get a second season.
Well, maybe he was. He just didn't want to.
Those 7 points a game on 25%. I don't know if he was good enough. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, let's make sure. Let's make sure we clear, Mars. There are plenty of guys that play in the NBA can't play in the EuroLeague, and there's plenty of guys.
I agree.
It's very different. Can't play in the NBA.
I agree. It's very different with basketball.
Right.
One of them is considered the best league in the world, so one of them should hold more weight, in my opinion.
And it does. It absolutely does. That's why it's the best league in the world.
Teddy Hart sent a super chat. He said, y'all should make an NBA Hall of Fame list with the same level of exclusivity as the NFL and MLB. A lot of Bill Russell's teammates can go. The Tony Kukocs, Oscar Schmitz, etc. can go. The Hall of Fame should be similar in size as the top 75 list.
You want a super exclusive?
I'd have about 50 Hall of Famers.
If you
maybe
really
with
was
a baseline, like
and stuff like
that. I'd probably have around 50. Maybe if I really hash it out, I might end up with 56. But
would you have a floor baseline, like a floor baseline of anything with statistics or accolades? Because I know in golf they do, like, you have to win a minimum of, I think, 15 golf tournaments or 20 in your career and 1 or 2 majors. It's like a minimum baseline, and they go from there.
No, it would just be my pure feelings. just who I think is a Hall of Famer. So
This is good. All right.
yeah,
I
so
wondered if
George Mikan can make it because I mean I guess Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, Elgin Baylor, Jerry West. Then you got Kareem, Dr. J, Moses Malone, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, MJ, Bron, Hakeem, Tim Duncan, Kobe, Steph, Giannis, KD, Jokic.
You completely skipped the 60s, Mars. You completely skipped
the 60s was the first thing I said. Russell, Will, Elgin Baylor, Jerry West, Oscar Robertson. I said them like the first people.
So Bob Pettit he doesn't
after
exist.
that, chill.
Bob Pettit, yeah, sure. I mean, I apologize for missing the
What do
name.
you mean? Yeah, sure. He's 25 and 26.
I missed the name. What do you want me to do? I missed the name. Like, my bad.
Say it with some gumption. Say it with a smile on your face.
I forgot Bob Pettit. I apologize.
It's like the NBA 75. I think the NBA copped out when they didn't remove players from the original 50 when they made the NBA 75.
They were allowed to. It wasn't in the rules that you couldn't.
I just think they made it as a group decision. Okay, let's keep everyone in the original 50. When in reality, if you want the 75 best players in NBA history, you probably would take some.
Which is disingenuous because again, Mars and I have had this conversation. I will not be the guy. I'm saying this again, and I'm not going to hold you guys up too long. Magic Johnson has been out of the league 30 years. 20 years from now, he's going to be out of the league 50 years. I'm not going to be that guy who is still saying that's alive today. That's like Bob Pettit. I'm sorry. Bob Cousy is the best point guard in NBA history. You telling me in the 60 years since Bob Cousy been gone, you ain't never seen nobody better than him? That's what you're telling me? No way.
That's valid for Magic.
No, I'm not doing that.
I mean a 13-time All-Star, 6-time champion.
As good as he absolutely 100%. Mars, with all of that being said, there's no way.
You got one person that can stack up to Magic, and even then it's still like so I'm like
if you value accolades, Bob Cousy has a very strong case to at least.
Yes, he does, Mars. 100% he does. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit here and be 80 years old after 60 years he's been going, I ain't never seen nobody better than Bob Cousy. You telling me in 60 years you've been watching the game, you ain't never seen nobody better than him? In 60 years?
Yes, all the other people that are using their other hand, chill. Yes.
Hell no, I can't do that. I would be disingenuous if I did the same thing with Magic 20 years from now. If I'm still around and go 20, Magic's been out the league 50 years. I ain't never seen nobody better at the league guard spot than Magic 50 years later. Well, that's the same logic they're using with the NBA top 75 list. Essentially, what you're saying is that since this happened 25 years ago, you're saying that these same 50 dudes, nobody has come along and been better than them. And these same 50 dudes, nobody needs to be taken out and somebody else put in. We're just going to add 25 more guys. No, absolutely not.
In the same breath, chill, what ends up happening is when we do have these revisionist history conversations, right? And we actually evaluate it. Like what Mars said, the accolades are the accolades. However, the accolades don't provide enough context because the competition, you can't compare someone's accolades. Mars, you have to error tax these things. You have to, because the competition, the rules, the circumstances, you can't equate someone's MVP when you have less talent that you're going against. It's not the same MVP. It's not like you're going through different like levels. You're going through different like ups and downs. You can't.
Who are you to determine which era is less talented? Like, who gave you the right to say that Bob Cousy 1957 MVP is the less talented MVP? No, you don't get the right to say that.
So Mars, you're about to put. I mean, you already projected Amen Thompson as to be Magic Johnson with athleticism. So in about 5 years, you're gonna have him over Magic Johnson.
We'll see.
Okay, all right. We'll revisit this 5 years from now, Mars. We'll revisit.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll come back in 2028 if I'm still around. We'll see.
All right, fellas, moving along. Reggie Red said, I keep hearing this is the most skilled / athletic NBA in history. We should be able to run dream team type numbers in FIBA.
I just think the whole world is catching up, though. Like when 1992, which everyone will say is the greatest team of all time because of how they dominated their opponents, the world wasn't as caught up in basketball. There weren't as many people playing basketball around the world. While now, NBA being the most international it's ever been, people around the world just started playing. They, in a sense, caught up. So, I mean, that's why they're not dominating as much as the old guys, because the world just got better.
So we have to tax the 90s too, because they didn't have the international comp. Right.
I mean, that's you can factor that in. You can factor that in.
Well, they did have the international comp. It just wasn't as deep as it is today. I mean, they did have.
Shout out Tony Kukoc.
Yeah, they did have.
Drazen Petrovic, Arvydas Sabonis. One of them died, and one of them came at 36. Like, I'm sorry, the comp just ain't there. I guess.
Well, he wasn't 36 when he showed up, Mars. He was a little. He was older. He was younger than 30. He was younger than 36. That's number one. But guys like that,
he had like 39-year-old knees. So I mean,
well, yeah, he wasn't Sabonis what he was when he was in the Olympics.
My bad, Joe. My bad.
Number two, guys like Detlef Schrempf, guys like Sarunas Marciulionis, right? Guys like Tony Kukoc. I mean, there were Euros in the game during that time that were pretty good. It wasn't the influx that it is now, but they were in the game.
Yeah, not good enough. It was a trash era of yours.
That's nasty. That's nasty, Mars. That's nasty.
We in the golden era of Euros right now.
Yeah, we got Jokic, Giannis. I mean, not just Euros, just overseas players.
Yeah,
back then, you got what? 4 people like Detlef Schrempf, you mentioned.
Well, hey, let me. I know
it's Bogdanovic. I'm sorry, Detlef Schrempf, Bogdanovic, same person. I'm sorry, and we ain't bringing up him. So, not moving.
I know. We're not bringing up who. Detlef
Schrempf and Bogdanovic are the same player. Mars, are you? No. Roller.
I will say. Let me say this out, Mars. Now I know.
Let's look at what Detlef Schrempf is averaging. Let's see.
We don't need to look up what he was averaging.
You can't do that, Mars.
Oh, wow. 19 points a game. Last I checked, Bogdanovic averaging 20.
Just so you know, Mars, and Mars, just so you know, Mars, the 19 that he was averaging, just so you know, Detlef was a rotation guy. He didn't start.
Yeah, he wasn't even good enough to start.
And he was winning 6th man of the year, just so you know.
No good
enough. And coming off the bench, getting 17, 18 a game. That's what he was doing.
Not cutting it. Bogdanovic clears.
So wait, what era of Euros are we comparing to now? Are we talking about early thousands, or are we talking about 90s and like late 80s?
Well, I was talking about the 90s and 80s and having to tax them for not having them. The 90s when they started,
just like PS said in the chat though, Yugoslavia was holding it down when it was still like Yugoslavia. That was a hotbed of basketball. That was coming out of there, really putting on. And then even in the early thousands, like I know, obviously, I know Manu's not a Euro. I know he's
but we'll just say overseas players. Yeah,
right. So overseas players. That was the early thousands had some good players too. Dirk Manu,
the 2000s.
Dirk Manu and Tim Duncan alone being international. Dirk Manu.
I be forgetting Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan played for Team USA. He doesn't.
So did Olajuwon. Mars, don't give me that.
Yeah, nonsense. They don't count. I'm not. You can't play for Team USA and then be considered an international player.
Olajuwon from the motherland, Mars.
Right.
Good for him, and he chose to play for Team USA, so he lost the right to be considered international.
No. Never mind. I see what's going on here. I would not.
He lost the right. He didn't have to play for Team USA. He chose to. No, you don't get it. He ducked, but he wants to go win gold medals and play for Team USA. No.
No way.
I'm not letting that.
You guys speak though, Jalen. You got this. My thing, though, Jalen.
You don't get to pick against your home nation and then still be considered the best international player of all time. No.
Well, check it out. This my thing, though, Jalen.
Guess what? He's a USA player. That's what he
Jalen, for you. So when you say he ducked the grind, I get the joke. I get it. At least I look at, I understand it. But for me, it's kind of like he did play some college ball here too. And a lot of people, when they become a U.S. citizen, when they become a part of America, it's like an honor. They're like, I would love to represent, and I would love to, actually play for a gold, So I don't look at it that way, but. He's definitely not. We're not gonna put him on the American list. He's international.
What country was he born at? What country was he born at?
He's from the motherland. He was born over there.
He's from Nigeria.
Good for him. He didn't choose to play for him. He doesn't know. You don't get to say you're Nigerian and then choose to play for Team USA. No.
But Mars there was also.
That's what it sounds like Mars is doing. He making.
How can I say you're from Nigeria if the country you chose to represent is not Nigeria?
Yeah, but Mars.
This came from a super chat.
No. I'm sorry, he ain't about to get the international player label.
Still got it around,
but he chose to play for the USA national team. No, that's not.
Who is he gonna play for, Mars?
Nigeria.
They didn't have a team, Mars.
Thank you,
Better
Chill.
go and make one. Better go recruit 4 players and play for Nigeria.
No,
We
Mars.
see what Mars is doing.
Developed yet. That was.
Hey,
I mean,
hey,
a lot of
Nigeria,
the guys that kind
international. No,
Nigeria
was calling himself American when he was playing for Team USA.
Nigeria was on that list of teams I sent through too. That y'all better watch out for.
Yeah,
Nigeria was on that list of teams because they on the way.
Right, international player.
Why? Because Hakeem finally about to suit up.
Yo,
Hakeem finally putting off.
You're too sharp for this. I'm with you. Mars is too sharp, and he knows.
You're troll. Mars is trolling right
now.
No,
I'm not a troll because the same thing happens in football. The same thing happens in football. People will try and play for England. They find out they're not good enough. All of a sudden, they're Jamaican.
That's so true. Okay, that's so true.
Don't try to claim Jamaica now.
Mars, that is not the same thing.
No,
that's not the same.
Hakeem is playing for Team USA. He's American. He's American. I don't know what to say. He's American. He ain't Nigerian.
He is American, but he came from Nigeria.
That's good for him. He's not an international player. I don't know what I'm saying. Same way Tim Duncan's not an international player. Karl Anthony Towns is not an international player. None of them.
Who said Karl Anthony Towns was an international player?
Ask him. He might try to claim Dominican Republic. No.
Karl Anthony Towns is from America.
I think he does want to play for DR, if I'm not mistaken. I think he does.
No, he's not. No, he's not. The same way Paolo Banchero is not Italian. He's playing for Team USA. He's a Team USA player. He's not an international player. Hakeem played for Team USA. He's not an international player. Are we calling Kobe? Are we calling Kobe an international player? Are we calling Kobe an international player?
It's different when you're born here, raised here.
Are we calling Kobe an international player?
Went to school here.
Are we calling Kobe?
We don't got to engage with this trolling any longer.
Yeah,
I guess Kobe's Italian. I guess Kobe's Italian.
He's not Italian. He's not Italian.
Oh no, Kobe's Italian. He's an international player.
All right, Mars, you got it.
I got more respect.
Go ahead, Ron.
Fellas,
let's get it.
We are gonna go ahead and get into this draft right now.
Come on, chat. Hold me down with the order, chat.
Can I draft the coach first if I want to?
If you want to, yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you be able to do that?
No, because it says 1, 2, 3. I didn't know if you had to.
No. Get Coach Bud. Let's go, chat. We need an order. Go ahead and send that through.
Chat,
Steve Nash didn't play for Africa.
I'm taking first overall, man. Give me that first.
Steve Nash an African player. I'd call him Canadian.
All right, here we go. James B. James B said, Bob, chill. Mars, Jalen, context.
Is it a snake?
You don't want to.
You hating, Jays?
Is it a snake draft? Is it a snake?
Yes, a snake.
Oh, all right. So then we call that.
We haven't done anything. We haven't done anything snake the whole off season.
I did it.
I just have to ask.
Mars is right.
A closed mouth don't get fed. I ain't mad at you, Mars.
All right, let's get into it.
I would draft it.
Mars, quick question. Where do you think Giannis is going to play then? I mean, where would you have Giannis play? Internationally.
For Greece. If he tries to claim Nigeria, no, he chose Greece, so he plays for Greece. He's a Greek player. It's the same thing.
I didn't even think about Giannis. Now, if Giannis go play for Nigeria, then y'all definitely fuck Jalen.
So if Joel Embiid chose to play for France instead of Cameroon, you guys would still call him Cameroonian or French?
That's what basketball team you play for don't got nothing to do with if I think what nationality.
He's still from Cameroon.
If you can get dual citizenships and all that type of stuff to play on the team that's favorable to you for the FIFA.
Yeah, you consider him an African player, but he won't consider himself an African player.
Yo, Mars. Okay, all right.
Bro. Come on, bro. Let's do this, bro. I see what's going on.
All right, Isis, on you first. Now, keep in mind what we're trying to do. The purpose of this is to draft a team of players that will go undefeated in today's game. Not the best team ever, a team that you think in today's era of basketball will beat every team that's constructed in the NBA right now. So on you first, Ox.
Okay, so do I have to say the player and then specify what position they're playing? Or can I just name
No, you're constructing a team. If you want to get 4 shooting guards in a stretch big, that's on you.
Okay.
Keep in mind, it's tailored to today's game. Who you think can be successful in today's game?
Okay, give me Steph Curry.
That first overall is a move.
Chill, you are next.
Magic.
2 point guards taken right from the beginning. All right. Mars.
Jokic.
I'm mad at that. Jalen.
Y'all give me the 4th pick and let me take the greatest basketball player of all time.
Oh my
Give
God.
me LeBron James. That's my point guard. It's over with. It's over with already. What? Oh my God.
Snake is despicable. This is not cool. Snake is despicable.
Oh my God.
You gave him the 5th best player of all time, so we got to give it to him. Go ahead, Context.
I'm gonna go with Chill's cousin. I'm gonna go give me Shaq.
Okay, Context is back on you.
And then from there, I will go with MJ.
Oh my God. If he didn't let pick MJ, I would have been, we would have been living.
For context, you guys really let Context come and clean up like this?
Easy. It's light cheese. This is light cheese, bro.
They don't like cheese. They don't like cheese. You know why? So I'm going to get the one guy that can still hold his own against Michael Jordan. It's my pick, right?
Yeah.
I know you're not saying LeBron.
Give me my main man, Hakeem Olajuwon, holding down my 5.
Shaq still giving him 30. I'm not gonna hold you. So.
I keep giving him a nice 30 piece too.
That's cool. That's cool.
Mars is back on you. You got Jokic. Who are you pairing with? Kobe.
I was thinking Kobe.
Chill
I
down.
knew you weren't going to take Kobe. You're a LeBron guy.
I was thinking about it.
Chill.
I'm thinking. I need a shooter.
I mean,
in today's game,
Kareem is right there. I mean,
Will Chamberlain?
Nah, nothing.
George Mikan.
I'm gonna take Jabal.
I was thinking I knew he was gonna take Kareem.
I'm gonna go with Jabal.
All right, Ox, it's back on you. You got Steph.
Let me see the list.
Yeah, you might as well go ahead and take them. You know who to take. You might as well go ahead and take them 2 guys and assemble the best record of all time.
That's crazy, right?
And then you could get the coach too.
All right, let me do this. Hakeem is gone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, give me Tim Duncan and Kevin Durant.
I like that.
I forgot about Kevin Durant's existence.
Damn, Mars, like he just don't exist.
Yeah,
what the hell?
That's crazy.
I just forgot. I was like, oh, KD, damn, yeah, okay. Just forgot about it.
All right, yo, it's back on you. Chill. You got Magic and Kareem.
I got Magic and Kareem. Let's see. He already took KD, so that threw a monkey wrench in what I was doing. I'm going with Bird.
I'm taking Giannis.
Mars said Giannis. Okay.
Well, I like what you're doing over there, Mars.
I'm taking.
I'm doing over here too.
Give me some shooting too. Give me the 2nd greatest shooter of all time. We talking about fit. Give me Ray Allen.
Nice.
Look at that fit. LeBron kick 3. Give it to Hakeem.
Oh yeah, Ray Allen is there to save his legacy again. I guess.
Talk about it. Yeah, he gonna hit big 3s again.
That's a good pick.
Context. You got Shaq and Jordan. Where do you build from here?
All right. So I see that a lot of people got some offensive guys. So I'm gonna have to take the greatest defender of all time. Give me Scottie Pippen.
Nice.
I'm not mad at that. I like it.
I'm a GM, Chill. I'm a GM. Trust.
Context. It's back on you. So keep GM.
Oh, back on me. Right.
You got Shaq, Jordan, and Pippen.
Yes, and then from there, I need a floor spacer. So I would say you can give
right
me.
There. He's right there, Context.
You know what? Matter of fact, I'll make it easier for myself. Give me KG. Give me
Oh,
KD.
I was gonna take him too.
Tex.
I was gonna take
Y'all
him
sick.
too.
Y'all sick.
It's okay though. It's okay.
Ron, it's easy. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, Ron. I got it.
There's no way you would do this. There's no way you would do that to me.
Let me add some defense. Let me add some 3-point shooting too, mid range. Give me Kawhi Leonard in the spot.
Nice. Leonard.
Pip is clamping all that dumb shit up. I'm not gonna hold you.
So Ron, we're picking a starting 5 plus 3 bench players in the coach, or what are we doing?
Yeah. 8 players, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a starting 5. I mean, you can construct the 5 how you want to, but it's 8 players and a coach.
8 players and a coach. Okay, cool.
What you want to do?
Well, I wanted Kawhi, but
he's cursing Jalen out right now.
I mean, no, you gotta go 82-0, and Kawhi's gonna play that 6 games. So I mean,
right.
Yeah, low-key. Jokic, Kobe, Giannis. I'm not gonna lie, everyone else is just trash now. Klay Thompson.
That's what I was going to take.
Yeah,
it's a good pick. Great shooter.
That's what I was going to take. But that's cool because Magic speeding up the game, Bird stretching the floor, Jabbar cleaning glass, and Malone's going to clean glass with him.
Which one?
He's going to run the floor, and he's going to knock down the 15-footer and the 18-footer.
Chill got the real OG team. He got the real OG.
Chill lost. That's fine.
He'll grab Karl Malone.
Yeah, Chill's playing with 3 people right now. Karl Malone's in prison.
In today's NBA,
he's in prison. He ain't even making it to floor. So
just so you know, Mars, just so you know, when that whole thing came out, he was still in the league. And it wasn't like he was in the year he retired. He was still in the league when that was going on, when it came out. And nobody said nothing about it.
In today's game, he ain't making it to the NBA.
Oh, absolutely. He would get ran out. 100%.
Yeah, so you lost. I like you lost.
Yeah, he would definitely get ran out if that happened today, which is kind of ironic because it was in like 2000 when it came out, and he played 3 more years in the NBA when it came out.
But that's another story for another day. I'm not gonna hold.
Yeah,
I got back-to-back picks, Ron.
Yeah, you got enough space for Sabonis and Fox.
Hey, y'all think I won't do that?
No, we know you will.
I won't do that. I'm trying to win. I'm gonna take Dirk.
I mean, as of right now, you easily got the best shooting team.
Okay, buddy.
God damn. I don't think I got to take him right now. I think he'll fall to me. Damn, boy. This one hard. Can I take that? Can I take that back, Ron? Or is it too late? It's
too late, man. It's too late.
Man. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I still want Dirk there. I might have went a little bigger, but let me go Dirk and Penny.
Nice.
Damn, Jamal Murray is so much better, man.
That's nasty, boss.
All right, Chill, it's back on you.
So I got Magic at the 1. I got a Hole at the 2. I got Bird at the 3. I got Malone at the 4, and I got Jabbar at the 5. So I'm going to take Drex at the 2. I love Dwayne Wade, by the way. I think Drex shoot it a little bit better than him, though. Just a little bit.
I don't have to pick my starting 5 with my first 5 picks, right? I could say, okay.
Yeah.
There go Mars throwing wrinkles in the shit. Here we go.
No, because I'm not gonna lie, the point guards are just mediocre at this point. I could just say
finish out the rest of the team. I'm with you.
Penny running circles around y'all, man.
I'm putting Pippen on him, and it's clamped up. You heard?
LeBron.
Let me get. I'll get Dwayne Wade. I'll take Dwayne Wade.
That's a nice pick.
Mars got Wade. Jalen, it's on you.
So now at the 4, I mean, give me Anthony Davis. Hakeem Anthony Davis. Oh my God, it's over.
He took
It's
over
over with.
I thought AD.
He definitely took
AD
on that
was
one.
It's over with. Look at that defense. Oh my God.
I thought AD was falling, man. That's tough. Drink more water. I'm taking my point guard with my 9th and 10th pick, or however many picks I have.
Yo, context. It's on you. Make one pick, and then I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna read everybody's first 5, and then you can make your second one.
Copy. Let me get James Harden as my point guard.
Oh, you lost. Okay, you lost.
Ooh.
Actually, I did it. Are you crazy? James.
I actually liked your team before that.
With
all right,
no, all right. Y'all bugging out.
I'm saying I liked your team.
Go ahead.
Pippen running your point guard? Oh, James Harden's running your point guard.
James Harden running my point guard.
I got you.
All right, so that's just how we rock it right now. So far, Bob's team is Steph, Penny, KD, Dirk, Tim Duncan.
Steph's at the 2, by the way.
Oh, okay. Chill's team is Magic, Clyde Drexler, Larry Bird, Karl Malone, Hakeem. Mars has, I guess, Jokic at point guard, Wade, Clay, Kobe, and Giannis.
They're not positioned yet. They're just 5 people.
Positionless basketball. I got you. I mean, you see the era we playing in, so they're just rocking. Jalen has LeBron, Hakeem, Ray, Kawhi, Anthony Davis. Context has James Harden, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Kevin Garnett, and Shaq. Who do you guys think has the best team outside of your team?
Jalen.
Outside of my team, can you put up the list again? Outside of my team, I'm gonna go with. I would have picked Context, but the Harden pick threw me off. It's probably Mars.
Hating.
The Harden, yeah. I'm going with Mars in that one.
Damn.
Yo, if you got go ahead. I'm not gonna.
It's your pick.
Your pick.
No. Outside of your team, I want to hear from everybody outside of your team.
Oh, I think the second best team I'm gonna probably say is Jalen. Yeah, I'll probably say it's Jalen.
Yeah,
I like Bob's team though. Like from like theoretically, I like Bob's team though.
Bob, chill.
I don't know if Chill's team could keep up with us though. I'm not gonna hold y'all.
Chill has 4 players.
Yeah, go ahead, Chill.
So again, I want to make sure I'm clear. We talking about these dudes at their best. Magic is the best transition point guard in NBA history.
I'm with you.
Not if LeBron's running the one.
The leader of the Showtime Lakers, Clyde Drexler. There's a reason why they call him Clyde the Glide. One of the best transition players running with Magic. Oh my goodness. Bird stretching the defense, shooting the long ball. Jabbar cleaning glass, speeding up the game, running the floor like he does. Man, please. Him having to deal, Lajuan having to deal with Jabbar, Giannis having to deal with Malone. Good luck.
I like your team, Chill. I like everybody's teams except for Jalen.
You're gonna hate the best one. It's all good.
No, my bad, not Jalen. I meant to say Context. Context.
What the? Nah, yo,
I'm hate. And not Context. I'm hate.
Even Scottie Pippen can't James Harden pick.
Context.
Yeah.
I'm hating because you
That's
got
hating,
Pippen,
that's
you got
hating.
Pippen, you got Pippen and
Oh,
Garnett.
that's cool. That's
And
cool.
then you grab James Harden, threw
Okay.
everything
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
Like you had a beautiful team until you did that.
That's
James Harden
hating.
shit.
I'm not mad at James Harden on context team. Depending on the coach he picks up, it could be like, yo, James,
Come on, yo,
stay,
listen.
stay over there and catch and shoot.
That's it.
I mean, really though. I mean, come on,
Ain't
y'all.
no way
look
you
at-
pick
y'all-
James
y'all-
Harden for catching sheets. Like, let's be
Y'all
real.
He could do it. He did it. He did it in Philly.
On this team,
You
he the
ain't-
fourth, fifth best player. So yeah, you're catching and shooting.
That's
We're talking about today's NBA, y'all. Look at my squad.
That's my
Come
John
on.
Stockton right there. You heard? That's my
Today's-
John Stockton right
this
there.
is-
Why you not just
Ox,
take John
chill.
Stockton?
Oxen,
No
chill.
way,
I asked you guys,
boss.
who's the second best team outside of your team?
Oh, well, my team. Okay, so you say second best team because in today's NBA, my team's scoring like 150 points. But
And giving
Not
up
against Hakeem and
152.
AD.
we'll see. Hold on, Mars. I got 3 more picks. You'll see. But I would have to say Chilltown, Jalen. Damn. I think Chill probably got the second best team.
So I hate
like a far second though. Like he's not even like he couldn't reach out and touch me. You know, it's like I'm blasting y'all right now.
So Mars's team with Joker being the distributor and him and Giannis rebounding, I do like that. I don't love Kobe, Wade, and Clay. I'm not liking that because we're gonna have to get off the basketball at some point. It's only one ball out there, and we got to get all of these dudes involved. And
Clay doesn't even hold the balls.
I don't love that, but I do like the fact that they're going to rebound. Now the question is, are you going to be able to stop people? That's the $1 million question. Because Giannis and Bryant are your defenders. All right, I can give Wade is a defender.
Clay and Dwayne Wade.
Wade
The
is
whole
a
team
defender
plays
too.
defense except one guy.
Wade is a defender too. But when I think about when I think about your crew getting quality stops, I'm a little nervous about that.
Oh, but Magic Bird and Drexler just cutting the defensive.
Oh, absolutely. Just so you know, Mars, Drexler's the only dude that retired in the top 10 all time in NBA in steals and never made the All-League defensive team, not one time. Never.
Good enough defensively.
That's not true. That is not true.
I guess Klay Thompson and Dwayne Wade is not good enough, but Drexler and Larry Bird and Magic Johnson good enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's just haters, but it's fine.
All right, fellas.
Yeah.
Let's get back to it. Context is back on you.
All right. How many bench guys we got? We got 3 more, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
And the coach too, if you guys want to pull the trigger on a coach.
Copy. Let me get one more rebounder. I'm gonna have to go with Chamberlain. Give me one more rebounder.
Yeah, you lost. This one.
Mm-hmm.
I need somebody to grab boards.
Yeah, and you took someone who played 60 years ago. Good for you.
He's gonna grab boards.
Rebounding has not changed, Mars, in 60 years. Basketball.
He's still 7 foot.
They were shooting 35% back then. Rebounding has changed.
Who was shooting 35%?
The league.
And Chamberlain, and again, Chamberlain was still averaging 20 boards.
Yeah, because everyone was missing.
Right. And okay, what's the league average today, Mars?
Like 46%.
Which means it's not 100%, which means shot gets missed.
They're
Which
still
means we got to
missing
rebound the
balls.
basketball.
They're not.
So the 20 rebounds. So let's look. 130 possessions a game back then, so about 100 now. He was playing every possession back then. He probably play around 40 minutes now. So 8 minutes of possession, that's probably another 11 possessions gone. So let's say he's playing 90 possessions a game. He was playing 130, getting 20 rebounds a game, and people were shooting 40%. Now they're shooting 46%, and he's playing 30 less possessions. Those 20 rebounds go down to about 11. You're telling me you can't just get Domantas
11? No.
Now listen to what. Hold on, context.
down
Let's
to
just say
11.
for the sake of argument that's true. How many 11 board a game guys you got in the rotation? He ain't a starter, by the way. He coming off the bench to get
Domantas Sabonis exists.
Absolutely not.
You're crazy.
He's averaging 12.
No way.
And he's playing way.
He's not getting 12 rebounds over Wilton.
Chamberlain is not playing 40 minutes.
I never said he's getting 12 rebounds.
Yeah, I got him off the bench. He's my bench rebounder, Mars. Come on.
Yeah, Chamberlain is not playing 40 minutes.
If you wanted a bench rebounder, you should have got Dennis Rodman.
No.
Since we on that subject,
or Moses Malone.
Since we on that subject,
I wish I would stop.
Up.
I wish I would stop saying people names when we, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, Jalen, it's on you.
20 rebounds.
Yeah, for my pick, defense solidify. You got Davis, you got Hakeem, Kawhi, LeBron peak. I'm gonna give me a little more shooting, give LeBron a break from point guard when he needs to. Give me one of the all-time greatest shooters, playmakers, passer. Give me Steve Nash coming off my bench.
Let's see what you're doing here.
I like that. I do like that.
See what you're doing here. You're after one of your fellow countrymen.
I like that.
All right. Next, it's on you, Mars.
I got 3 picks left, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got 1 pick right now.
Yeah, I know. Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd?
Yep. I guess my defense still suspect as well.
Oh, yeah. All right, Mars. You got J Kidd. Chill, it's on you.
It's on me right now. All right. So I already got my 5, right? So what do I need off the bench instantly? I need more buckets off the bench. So I'm gonna go with Jason Tatum.
Okay. Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Chill, you're high on this guy, huh? You are JT.
I love me some. I do. I dig me some Jason Tatum. Yes, I do.
Bob, you have 2 picks back to back for your 6th and 7th players, or coach.
Okay. I got pretty much everything I need in the starting lineup. I need some defense off the bench. I need some wing defense. I need some defense at the point guard position as well. So at my backup point guard, I'm gonna go ahead and grab Gary Payton. Have somebody. Nah. I wanted to have somebody to guard the ball 94 feet. I also need some wing defense. Also somebody that can stretch out the floor because as you see, we're shooting over here. And since this duo actually won the best defender contest that we did a while ago, I'm gonna go ahead and take Shane Battier. Come off the bench and play some wing defense and stretch out the floor.
You can't just put Shane. Like, come on, he ain't on a first name.
Shane V is crazy.
Shane Battier ain't on a first name basis. He's not.
First name basis. That's crazy.
You can do that for
Put some respect on Battier's name, man.
You ain't doing that for Shane Battier.
All right, it's back on you, Chill.
I do need some more dirty work, guys. So I'm going to take Dennis Rodman.
Dirty work, the best rebounder taken so far. I'm taking Reggie Miller.
Oh, get some shooting. There we go.
It's on me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, with me, I'm going to take a guy who can kind of do it all on the floor, doesn't need the ball, play defense at the open shot, pass, do it all. Give me Sean Marion, especially in today's era.
Sean Marion.
Give me Sean Marion.
Sean Marion?
Give me Sean Marion as a wing. Yeah.
You're out of here.
No, you're talking about a guy who can do it all.
I was expecting to AK-47.
Yeah, I think AK down, but Sean Marion was that dude too. You guard multiple positions.
I like the Matrix, but
all of that. Sean Marion, I'm telling you, off the bench.
We're finna catch a kid. Yeah, this is a body. This is a body, fellas.
Hey, Sean Marion is a guy that you plug in between like LeBron and AD or LeBron and Hakeem. I'm not mad at that. Or even Kawhi and AD. Like that's.
I'm telling you, you want
I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I'm just saying there's better options. I hear y'all though. I hear y'all.
Keep in mind context. We're talking about today's game.
I agree. No. I'm with y'all. Listen, I'm not hating on Sean Marion. I actually love the Matrix. Like I'm a fan of it. So.
Yeah. You sound like you're
context. It's on you. You have 2 picks.
All righty. I do need some more shooting for sure. So I'm gonna go with Steph before Steph. Give me Mahmoud Abdul Rauf.
Nice.
I like that. I like that.
You're just trying to be different, but I guess
that's how you spell it.
He was Steph before Steph, Mars.
It's MAHMOUD, I believe.
Yeah, yeah, Ron.
There's a H before the second.
Mahmoud Abdul Rauf.
And who else you got?
Ron, you could put Chris Jackson. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. Let's do
You
it.
could put Chris Jackson.
Look, I wasn't even going to.
No, that's not his. No, you cannot put Chris Jackson.
All right, don't disrespect him.
MAHMOUD.
There you go.
It's MAH.
Yes.
Yes, MAHMOUD. Mahmoud.
There you go. Could have just took Damian Lillard, but I guess take one. Okay.
I was thinking that was actually the debate for that, but I just wanted to give a shout out to
you just wanted to be different, and I respect it. You just wanted to give a shout out.
No. Actually, I love his game.
Yeah, you wanted to give a shout out to a player who doesn't get mentioned.
I'm a big fan too.
Yeah, but can't spell his name. But crazy.
It's back on you though.
Yo, Mars is hating.
Definitely.
It's on me.
It's on you. It's on you, Contact.
Yeah, my fault, fellas, my fault. I'm gonna go with the coach real quick. Give me Phil Jackson.
Coach.
First coach taken off the board.
We got picked coach too. Oh shoot, in that case.
Phil Jackson ain't working with my moods. I'm just telling you that now.
That is not.
Yeah, but he's rocking with Jordan. And he's rocking with Shaq. So
and
figure
Pippen.
that out.
He ain't working with my moods.
All right, it's on you, Jalen.
I'm gonna take a coach too. Give me the greatest coach of all time with the pieces I have on my team. Give me Greg Popovich. LeBron, Greg Popovich, mastermind. And oh my God.
Mars.
Give me Bill Russell as my coach.
I love it.
Submit submit as a player too.
He's my ninth player. That's called intelligence.
That's fire. That's fire.
He's my ninth player.
Yes.
Very good. I got 9 players on my team.
That's not cheating. I don't know what it is, fellas.
How's that cheating? He was a player coach.
No, you're right. You fair cheating.
Exactly.
Chill. It's on you, and I got 2 picks.
Well, Magic can't play the whole game. He's gonna have to come out the game at some point. Somebody got to play behind him. And we're talking about today's game where guys stretch the defense and can pass. So I'm gonna take Mark Price.
Okay,
nice. Magic in today's game is going to be in some Zion trouble, but I guess.
All right, Ox, you back to back.
Okay. Thinking right now, I need to bring a little bit more. Can I see the list real quick, Ron? I just want to make sure I know who I'm matching up against because that's gonna. I need to bring just another level of toughness to my team as well. That's gonna matter here. And so with I'm gonna bring Ben Wallace in to be my backup. To come play that backup center spot.
Passed on John Stockton. That was my fault.
No, Mark Price is a bad player. You did good.
Yeah. As my coach, Ron, could you please give me Rick Adelman?
How you spell his name?
High-low offense. I like that Rick Adelman pick.
That's how you spell his name. Yep.
I think his son's on the Denver coaching staff.
Yes. Yep. And I think I think Flip Saunders' son is on that, if I'm not mistaken, right? Also,
there's a lot of sons on that bench though.
Yeah.
I think it's like 3 or 4. They were talking about it during the playoffs.
Chill, it's on you. You have to pick a coach.
I'm surprised nobody picked him, but the orchestrator of Showtime basketball, Mr. Pat Riley, got him on my bench. We're gonna speed the game up, and we're gonna defend. So Pat Riley's my guy.
The mafioso boss. I respect that, Joe.
Cool. Mars.
Jalen Gray.
Yo.
Best believe he was getting picked. I don't know.
Ain't
no way I was about to take 9 picks and Jalen Green wasn't one of them. He was getting picked.
I got you. I hear you, brother.
He was getting picked.
Speaking of Jalen, it's on you.
Give me some instant offense off the bench. Give me Tracy McGrady.
J.R. Smith? Oh, okay.
Jasper was close. I was thinking about him too.
B-Mac is your last player. Yo, context.
Max Sauce.
I need, since I already have my defenders, I could get away with just getting a pure bucket, pure scoring machine. Give me Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo.
Jalen Green, better.
Yeah. Now we're just saying anything, Mars.
Hey, Jalen Green was a number 2 pick. Carmelo was number 3.
What the? Yo.
Draft order is
Blame Joe Dumars. Blame Joe Dumars. Do not.
I don't know what you have to say. I mean, Jalen Green goes number 2.
All right, y'all. These are the teams right here. How do we feel about this?
Y'all just got thoroughly.
I think we all agree I'm winning this. The chat knows I'm winning this.
I think I won in a landslide.
What? Chat, look, here's what we need to do. So it's 5 teams up here, chat. What I need you guys to do is tell me who is the worst team. Because I can only put 4 teams on a poll, and then I'll run a poll. But you guys got to first tell me who's the worst team so they don't get on that poll.
Context in the chat, buddy.
No way.
Can you zoom in on it a little bit, Ron?
That's hating, Mars.
No, context real quick.
If I zoom in on it, it's going to take away you're not going to be able to see the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
The best teams are me and Jalen.
No way.
By easily.
No way. Yo,
I'm the only team with 9 players.
Just to give context, just to give some context.
I'm the best team for sure.
Harden, y'all gotta understand that I have Harden as in his peak, but I don't even need him to play like that. Just remember that, y'all. Just remember that. I can have him as a table setter. I can have, there we go. Let's pack up Mars, y'all. Once he put Jalen Green in the mix, it's over.
I'm not gonna lie. How many minutes do you think the 8th man in the rotation is getting? Like, you guys mad about Jalen Green. Jalen Green's still better than some of the people up here, but it's fine.
He's not better than Melo. He's not better than Mahmoud.
Yes,
Chill's team getting a lot of hate too.
Chill's team is just trash. People are mad at my team for 1 pick, but that's fine.
All right, so I'm gonna run a poll right now. It's looking like
we smoke y'all, by the way, Mars. We don't beat y'all. We smoke y'all.
Not even close.
Yes, we do. We smoke y'all.
Karl Malone will be watching from a jail cell. Magic Johnson will be out. Magic Johnson will be out there having his escapades. Probably be out of the league with his disease even earlier, so he ain't playing either. Mark Price, cool. Dennis Rodman will be wearing dresses, and who knows what he'll be doing. Like, your team's cooked.
Averaging 15 rebounds and leading the league in rebounds and being an all-league defender. That's what he'll be doing in addition to wearing dresses. Let's talk basketball. Let's take the other garbage off the table, because that's
the other garbage is why Magic Johnson won't last in this league, and it's why Karl Malone wouldn't even get a minute in this league. So it matters.
Oh my god!
I'm saying it matters.
All right, these are the 2 teams we're working with. As you can see, they're right by each other. You got Mars and Chill.
There was definitely more people saying Chill than me, but I guess you have to defend it.
I'm not gonna lie, Chill. I was surprised by the Tatum thing. That's one thing I will say. I was kind of surprised, and I get it. You're high on him. I just don't. Damn it. I
like Tatum. I
feel like
it was between him and Carmelo Anthony, because I'm thinking about buckets coming off the bench. That's what I was thinking about.
He said Jason Tatum better than Carmelo. Interesting.
I disagree, but.
Hey, that's what he said, man. Nigga mad at me.
No, he didn't say that. He said it's between you 2.
By the way, Chill is recently come to my attention that you took Derrick Rose over Luka Doncic, and you lost so much respect from me for that. But it's fine. We can discuss that another time.
Chill. Chill.
I think I did for that one season. I think I did take him over Luka.
That's recently come to my attention.
I think I did.
Chill. I did no way. Chill. No way.
For that one season, that MVP season, I think I did. That was it. It wasn't him as a player overall. It was for that one season. That was it.
Yeah, it's just come to my attention.
Yo, chat, who is the biggest snubs off this list? So keep in mind, I'm just realizing Luka didn't make the list. Dame didn't make it.
Why would Luka make the list?
Rose didn't. What do you mean? Why would Luka make the list?
Luka has a case to be on the list for sure.
The highest ranking player who didn't make the list, like player, is Bill Russell. I had to get him in there.
Right. That is. Yeah.
Then it's probably like Robinson.
I would have. I mean, I think the Luka thing. I think you could
I think you could replicate Luka's production in different players. Like I think that's the reason why Luka, you know what I mean, wasn't necessarily needed to be on there. Although he's a great player.
Like you take Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf and Sean
CP3 didn't get picked.
David Robinson, Iverson, Prime Russ, Lamar Odom.
I don't think anyone considered Allen Iverson being picked. Yeah, or Lamar Odom. I don't know why I'm saying
Paul George. I'm surprised Paul George didn't get picked.
Paul George was considered, I think, for sure. It's just
overrated.
Paul George just can't make the cut over Jalen Green. I'm sorry, just can't.
I think after a while, like the guys like Paul Pierce, it's like, all right, we have enough stars.
Ron, don't ever bring up Paul Pierce. Don't ever bring up Paul Pierce.
I don't get you guys beef with Paul Pierce.
Paul Pierce, he'd be a fine
I've
pick.
said it up many times to you already, Mars. Paul Pierce is the good-looking chick who keep telling you she's good-looking. I get it already. You are good-looking, but now what you're not really telling me that. You keep telling me that. Now you're getting uglier. That's what's happening to you. You continuously telling me, look how good looking I am. Look how good looking I am. Damn, chick, I know you good looking. Enough already. Matter of fact, now I notice that pimple on your eye.
Yeah.
Now I notice maybe your forehead a little bit bigger than what I thought it was. Hold on. You ain't that good looking. Enough already.
You might be mid at this point. Like just
matter of fact.
All right, chill. It's looking like you're getting packed up by Mars right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and run this poll over who has the best team.
I think the Tatum thing kind of dissuade people. But chill.
No, it's the Carmelo.
That too. There is I'm not gonna lie, chill. You are fighting an uphill battle. That is, a tough guy to, sway the people with,
Well, here's the difference is that I beat all the rest of y'all out. I'm in the finals. So
why someone in the chat asked why none of us took Keith Kloss into game Supermax player.
Supermax crazy.
That was the poll. Chill. That was the poll to see who didn't make the final poll.
That was to see who came last. Chill, you came last.
They had you and Mars having the worst teams.
Oh, okay. So I'm in the lottery. So I win the lottery then.
You're the Detroit Pistons.
I won the lottery. All right, bet. Okay. I won the lotry.
Hey. Next year.
I like how Chill can find a positive in it.
Absolutely. All right.
I'm sorry using that.
Have glass full, Mars. Have glass full.
Exactly.
All right, so I'm running a poll right now. Here's the teams right here, so you can see it. It's at a Bob, Mars, Jalen, and Context.
Chat, y'all know what's good. Look at
that.
I
don't know how people are saying Jalen's team can go 82-0 when Kawhi don't play. AD don't play, and LeBron
Kawhi play 80. Anthony Davis and Hakeem with the defense. LeBron at point.
In order to go 82-0, you have to play 82 games.
Yo, my team is the only team with any
Coach
spacing.
Pop is the epitome of management.
Ray Allen can shoot. Kawhi can shoot.
Y'all over there standing.
Hold on right quick. Everybody hold on. I'm gonna give everybody their piece to speak. All right. We're gonna start with you, Context. You tell us why your team is the best team in here.
All right. I got everything that you need in a team. I got Shaq that's going to foul out damn near everybody on this list. Like, you guys are going to have to put a body on the biggest dominant force in the game. On top of that, too, I have a coach that knows how to run the triangle offense for three of my players already. So that's already going to mesh well. You already saw what Shaq did with Kobe. He did 3 rings with Kobe. And he went undefeated in the playoffs. Right? Well, he lost one game.
How much time we get, Ryan? They voted.
They lost one game. No, Ox. Let me cook. Don't be a hater. Boom. And I got James Harden who could be not only a scorer but also a playmaker in the game. And then I also have my.
You got 15 more seconds.
All right, my fault. You got it. Y'all got it.
Yeah. All right, Jalen. You got 45 seconds.
I mean, just starting with, I think LeBron James at the point just sets the table off, greatest player of all time. You got Hakeem and Anthony Davis holding down the paint. Ray Allen with the shooting. Kawhi Leonard top 5 wing defender all time, maybe top 3. Again, can shoot the 3 ball too. So LeBron with shooting with the defense of Hakeem and Anthony Davis, it's there. And also, if I want to switch it up and just have Hakeem on the floor without Anthony Davis, I could throw in a guy like T-Mac, throw in a guy like Steve Nash out there, table setting the offense, and again, bringing his 3-point shooting, his mid-range shooting to the table. You got a guy like Sean Marion doing all the dirty work. He doesn't need the ball in his hands. I have all these great players. You want a guy out there playing hard defense, getting steals, hustle plays, rebounds. He's doing it all. He doesn't need the ball in his hands. T-Mac for the quick scoring offense, and one of my guys having an off shooting night. T-Mac, 13 points, 38 seconds, and the greatest coach of all time, Coach Pop, knows how to work with all these guys. You already know our offense system. We're going to have the greatest ball movement in NBA history. It's easy work.
All right, Mars, you got it.
The question was which team would go 82-0. Context is talking about Phil Jackson and the triangle. The triangle evidently did not work in the modern NBA. It was a terrible system for modern NBA basketball. So that would not work in today's game. No matter who you put in the triangle, it's just too outdated. So Phil Jackson coaching in today's game is not going 82-0. Jalen's team is not going 82-0 for the sheer fact that Coach Pop is notorious for load management. Kawhi Leonard is not available. Anthony Davis is not available. And LeBron James also likes to load manage. So his team is not going 82-0.
Talk about your team.
His team is not going 82-0 because in order to go 82-0, you have to play the games. And Coach Pop is not playing his team all 82 games. Kawhi Leonard is not going to be available, and neither is Anthony Davis. Chilltown's team got relegated, so we already know we don't need to talk about that. Big Ox team is not good enough for many reasons. Shane Battier is just not a good enough player. Dirk Nowitzki defensively in this era is egregious. Steph Curry is also a defensive liability. Penny Hardaway's availability is also going to be a large concern. So his team is just not going to have enough to go 82-0. The reason my team will go 82-0 is because my players are available. Jokic is available. Kobe's available. Giannis is available. Clay's available. D-Wade is the only question mark. J. Kidd and Reggie Miller are all available. We don't even need to talk about Jalen Green. Bill Russell can be a player and a coach, and also he was also very available. Then when we talk about my team having no flaws, Jokic and Jason Kidd, top 5 passers of all time. Giannis, one of the best slashers of all time. Dwayne Wade, also one of the best slashers of all time. Then we've got Klay Thompson and Reggie Miller, some of the best shooters of all time who don't need the ball to dominate the game. Neither does Jokic, neither does Giannis, neither does Kobe. None of them need to dominate the ball. They all fit next to each other and they're all available so they can go 82-0. That's why my team will actually fit the criteria and go 82-0, which is the question, not the best team. There you go.
Got you. Yo, Ox, last but certainly not least, why is your team the best team?
Thanks for letting Mars go for a minute and a half, Ron. But
I went for about 46 seconds.
What I will say is this, though. Mars said a whole bunch of things about his team being this of all time, that of all time. We're talking about 82-0 in today's game. So being that of all time, that's irrelevant. My team is perfectly assembled for today's game. We stretch out the defense. Nobody can, and you can't help off anybody. I have shooters everywhere. My defense is unquestionably the best defense on the floor. I got the best point guard defender. I got Shane Battier to guard the wings. I got Ben Wallace bringing the toughness. You can't double any of us, and we have the best shooters on this list. Easy. Penny Hardaway bringing up the ball, distributing to those guys. We can't lose. It's the best. It's not about the best team of all time. It's about the best team in 2023.
Yeah, my team is still the best team in 2023. Reggie Miller and Klay Thompson. Reggie Miller and Klay Thompson are still some of the best shooters in 2023.
So was Ray Allen, Steve Nash.
Yeah, your team can shoot. My issue with Jalen's team is his team ain't gonna play.
How's my perimeter defense fooled if I got Shane Battier and Gary Payton?
You also said you had the best point guard defender, which is Jason Kidd's better, but that's fine.
Then Gary Payton?
Gary Payton?
In today's game, yep.
See, Mars, you just see y'all let Mars say anything.
In today's game, yes, 1,000%. Where team defense is more important than individual
It's
defense.
not even possible. Yes. That doesn't make no sense.
It's facts. I don't even say it's facts. Gary Payton's an on-ball defender in an era where on-ball defense isn't as valuable.
Gary Payton is the best guard.
And
point
guard
defender.
Back in his day, sure, but we're not playing back then.
Best point guard defender ever.
We're playing today.
And to your point, it doesn't matter if you guys think that the triangle wouldn't be conducive. The fact that these players are at their peak, they would force the NBA to play with their style. They wouldn't have to
contest your coach.
No. When you have Shaq that can slow down the game, no matter what, you can slow it down to a grind.
How Shaq defends in the pick and roll? How Shaq defends in the pick and roll?
We don't need Shaq to defend a pick and roll. The same way Jokic defends a pick and roll. The same way. You can high hedge and rotate the same. Yes, you can do the same thing. With that
Shaq never even showed the ability to high hedge.
He can. You would be able to do so.
Based on more.
Time out. Mars in context. Open gym is coming right after this. You guys can debate this till your socks fall off.
After this, I don't care anymore. I won.
But I do got to run down some of these super chats.
I got to bounce, brother.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
I'll see y'all dudes Monday. Big Ox, I'll see you tomorrow. Be easy.
Jalen ran away with the poll. I'm not gonna lie.
Jalen smoked all you guys. He won 48%.
No way. Everyone in the chat just rides in LeBron. That's why.
Hey, Jalen, what do you have to say about being the best GM up here?
This is insane.
I mean, you know, it's just another comment, Jalen W.
Oh my! No way! Comment,
Jalen W. I do this every day, every week. You know how it is, chat. We'll take the W.
The chat is drunk. It's Friday. There's a lot going on.
He rides LeBron.
Oh shit! It's Friday, ain't it?
Yeah, it's Friday. It's Friday. They drunk. Yeah.
All right, y'all. I want to start by shouting out all of our new members. Random Guy Speaks. What it do, boy? Cheese. Appreciate you for coming through. Drip Bayless just became a member. Welcome to the show, my friend. We got Professional Curry Sexual.
Yo, pause.
He's open about his love for Curry.
Tafari just became a member. Shout out to you too. Balaboy 23 became a member. Appreciate you for joining the chat. Appreciate you for joining the show. Abby became a member. Thank you. Much love. All right, now we got super chats to get into. Dub, what's going on, my friend?
Pulled up, so
Random Guy Speaks.
Y'all be letting Mars cap way too much, bro.
Oh my god.
Dub, no one, we can barely hear you, so just be quiet.
They know what I said.
Random Guy Speaks said, when it comes to Hall of Fame, if you really have to question someone's resume, then they aren't a Hall of Famer. Obviously, there still needs to be some debate, but it should be more open and shut, in my opinion.
There should be no debate.
I think Deion Sanders said it in a quote where it's just like, if you have to think about it, they're not in the Hall of Fame. It's just like.
Facts.
Teddy Hart said, if you are arguably a top 10 player at your position at the time of your retirement, you shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion.
But that means everyone who retired in the 50s who was an all-star would be in the Hall of Fame.
Reggie Reg said, why y'all listening to American Hating Mars? He disrespected our wings. That wasn't it either. He disrespected our wings. He disrespected our pizza. He disrespected our burgers. And he disrespected our nationality.
What you got to say for yourself, Mars? What you got to say for yourself, Mars?
Hey, I saw him.
What do I have to say? If I don't care about America, I don't care about America. I don't care about England.
I saw Mars kick a golden eagle. A ball. He kicked the bald eagle. He kicked the golden retriever. I seen him do it all. Those are all American things.
I'm not gonna lie, Ox and Ron, y'all supposed to show Mars a better time, man. I don't like that, man. You gotta show him a better time.
Where you at, Context?
Mars
New York. You know that's a different, you know what I mean?
Hey, PC weekend may be there.
I had a good time.
We'll be expecting you to show us all a good time.
Say less. Y'all can hold me to that.
Give Mars some good wings.
Tex, he was here for 30.
Some good
hours.
wings and tings. You know what I'm saying? Mars, I got there's good things over here too. You heard?
I'm here for the tings.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. New York, compared to New York and Seattle, New York definitely has far more better badge ons.
It's Mr. GQ to you said tickets mama so big she on both sides of the family. Hashtag Hall of Fame plate cleaner. Yo. Hall of Fame plate cleaner's nuts.
Yo, why didn't you read that shit when Ticket was here?
Because he skirted out too fast.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Random Guy Speaks said, it really was notable when T.O. said Max was blacker than Stephen A. Smith, and at least at the time, and people in the community didn't fight what T.O. said.
That was insane.
That was a crazy take.
It's interesting.
That's because
it's interesting that people view being black as anything more than just a skin color.
As a culture, we have become accustomed to not liking holding each other accountable, and if we hold each other accountable, then we sell out and we Uncle Toms and all that type of shit. So, that's how.
What are you saying, Bob?
Well, what I'm saying is that we should embrace a older brother holding younger brothers accountable for being professional when they're supposed to be professional, and living up to their contracts, standing on their word. I think that's what we should praise. I think we should praise anybody in Stephen A's situation.
Tiger Woods gets a lot of flack too of people saying he's not black.
Oh shit,
I think that's
Jalen.
He gets a lot of that flack too.
Where you going, Jalen? Where you going?
I'm just saying,
damn,
he gets a lot of that flack.
Keep that shit in Canada. God damn.
People say that. That's what
you talking
about.
Tiger
Woods my guy. I love Tiger Woods. I'm saying people say that. I don't think it's warranted.
Bob, you are funny as shit.
I gotta keep it pushing. Interesting guy said Christian Laettner is in the Hall of Fame. JJ Redick is making it.
Holy shit!
I don't know Christian Laettner.
Christian Laettner made like one All-Star team, did he not?
Yeah, I think his college career is such a legendary college career.
And he was on the Dream Team. So
I don't know why he made the Hall of Fame. Actually, that's
college, his Duke career.
It's college career, yeah.
He's one of the 10 greatest college basketball. Yeah,
which he actually regrets. Like a lot of the stuff that happened in his college career, he actually regrets about it.
Yang Twiggs said, like Deion Sanders said, the Hall of Fame should have an upper room.
That I agree.
It should have one room, but the one room should just be the upper room.
Would that make Luka a Hall of Famer then?
We had the discussion a year ago.
I don't think he just didn't play enough over there. But I mean, he has a EuroLeague MVP, doesn't he?
That's a fact.
EuroLeague MVP and a Final Four MVP.
I got a EuroLeague MVP at 17.
And he's been balling in the league. I mean, I think he would be Hall of Fame.
Yeah, if he retired today, he'd be in the Hall of Fame.
100%.
He would?
Yep.
Yeah.
3 All-NBA first teams, EuroLeague MVP, EuroLeague Finals MVP.
Yeah,
see, the Hall of Fame is what
it includes everything.
It's trash, but that's why he'd make it.
Derek Washington is a new member. Welcome to the show. Rolo 555 became a new member. Appreciate you for coming through. Teddy Hart said someone should do a quick 2K simulate to see which of these teams wins a tournament.
I already did it. My team won.
Can I see the
team? Todd, you already know my team. Well, chat already picked my team.
Jalen, hell no.
Everyone knows my team is ultimate.
Yeah, he picked LeBron.
I got LeBron at the fourth pick.
Yes, Jalen, we know. We left it for you.
Can you share the document with me so I can just look it up on my end?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, I'll put it up though. I just let me read these 4 super chats right quick. Your fave pitcher said Context got the spacing of a New York 1-bedroom studio apartment.
I like that. Talk about it.
Teddy Hart said, am I the only one that thinks Phil Jackson is a bit overrated? What would he be without Tex Winners? What would he be if he wasn't consistently coaching teams with at least 2 top 10 players in the pre-super team era?
This sounds like the exact argument for why Steph Curry's peak is below D Rose.
This
terrible argument.
Thank you.
Teddy Hart also said nobody picking Mitch Richmond. MJ himself said he was the most difficult to deal with. He just didn't have heavy marketing.
That's because MJ couldn't guard a crossover.
You know what? I was about to say MJ's defense gets overrated a bit too.
Yeah, because he got credit for everything Scottie Pippen did.
Facts.
I will say Jordan gambled a lot. He gambled a lot, actually.
Ironically, on the court.
I see what you did there, Mars.
I'm just fine.
Teddy, damn, Ron, you only gonna read 4 of these super chats? It's cold. I thought you was a W.
Teddy with one more said, what makes a better defender? Being above average, guarding 1 through 4, or being elite at only guarding the post or perimeter? Think of Scotty/LBJ types versus Peyton/Gobert types. Versatility versus specialists. Gary Payton versus Jason Kidd. Okay.
Typically a specialist.
I would go with the versatility.
I think versatility, especially in today's game.
I'm a versatility merchant. I'm versatility.
Yeah.
When you have the freedom, when you have the freedom to sit here and be plug and play and multiple things, it makes it a lot easier for your teammates.
Shout out to Jason Kidd, best point guard defender ever.
I don't chat, and y'all just let him get away with this.
I mean, J Kidd.
It's because Moss is mad fast, and then Ross goes to another super.
No, I'm gonna be honest. Every time I've ever said that, the arguments for why I've heard Gary Payton being better is a defensive player of the year, and that you say he's a better on-ball defender. 2 things I've never denied. So that's why I just don't have the conversation anymore.
But then nobody denies what you say either. So that's
how do you guys let Mars get away with it? Like we've had the conversation before. What do you mean?
Wait, what's the Jason Kidd argument then?
His team defense is far superior. His ability to make rotations, and I think what he did was more valuable for his team's defense, especially those New Jersey teams. his ability to take charges, get in the passing lanes, trap the post, all those things that he did at a higher level than Gary Payton. His on-ball defense is not as good as Gary Payton's, but it's not as far enough of a gap for me to say that Gary Payton brings so much more value defensively than Jason Kidd, because Jason Kidd did so many other things. On top of the fact that I value rebounding as defense, and Jason Kidd is one of the best rebounding guards ever, that would also add more value, which means I would say Jason Kidd is the best point guard defender ever. Gary Payton is probably like 2.
All that shit you said besides rebounding, like all that shit you said besides rebounding, Gary Payton did too.
I never said he didn't do it. See, that's the thing. If I say Steph Curry shoots better than Ray Allen, does that mean Ray Allen can't shoot?
That's not what I said. Hold on, that's not
the first thing you said was irrelevant.
All right, well then just listen to the next thing I said, because then
I'll listen to it again. Maybe 2 things will be irrelevant.
Nah, never mind, bro. I'm not gonna do this today, bro.
Okay, let's not do it.
This shit is annoying, bro. Okay, that shit, bro.
D got it made said, whose career do y'all think would be more appreciated in retrospect? Russell Westbrook
or
James
stealing
Harden?
from Ticket crazy recently.
Westbrook. I think that triple double season will be talked about. Okay, Mavericks.
4 seasons.
Mars, get a Mars TV in the chat, man.
All right, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up and switch it over to Open Gym. But before we do it, Dub, who had the best team up here?
Let me see. Oh, LeBron, Hakeem, and Kawhi.
Well, look at that.
This is for today's game. Today's
game. That's crazy.
So
right?
Dub, hold on, Dub. It's who will go. Which of these teams will go undefeated, 82-0, obviously, in today's game?
Oh, so put it back up.
Still,
probably a lot of teams will probably go undefeated, but I'll give it more favor to. I'm not gonna lie. Oh shoot, Context team ain't that bad, but I got to go with Jalen's. I feel way more comfortable with Jalen. That team is crazy. You got Kawhi.
Shawn Marion's moving you, Doug? Shawn Marion's moving you, huh?
The dirty work guy?
Off the bench? He got Shawn Marion as a role player off the bench. And he
talk about it.
Yeah, Dub don't care about availability. That's why.
And he has Coach Pop. That's crazy. How did y'all let him get that team? That's a crazy team.
Because he just picked a bunch of injured players and then you just fell for it. It's fine.
Kawhi's not playing, Dub. You know that.
Yeah, I'm saying all the other teams. I like Mars's team, though. Mars's team is dope, but I'm not going to lie, bro. That shit, that's OD. The defense on that crew is crazy.
AD. It's overweight.
Yeah, AD when he plays his 21 games. Yep, facts.
And last but not least, I want to shout out the Wash Player Podcast. They just became a member. And then also said, just became a member, always tuned in though. Love.
Podcast. Better than Players Choice.
All right, y'all. Well, we're going to get up out of here, but you know what time it is, and you know what's coming on next. None other than Open Gym.
Damn, Jaden ain't get to stay for Open Gym. That's tough.
Might as well stay, bro.
Yeah, get it.
Welcome back.
Appreciate it. Hey, a big episode for y'all, man. Big episode.
Let's do what Ron couldn't do and read the super chats he left out. Mason Plumley enthusiast said Domo defends in the rich, must get it from low.
That's crazy.
Get that bag, man. Get that bag.
Mark Rivion Black said $199 for the Mamba Academy was $199 a month. I F with you ticket. Being mad about something optional is sad, LMAO. Chill, my whole thing is why not open one in the hood too? Victim TV. He acting up. Ticket is more emotional than KD. Yo, Ticket, you know you got love in the hoods round the globe.
Demon timing. You're demon timing.
Okay, thank you very much. Chill, hell yeah, we ride, die every day, all day. Yo, Keith, we got someone just like you right now in LA. Shout out, Chill, that jersey came out today. Life been killing me, Chill. I got 2 jobs plus some freelance, but that is no excuse. I gotta be better. I don't like letting the OG down. Not gonna lie, taking up for Stephen A. Snitch is bad. Zion is today's version of Dwight Howard. Facts. I'd start Halliburton, Ant, Bridges, Ingram, and Mobley. Point guard Steph, shooting guard Kobe, LeBron, KD, Shaq. You got to plug these teams into 2K and simulate. Run this on 2K. Ron is pronounced Young, but Yang sound hard too. And Mars was cooked by Jalen. It's sad day, man. There we go. And Big Fan Breezy said, tap the like button. There we go. Okay, Dub, would you like to explain why you made this title the way it is?
Because it's the 100th episode, and it's I thought a way to celebrate you
and my greatness. I agree.
You muted, Dub. You muted. Can't hear you. Or
don't hear me?
No, now
there you go. You good? You out now?
You sound weird though. Oh my.
Sound weird. I got a different mic because this mic I think I got getting you USB cord, so I got a. So I'm using.
It sounds like you're talking through a tunnel.
Yeah, it sounds bad. I don't know if you're even talking into the mic or if you're talking into a PC. Like it just sounds terrible.
How about now?
Same
oh
thing,
wait.
it sounds just
oh, I know why.
He probably wasn't even talking into the mic.
Wait. How about now?
There we go.
Okay, there you go.
There we go.
I just had to set it in and out. It's all cool.
Gotcha.
People keep saying I'm crying and shit. They don't know I'm sick actually right now. Like I'm really sick. I just woke, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Coming from that flight back, bro, I felt like a crazy wave of like a cold, and bro, I've just been going through it the whole week. I feel better now. Yeah, travel sickness. I think it was like my whole body was hurt. I got the snuffles. I've been coughing crazy. So, bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've been going through it. I woke up at like 1 today. It was amazing though. It was amazing.
You were like sleeping in. Like,
oh my god, it felt so good.
Oh, by the way, in order to come up, it's been relayed to me that you need to have your cameras on unless you're Context because he's a cool kid. But everyone else, you have to bring people up with cameras because it makes the show better. So if you don't have your camera, you're correct.
I can't clip y'all up as good, bro. I can't.
100%. Be not camera. Yeah, that's
So we'll probably end up having less people on here today because people are scared of showing their faces. So
they don't want to go viral.
It might just be a 4-person show because I don't know how many people are going to show up.
Oh, bro.
I just had to let everyone know if your camera's not on, don't press the link because you're wasting everyone's time. There you go.
But Mars, we made.
I'm just saying. I'm just relaying the message I got told. Like, don't press the link if your camera's not going to be on.
No, Mars, I wasn't even going to talk about that. I was going to say, bro, we made it to 100 episodes, bro.
Congrats, man. Congrats.
How y'all feel? Yeah, from the first episode to now, how y'all feel?
It's like the same. I mean, it don't like.
Yeah. Did you think you'd get to 100 when you first started?
Yeah, I figured. Just of the consistency.
Well, when we first started, it was what, once a week or twice a week?
It was once a week.
Yeah, so it was probably about 2 years away, but we would have got there eventually. But now,
yeah, from one to 3 is dope for real.
No, one to 3 is excessive.
We didn't even want 3. We didn't even want 3. We just said they was like, nah, y'all should do 3 because it's going so well. Like, I bet. And then,
but it is though. That's what I mean for real. Like for y'all, like I think you guys generate a lot of engagement. As much as you guys don't feel like it, but I think you guys
is allowed to break the rules and it's perfectly fine. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
What's up, guys? He's good, bro.
Let them know, Mars.
Wait, L Dub for what? Oh wait, L Dub for what?
Just turn on the camera. I do that whole soliloquy about having
your teammate just gave us.
That's crazy that you just go. That's crazy. You just go against me like that.
It's L teammate.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Mars, don't act like you're not an L teammate. You really?
Oh, I am an L teammate, but it's crazy that
So don't you can't complain. You can't complain. You can't.
This is like Among Us, Dub. I'm not gonna hold you.
What do you mean I can't complain?
Dirty. Did it dirty.
One day Mars is on your side, and another day, Mars.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. You need to find some new people to play Among Us with.
Yeah, you guys were grouping last night. That was horrible.
Last night was
everyone in that lobby is just low quality play, but except Zay. Zay's a little nerd.
Zay's a demon.
Oh, everyone else.
Zay belongs on Law and Order. I'm not gonna hold you.
I had to put my volume like halfway sometimes.
No, what gets me mad is like this. Even when y'all not imposters, like the stories y'all be telling be so wild, and I'm like, bro. Y'all don't remember stuff. It's like, come on, bro.
Is that the point of the game, though? Like, you have to create those stories.
Only if you're trying to lie, but when you're trying to be honest in your story, it's still not making sense. Like,
I was so heated. Dub was trying to like clutch up at the end, bro, but they're all fouling.
I was killing in that match, bro. I really was about to make a 3-1 comeback, but I just didn't know how.
He only got caught because someone was standing at the cams, man. That was crazy.
Context,
was it Khalil?
Bro.
Oh, was
no, what? Hey! I finished my task when I went to cams.
You know what's so funny, Context? I thought about just killing you and then running away, but I was like, you sus JJ, so I was like, let me try to frame JJ real quick.
Yo, JJ be gaslighting so much.
Yo, that's a nasty tactic, dog. That's a nasty tactic.
It is.
I respect it, though. I respect it.
But
back to the topic. Yeah. So continue your soliloquy, Dub. What was the point of you making this title?
Oh, it's just for Mars, bro. It's just been for Mars. Shout out to Donovan, bro. It's been a minute, but congrats on the 100th episode. Salute to you. Appreciate Donovan, bro. Long time supporter. Appreciate Just Listen. Appreciate Jalen, Context, Ace 30. Just everybody that's been supporting us, bro. We give y'all this platform and don't really try to like debate y'all with y'all. Just like fucking with y'all, bro. Y'all cool as hell. It's cool to talk with y'all and everything. And, you know, we just keep grinding it up, bro. Y'all can hate me all y'all want. Y'all could suck on Mars all y'all want. It's all love. It's all love at the end of the day, bro. But, yeah, bro, just appreciate the platform y'all give us. Appreciate the views that y'all give us because y'all could be watching anybody else that y'all want to watch, but y'all watch us. So appreciate it, bro, for real.
The chat doesn't hate you, though. That was weird.
Yeah, fan chat, you get a lot of love, Dub. I don't know where you're getting
the chat. The chat loves me. I'm a character, so they love my character. I just know what it is. I just be wilding sometimes, and I'm just like,
yeah, you just don't know what you're talking about, so they tell you that. But they
like trolling you, especially with that.
They love trolling me. Mars, you were blatantly lying yesterday. That's what gets me mad. When you blatantly lie, they just ride it. You were blatantly lying.
And still right. I don't even know what I was lying about, but I was still right.
The bigs.
Oh,
Mars is like that wrestler who just like caters to the audience.
We're not having a conversation again. If you think the 2010s wasn't a trash era, bigs, that's on you.
No, it's a trend. No, we're not doing this again. We're not.
Yeah, that's what we're not. Okay. If that's not me lying, that's just
what topic we want to discuss then? What topic?
I don't know.
I don't care. I don't care.
I'm just here for the vibes.
Well, on it. Who do you guys think was
better? G-Mac,
Russ, or CP?
Russ or CP all time.
Huh? Yeah, who's the better?
I'm taking Chris Paul. I think Chris Paul is definitely a better point guard.
I'm not asking who's the better.
He said playmaker, not point guard.
Playmaker.
Pay attention,
Chris Paul.
Chris
Paul.
No, like just think about it. Not better passer, not better.
He wants you to say Russ because
just think about it.
He wants you to say Russ.
Just say what you want to say. Just
listen. Just say you think Russ is a better playmaker and say why. Because that's what's going on.
He's a better playmaker. Like Chris Paul doesn't take as many risks as Russ does. So like even though Russ's plays don't translate all the time, he does. Is someone echoing or is it me?
Yeah, context had an echo. I had to mute him. Context.
The plays he can create with his athleticism going to the rim, it just opens up more than Chris Paul. Now, Russ's other flaws take him back, but I would say as a playmaker, he's better in the aspect because of his physical advantages.
Jalen, why do you think Chris Paul is better?
I mean, I think when you're saying with the Westbrook thing, like I understand his explosiveness a little more, but I think Chris Paul gets to the rim at maybe not as explosive, but
it's not even close.
At relative efficiency to a Westbrook. I think him creating for his teammates, relative efficiency to him, creating for his teammates, the playmaking in that sense on the perimeter, getting his guys in the right spots. I'm just taking Chris Paul. I think in every other aspect except exploding to the rim, and getting a guy maybe kicking out. Chris Paul is just a better playmaker than
I guess I would make the comparison like this. I see Chris Paul as Aaron Rodgers. He doesn't take risks. He makes the great play. He doesn't put the ball in harm's way. While Russ is more like Brett Favre or even Patrick Mahomes when it works right, where the risks, when they pay off, they're like...
Russell Westbrook to MJ Mahomes.
Brett Favre was better. Brett Favre was a good one.
The turnovers were
Brett Favre was
good. That's why I didn't want to mention him, because I don't like the stuff he does.
I feel you, but the comparison was actually accurate. I will give you that.
Yeah.
The thing is, do you include IQ?
I got echo still, y'all?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, actually.
No, I'm not including IQ. That's my thing. Like, Chris Paul has IQ by far. I'm just saying, by what they do on the court, who gets their players better opportunities. Like, I feel like Steven Adams thrived off, like, Russ. Like, it was, like, easy. And, like, Russ just is, like, every big man he plays with. Like, AD got easy baskets. Every big man, it's just easier for them.
How do you think DeAndre Jordan played
Tyson
with
Chandler?
Yeah. Tyson Chandler. Take Capella.
Chris Paul.
I'm not saying Chris Paul is a bad playmaker. I'm just saying, like, for instance, Russ on the 2016 Thunder with Kevin Durant, he was the best player in the playoffs that whole, like, the playoff season. Like, they put Kawhi on Russ because he was making so advantages, because the floor, they had no floor spacers, but he was getting people baskets. He was making Andre Roberson valuable on that team.
Oh,
Who was
wouldn't
making
go that
what?
far.
Oh yeah, okay. Now we're
I
saying
don't know about
Justin,
maybe a little bit less of a liability. I don't know about valuable, but
what do you think of Chris Paul's playmaking when he was with the OKC Thunder?
I think Chris Paul's a great playmaker. Just saying someone's a better playmaker doesn't diminish the other playmaker.
Chris
I
Paul
didn't say that. I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that.
Chris Paul is his best playmaking comes out the pick and roll though. He's like a pick and roll merchant. Russ can do more.
Pick and roll merchant is hilarious.
Wait,
isn't Russ a rim running merchant?
Rim running
So is LeBron. So is LeBron. But
stop it. Don't to that. Don't to that.
You know, it's like, hold wait, there you go.
Rim runner.
Second rim row.
So is Giannis. I mean,
LeBron's a rim runner, man.
We say rim running merchant.
So you're saying that LeBron
valuable thing in basketball.
Hold on. Listen, you're saying that LeBron's playmaking is predicated on him rim running?
Yeah, that's common knowledge.
Exactly.
I think hold on. LeBron can play make just from the top of the key.
From anywhere on the court.
He said it's predicated. See, listen, you guys don't listen.
Bro,
you get what you want to hear. He said predicated. It's
Bro,
mainly from rim.
Yeah, and he's right.
But why do we diminish John Stockton? Because he does it from top of the key and he can't penetrate like LeBron. So you can't have the arguments both ways.
Oh,
who diminishes John Stockton?
He's killing.
Damn. Penetrating is the best thing to do on offense in the whole. It's the best skill to have.
Pause.
Penetrating is the best skill to have.
Penetrating the defense, bringing in.
All right.
Timothy told you that, right, Dub? Timothy told you.
Oh, come on. See, now you got somewhere where it didn't have to go.
That's where you was going.
You said Timothy the link. You said Timothy the stream.
To be disingenuous and to say that LeBron is the playmaking is predicated off the rim running, like his vision is not up there, like he doesn't have the ability to table set, to find guys on pin downs, things of that nature. He's making a lot of different type of reads. Same thing like Chris Paul.
Vision and passing, that's IQ. Playmaking is what your physical ability does.
Playmaking? No. Playmaking, they're all intertwined. You cannot separate them. Just listen. You cannot.
IQ definitely helps playmaking a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
IQ helps playmaking a lot.
Wrong decision. If you have a bad IQ and you make the wrong decision, that affects your ability to play make.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Being efficient too. Being efficient, making a talent pass at the right time. Key moments.
If LeBron was not as big and as tall, he would not be the same playmaker. That's his main goal. Why do you think
that's a lot of ifs?
Why do they surround LeBron with 3 points?
We know that.
He goes in
that's a lot of ifs.
Makes doubles, triple team people, kicks it out. I mean, it's simple math, guys.
Basketball, man. Basketball.
It's not even math.
Wait, that's math?
If I get 3
well, you said it's math. No, it's not math.
I'm passing the ball. That's why Giannis is so valuable, because if he was a better passer, he'd probably be a better player. Especially with Jokic too, with his penetration, his inside paint focus. I mean,
penetration.
Oh, right. See, you lost me.
Yo. So just listen.
Playmakers know how to penetrate the defense. Steve Nash.
With that logic, he's basically saying that Giannis is a better playmaker than Jokic. Is that what the logic would be?
No, but I'm saying
Giannis is a lot better at penetrating the defense.
My logic would be that Giannis is a good playmaker because he can penetrate the defense. I wouldn't say he's a better playmaker than Jokic, because Jokic does other things better.
Is he a better playmaker than John Stockton?
Yes. He's not. Wow. He's not a better passer, but he's a better playmaker.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
Because when I say playmaker, your presence on the court gets someone a better shot than they would have.
Mm-hmm.
So who's a better playmaker? Russ or Curry?
Ooh. That's tough. I feel like Curry is the exception with 3-point shooters because he gets so much attention. That would be Curry. But if you say like Dame, I think Russ is a better playmaker than Dame.
Better playmaker than Dame.
But
that's not
so okay. Let's do a different one.
No,
speak a little bit. Who's a better playmaker? Who's a better playmaker, Nash or Westbrook?
With Nash, because he's a good shooter and he can penetrate the defense. He has both.
Damn,
Fair logic.
Nash.
So you're saying that Chris Paul cannot penetrate? That's why I'm confused. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, because I think Chris Paul
is penetrating into the league as well.
Chris Paul can penetrate, but not as good as Russ, and he can shoot. He's
Can you
just
please different word?
He's just not as. I'm not gonna care if he takes a three as much as Steph. So
just listen. We got to so basically
on both, but he's not elite at either thing. So his playmaking is like an 8 out of 10, while Russ is like a 9 out of 10 because he does one thing elite. Does that make sense?
You don't think that Chris Paul is an elite mid-range shooter? Sorry, my fault, Sturdy.
No, you good.
I think he was. I think
he's a solid shooter. Chris Paul is very solid shooter.
Shooting, I do, but I think in this era, people will not focus that on much. That's why his playmaking is lesser in the playoffs. But because
we talking Chris Paul too.
People live with mid-range shots. That's why DeRozan and a lot of mid-range shooters aren't big in the playoffs.
Well, we talking
I agree because look at Kawhi. Look at Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard won. Had an amazing playoff run because of his mid-range specialty.
Yeah, but Kawhi, even we don't see Kawhi as a three-point shooter. He has the volume and his percentage is high.
I think
who's a better playmaker? Who's a better playmaker, Kobe or Wade?
I think Kobe.
Why?
Because Kobe
it's getting a little mixed up, Justin. I'm just letting you know.
No, because Kobe could get to the rim. If you're talking about young Kobe, he could get to the rim like anybody. He had the mid range, and he was
had a mid range
at that era. He was an above level 3-point shooter.
So how is you saying Kobe's a better playmaker than Wade? Not applicable to the same logic as saying Chris Paul better playmaker than Westbrook, because using the same things you just said, Westbrook is a 3-level scorer in comparison to Westbrook. Better, he's a better, even though Westbrook is a better penetrator like Wade is to Kobe, but doesn't necessarily mean Chris Paul can't get to the basket as well. And on top of it, you got a 3-point shooter.
Well, like I said, I think Kobe, you could say he was an elite finisher. So and Chris Paul isn't.
Chris Paul is not elite finisher.
I think Chris Paul is a very good finisher.
You didn't see 2008.
He's above.
You didn't say 2008.
He's not elite. Kobe folk has,
but he's good. He's good. It's not like
no. Fuck that. Fuck good. I'm saying elite.
CP3.
I'm saying elite. People need to go back and watch that 2008 run. Like
New Orleans Chris Paul is the best version of Chris Paul. The New Orleans Chris Paul is the best version of Chris Paul. Okay,
but if you guys are going off if you guys are just saying like 1 year, Russ.
No, let's do like a 4 or 5.
No, he wasn't there. That's not 1 year.
Chris Paul's penetration in the paint was never as consistent as Russ. Like even when Russ is like garbage, he can't make a basket. People pay attention to him going to the rim. Like how crazy is they put Kawhi Leonard on Russ when Kevin Durant was on the team? They're like, Kevin Durant, you can shoot. We're gonna focus on you, Russ. Like,
okay, so with that penetration, I get what you're saying, but what about with that penetration, and what about throwing it to the third row after he penetrates?
Right, the decision making.
My whole argument is: would you want a playmaker to take risks, or a playmaker not?
But it's not even the risk though. Sometimes it's just easy passes. There's an open man, but he just fully misses it.
Finding good reads. You want your point guard to be efficient. You don't want your point guard to be a head case. You want them to have a more stable mindset, because the thing about it is that playmaker, that initial playmaker, he's not only affecting himself, but he's affecting everybody else around him. So hold on.
Context. I agree. If that's your criteria, though, then John Stockton has to be your GOAT point guard because his turnover ratio was low. Magic had way more turnovers.
No,
he was way more consistent, and he didn't make any turnover plays.
I'm not making blank statements like you though. I know how to. I can differentiate.
Mine isn't a blank statement. I want my point guard to make risk. Magic made risk. He averaged like 5 turnovers in the playoffs. You can win with a point guard averaging high level turnovers. That you can't win with a point guard who's not going to make a play.
I'm not necessarily harping on the turnovers. I'm talking about decision making. I'm not relegating it to turnovers. I'm relegating it to decision making and not being able to find the correct reads at the right time. I include that into playmaking.
I don't know. Maybe I was raised a different way. But I was raised to risk it all instead of playing it safe, man. And I want to win.
Now we're correlating life lessons to what we do on the basketball court. Hold on. That's fine. Risking it, bro. Taking risks. Hold on.
I've watched
risking to win the
Chris
biscuit.
Paul
That's fine.
Great. No, listen. I'm not a Chris Paul hater. I think he's like top 3 point guard. I think he's a better point guard than Russ. But I've seen series, and I think his passing IQ. Everything's better. I'm just talking about playmaking. I think Russ gets
So when you say
underrated.
playmaking, I feel like you're valuing all your playmaking on rim penetration or rim pressure.
And that's what you can't do.
Shooting, if you're a elite shooter too. Like
No,
Steph,
it doesn't. Justin, you're conflating multiple categories and you're trying to separate them and saying, no, this is what playmaking standards for. That can also go into shot creation. What you value in the shot creation of Russell Westbrook, and you might include it as playmaking when it's not necessarily playmaking. It could just be he can penetrate and get an easier shot for himself. So his own self creation, you can't also include it into playmaking. Like that's not, you can't just say that's the end all be all. You have to put everything in totality. That's all I'm saying. You have to put everything in totality.
I am putting everything in totality. I'm not saying Chris Paul Russ is a better passer. I'm not saying he's a better IQ player. I'm saying his play style gives other players more opportunities. I've seen playoff series where Chris Paul plays it too safe. It doesn't make a risky pass here and there that can decide the game. Now, Chris Paul, that's why Chris Paul is never high on turnovers, like because he doesn't do risky passes. I mean,
I think he can just make those difficult passes at a high.
No, Jalen.
I think Chris Paul makes a lot of very creative, difficult passes.
No, he does not. If you know Chris Paul, he plays it safe a lot. He's the Aaron Rodgers of the NBA, and also,
Aaron Rodgers is really good though.
I don't say like what Aaron Rodgers is one of the most accurate quarterbacks of all time. Like I'm missing the.
He's an accurate passer. Chokes in the playoffs though.
No, bro. Just listen. But like, I think what we're trying to say is like, why are you separating IQ from playmaking? Where no matter what position you play, IQ has a huge part in playmaking. Like, perfect example.
No, it doesn't. Playmaking is. Listen, this is what I'm saying. Playmaking is you physically doing something to make a play. IQ is you deciding how to pass the ball. So your IQ decides if you're passing a good pass. I'm not saying Russ is a better passer. That's CP. But when Russ creates that, if he had a better IQ and he had a better passing, he would make better plays than Chris Paul.
Wait, what? No, listen, no.
His physical gifts create an opportunity for his team to get better shots.
But it requires his IQ to get the ball to his teammates.
Yeah, it requires IQ. Yeah, like I don't. For you to recognize that, for you to
right, go ahead, Sturdy.
Yeah, for you to recognize that advantage, Justin, for him to recognize that ability to get to the rim, that's part of IQ. For him to recognize, okay, I'm penetrating the defense. The help side big is coming, so I'm gonna dump it off Steven Adams. I'm gonna dump it off to Clint Capella. That's IQ. Like knowing when to do that when the defense approaching you, that's IQ. It's hard to, and like I said, that's applicable to any style of player or any position. You can have. It's hard to separate IQ from playmaking. Like when Mars were describing Carmelo's game, right? Carmelo was an excellent person in regards to drawing doubles, but what did he do out of those double teams? How do you create opportunities for his teammates? He was a reluctant passer. He didn't always read the reach side defense all the time, so hence he didn't always take advantage of the possession. That's encompasses all playmaking. Isn't just. I don't see how you can separate IQ from playmaking. That's tough.
So Sturdy, he creates the opportunity, but he doesn't capitalize on the opportunity.
I'm not separating IQ from playmaking. I'm just saying Chris Paul does have the better IQ, but Russ, when he creates those advantages and when they succeed, they're more valuable to his team than Chris Paul's when he creates an advantage.
Okay. Well, appreciate all you guys' time. I'm gonna rotate the guests, man, but appreciate all you guys to join us on this.
Shout out to the 100th episode, guys. Have a
bro.
great episode.
Shout out to 100 episodes. Yo, get them likes up. Get them likes up. Dub needs the support, man.
Wow.
Dub needs support is hilarious. Salute, brother. Yo, Dub, get better, brother. Come on, salute, my guy.
If you want to support me, just go to Dub's World, man, and just support my channel. Appreciate you.
Among us.
Subscribe to Dub's World. Subscribe to Mars Talk.
All right, you didn't have to go on that. You talk about supporting me. You didn't have to talk about.
You got to
Mars.
bring up the other one.
Exactly. Gerald, what's up?
Subscribe to Dub's channel, man. Our channel.
What's up, Gerald?
Just wait.
Hey, Dub. You know how you're under the weather right now, right?
Yeah.
And stuff. What you need to do right now is drink some lemon ginger honey tea. Actually, it'll help you for your sickness.
I've been drinking ginger tea actually.
Drink lemon ginger honey tea though. Add a little bit of cinnamon to it though.
Appreciate it, brother.
It can help a lot though. If you drink like about 2 or 3 cups a day, in like 2 or 3 days, it'll be gone.
Appreciate you, brother. Hey, you have a good one, Gerald. All right, salute.
Yeah.
Those are all some good anti-inflammatory.
Yo, are you sick too?
You got sick from the trip too?
Yeah.
See, that's why it's good to not go out.
Maybe it's something because we were both. Nope, not doing that. Not doing that. Nope.
Please.
I'm not trying to create any pause moments. So.
First of all,
it's because they share the bathroom, guys. Because they share the bathroom.
Congrats!
Wow!
Congrats to y'all, man! Congrats to y'all, man, for 100 episodes, man. It's great to see two young brothers out here working hard, man.
Appreciate the love, bro.
Yeah, it was good.
Mars don't work hard, so let's clarify that. I appreciate
that. I don't work hard.
I feel like y'all all work hard.
I work very hard.
Mars doesn't work hard. Low seeing the type of energy I be on.
Yeah, you work hard to do other things. I work hard in the YouTube space.
No, you don't. You don't even work hard in the YouTube space. That's what gets me mad.
It's a grind, man. It's tough.
You don't even come up with titles. You steal names.
Wow.
Wait, Open Core was available though, wasn't it?
Exactly. That's just intelligent.
Yeah.
Let me ask the one. If Ron is calling Open Gym Open Court and giving that name free publicity, but it's not actually taken, and I want to make my own Open Gym segment on my channel, would it not just be logical to call it Open Court?
Just don't be a bot. Have some intuition, man.
A bot is crazy.
It's intuition to just know what's common sense.
Yeah. If it was already taken and he took it for his own, then that'd be something else.
That would be.
But it was free.
What I'm doing is being smart.
Well, I hope you know. I need to hear this. Like, what you text me, I need to hear this ASAP, bro. Like ASAP. Bro.
I'm finished, man. How long y'all doing this? I didn't know y'all been shooting for almost 4 hours.
So
because the panel and Open Gym are combined now.
Yeah, so, more viewers.
Oh,
Smart.
So we just got on at 2, so I'm gonna be done at like 4:30. I have something to do at 4 actually, so I'm gonna be out of here at 4.
Oh man.
So you ending the show at 4?
If you want to, it's up to you.
Damn, Dub making the show shorter. That's tough.
I guess I gotta.
No, I'm no. Once Dub leaves, the show's over.
Oh damn!
So 100 episode. Dub's kind of short as well. That's
can I ask y'all a question real quick?
What's up?
No, damn, no, it's good. No. So, Sturdy elaborate on it with a guy like Carmelo, right? A guy who drew a lot of attention and so gravity, right? But no one calls him a good playmaker. So my question is, can you be a good to great playmaker while being a bad passer?
No.
Okay.
A bad passer is crazy.
Yes.
A bad passer though. You be a great playmaker.
Okay, maybe not bad. He said good. He said good to great playmaker.
If he's a good
passer, you could be a bad passer. A bad passer is just crazy.
Like who's a bad passer?
Who's someone we consider a bad passer?
Clay's okay.
Jaylen Brown.
Well, y'all include Clay as a playmaker.
I was gonna say,
depending
on how you value gravity, you could argue Reggie Miller was a good playmaker.
JJ Redick too.
How was his passing ability?
I see what you're saying.
And Reggie Miller, I would consider.
Oh wait, my bad. Rudy Gobert. What the fuck am I talking about? I remember
but his be like setting screens.
Does he have gravity offensively though?
Yeah, it's setting screens. It's setting screens. That would be the playmaking.
Setting screens.
That's off ball.
The blocks and rebounds that goes in transition.
Yeah, technically speaking, you'd be a solid playmaker while being off ball, so you don't really need to be a good passer. So technically, you can actually.
I don't
say it technically because Curry, a lot of Curry's value as a playmaker has nothing to do with him on ball. So technically speaking,
but he's a good. But
he can.
He is a good passer.
So can JJ Redick be a good playmaker or great? Or not great. He can be good, not great, right?
Theoretically,
yeah.
he can be good.
Yeah, but not like great though, because he doesn't have.
He wasn't, but he could be a good playmaker. But he wasn't. He could be
off ball. Hello, off.
I feel like
just because you can shoot doesn't mean you automatically have gravity. It doesn't mean.
My thing is a playmaking. What's y'all definition of playmaking? Because I feel like everybody kind of breaks it down differently. Like takes like different things,
creating shots for your teammates.
Gravity plus passing.
It's just
creating shots for your teammates.
Advantage creation. That's it. That's all it is, man.
Yeah, and I feel like some people like separate the things too much, or like kind of like put too much nuance into playmaking, trying to make it like something more than what it actually is, and that's why we get this like discourse sometimes.
Who is that?
The people who say gravity and stuff.
Who is that? Say the names.
Listen, right?
It started with Warriors fans.
I keep
with
it
Steph.
simple. I keep it simple. It's creation with the ball in your hands, right? I'm not doing this whole rebounding is playmaking, blocking is not assists. Because Damian Lillard to me,
what are you creating exactly?
I think Dame was a better playmaker than James Harden this year. Because I seen Dame.
Really?
I mean,
Dame Harden's washed. So
I seen Dame creating more with his gravity than James Harden. So I thought he was a better.
Well, what is he creating?
So who's the best playmaker on the Sixers, Embiid or Harden?
I would still go with Harden.
For the gravity, he draws like hella doubles. Come on.
Who?
But Embiid can't.
Embiid. Yeah.
Embiid don't.
He can't pass,
Embiid don't be passing.
Don't do you still think James Harden kind of creates some advantages when he drives to the paint? Because like even though he's still not the same scorer he was in Houston or Brooklyn,
A little bit.
The
The most of his gravity comes from like pick and rolls where they gotta commit to the 3-point shot.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's where a lot of his creation comes from. But in terms of like rim dribble penetration, he don't get it like that.
So what do you think about John Stockton?
I think he's good, but he's not like amazing.
John Stockton or Kobe playmaking?
Shit. I'll go with Kobe.
I think the biggest thing with John Stockton, Mars, in my opinion, because like John Stockton, I don't think he can go out script like the same as other playmakers all the time. Versus like a guy like Chris Paul and Nash, I feel like they can go out script when even within and without the play. John Stockton was more of a system guy. I'm not saying he's not a great passer, great playmaker, but like I feel like
calling him a Jerry Sloan merchant. I see.
No, not Jerry Sloan merchant. I just feel like Nash and them, they could like go to the basket and use the scoring threat a lot more versus John Stockton, who didn't. Not saying he couldn't score, but he wasn't looking to score first, so that made his playmaking a lot less valuable than like.
John Stockton. The whole thing with John Stockton is, I think he has the talent.
Yeah,
he just never had the willingness. You feel me?
Yeah.
That mindset.
Like if you can shoot the mid and the three,
he just wasn't asked to do it. That's it. He wasn't asked.
At the end of the day, Dub, are you saying the goal is to create a play for Damian Lillard, right?
Huh?
Is the goal to create a play for Damian Lillard or James Harden?
Creating a play and having the defense reacting to you to creating a play.
And then obviously finishing said play, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess so.
So why, in terms of like Damian Lillard, I'm guessing like a big chunk of it is his scoring ability. Why is his ratio of creating a play with his scoring ability greater than the combination of James Harden's ability to make a pay with his passing and the pick and roll in addition to his scoring ability?
Because there's been numerous times I've seen from James Harden this year where he would literally like transition. He would get a lot in transition. On top of that, off of screens, he'll just stand on top of the key. Pick and roll actions, he just bounce passing it to Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid does a little jab step, pull up Jay. Like, come on, I'm not rewarding that, bro. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not. I just no. This is not doing it for me. Compared to Damian Lillard,
James Harden was on his John Stockton this year.
Compared to Damian Lillard, compared to Dame is creating off of guys overcommitting to his 3-point shot. On top of that, when he does get dribble penetration, there's times where 2 or 3 defenders on him, he's still able to kick it out to the open man in the corner. I just seen him create more in that variety than James Harden, because both of them has plays like that, right? Both of them had plays where guys coming off the screen, Dame will hit them. It's just who makes the defenses react more. I just think Dame makes it react more.
Isn't there something to be said that even in that situation where you say he's bounce passing to Joel Embiid and letting him do what he got to do, there's something to be said that there's value of which thing that you're about to do would create the best shot. And obviously Joel Embiid being the prime scorer he was last year in certain circumstances would be better than a James Harden doing a step back 3 or trying to penetrating, hoping for a foul.
Yeah,
so that's just kind of figuring out which is the best play at that point. Doesn't that go into playmaking?
You're right about that. But when I put in the mindset that I think Damian Lillard can do that same exact thing cause the same exact gravity as James Harden, but then add more to that playmaking, or add more to that offense if he's the point guard of that unit, that's why he's better. Because I believe Dame could do exactly what James Harden did, but add another extra layer of offense for that crew to make the offense better.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with Damian Lillard going in terms of like passing and making a play for other players on the same level of Harden. I don't agree to that.
You don't think Dame on the Sixers compared to Joel Embiid could sit here and make that offense better, and he could create more for that unit?
I think that's a different question though.
No, he won't.
When you're done, I have a question, though. How do you feel about James Harden playmaking versus Tyrese Halliburton playmaking?
Y'all be doing Tyrese dirty. I don't. I've seen enough of Tyrese,
bro.
Yeah, I've seen enough of Tyrese like Halliburton creating and everything. So like y'all be disrespecting him. I do.
You ain't seen enough of James Harden creating.
I think Tyrese and James Harden like on the same tier, but I'll give Tyrese a slight edge. But the way people be coming at Tyrese, like,
here's the thing with Tyrese Halliburton.
I think Harden's playmaking in the playoffs got worse though, like especially versus Boston. I think
Tyrese for Harden gets worse though. You know,
I think it's Tyrese.
Well, tell Tyrese to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think Tyrese.
I mean, to be fair, when he played, they're a 500 team, which would have made the playoffs. I think in the East or playing. So I'm just
Chicago with 500.
Well, there's no excuse for the Pacers. They better make the play.
The Raptors are 500 too. I mean, I'm not 500. The Raptors made a play in too. Yeah. But now, I think Tyrese, he's a good playmaker. I mean, he's a top 10, but like people overrate him when he says he's like the best playmaker in the league, or he's a better playmaker than Trae Young, or he's better than
But the only this is what gets
me
mad, the only people that says that is we all know it's the guys that usually like John Stockton, guys who like love fans of pure point guards, and they're just going off of him averaging.
It's a lot of people.
They're going off of him averaging 10 assists. So it's like if we understand that that's their mindset, I mean, it is what it is. It's not bothering me. I understand where it's coming from, but I mean,
no, it's not bothering me. It's just I see it. It's like you see a lot of comment section, and when people break it down, it doesn't make sense, and they use terms that he doesn't, and they'll say things that he does. I mean, that he doesn't actually do to describe his playmaking. I'm like, he doesn't do that as well as you think he does, or like he's not doing it the same way as these other playmakers, and that's the issue. And I think he's going to get better. I think he is a great playmaker, but it's that like if you over exaggerate something like, or you kind of leave out something like the other dude, Russell Westbrook's a great playmaker, but you can't forget the IQ part. Mm-hmm. So like that's what IQ is kind of what makes the decision better. You can't forget about that part. So that's why that's just what I think of. We can't just forget about something or try to overhype something for a certain player when we describe the game, and in all aspects of the game, scoring, playmaker, or defense. That it tends to happen sometimes.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying, but I don't think. I mean, it is what it is. Like. Tyrese, because when y'all be saying things like, "Oh yeah, Tyrese is over here, he's a merchant or doesn't create like that," that's a lie too, because that's not true. Yeah, he's not a merchant. So like that's the problem. That's a problem. That's the problem I have with people who be debating where y'all go for one and like y'all go from one wrong, and then to counter that one wrong, you go all the way left and then have a take that's completely false as well. Like there's no middle ground. There's some validity. There's some. I always get stuck with this word, validity. I can't say it right now. There's some validity in some of the things in which you're saying about Tyrese's game. It's just it doesn't happen as common as what you're saying.
Underrated.
Yes. That's a fact.
Like the best playmakers in my opinion right now is Luka, Jokic. I'll still put Braun up there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then right after that, I think they're in like their own separate tier. Mars, am I missing somebody? Jokic, LeBron, Luka. Am I missing somebody?
Curry and Trae.
That's up to you.
Curry and Trae.
Yeah, it depends on what you think about Curry's off ball. No, you don't like it. Oh my
god, bro! I don't do that off ball shit. I'm sorry, I don't do it.
You don't have to. Trae Young.
No,
Trae Young's a shout.
No. I put, and then the next tier, I'll put Trae Young. I'll put Dame. I'll put Steph, because Steph is actually pretty good on the ball, so I'll give him that. And then
Harden.
What else? Nah, I think Harden and Tyrese is probably in a different tier.
How y'all feel about Darius Garland?
Really? Garland's really good. He's really good.
Garland's
He's like
good, actually.
top 15.
Darius
Probably
Garland
top
good.
10 if you want to argue.
Top 10 playmaker.
Yeah, he can sneak him at 10.
One thing I did want to bring up is earlier on the panel, y'all had what's his name, Keith, the NBA player on,
The
and y'all were
Supermax player in today's game.
Keith Kloss.
yeah. Y'all had him. I respect Jalen because he's like the only one who actually kind of pushed back on what he was saying. Because I don't really understand this idea that this era is so soft that people in other eras can just come in and bully everybody. Like I just don't think that
They
makes
can
sense.
though. They can because they're
Did
real
you not
men.
watch? Yeah, did you not watch the game back in the early 2000s, late?
They
90s?
didn't cry. They didn't complain. They were real men.
The flopping is ridiculous on this. It is. I think it's ridiculous that the flopping.
Yeah, like Vladdy Divac weren't flopping in the 2000s, man. He wasn't.
Come on, I was one guy. Come on,
Hey,
there's
man.
like one guy on every team that flops like routinely. One guy on every team.
Didn't D-Wade flop a little bit?
Who flopped on Houston?
Houston, bro, Sengun low-key flop a little bit. I've seen
Oh,
it
see, that's
once.
racist. That's racist. That's racist. That's racist. That's racist.
Nah, Jalen Green's gonna be a flopper.
That's gonna be racist. Ain't no way.
Speaking of Houston and playmaking, Amin Thompson, he's gonna be a top playmaker.
I'm lagging.
Dub with the lead.
Dub is not an elite playmaker.
There's somebody echoing. Hold up. I'm trying to figure out who it is. I think it was Dev. Dev, you echoing.
Dev.
I actually am an elite playmaker, Mars. When I got energy. Cause bro, I'm not gonna lie. I was Dev, it's bad, bro. Yeah, I think you played us in the background. But when I got energy, bro, I'm actually not too bad. I'm gonna say that.
How much do you value being able to predict future plays within like a play happening and predict, okay, this guy's gonna be Jokic does it all the time. This guy's gonna be here, and then if he's here, this guy's gonna be there. So I'm gonna make that play there, so that guy gets that open shot, or that guy is can get the best look in terms of scoring. How much do you value that type of, like, I guess, foresight on the game?
Do you want a number?
Go for it.
I don't. I've never thought about it to have a number. That's why I asked. I think it's a great thing to have. I think Draymond Green does it a lot. To be fair, it's a part of IQ, but I don't think there's just like I can just say, well, I value it 22% of playmaking. I don't know the specific numbers on how much it's a part, but I do think when you talk about playmaking, it's a relevant factor to talk about being able to just read defenses and understand who's going to be open and where they're going to be open and where to get the ball. A lot of people do that, but I don't think it's anything that I don't think it's ever been like a really like a topic of discussion. I don't think anyone's really ever brought out when discussing people's playmaking ability. For right or wrong.
The big dictator of like a transcendent playmaker is when you have that amount of knowledge of the game where you can kind of manipulate. That's basically how you manipulate defenses. When you can predict when something is about to happen, which is why like LeBron is also up there. Jokic up there, obviously, because we see like, how did he get so wide open? It's just they have the ability to understand what is about to happen on the court and make the perfect play for it.
I agree. I just don't have a number for how much it matters.
I think stuff like that. It's funny when I talked about this. When I talked about this in the beginning of PC, talking about anticipation. If you can't anticipate like guys and know what they're gonna do, that's very irreplaceable. I'm not even gonna hold you. Just
you know, clowns for using the anticipation thing. Before.
I did get clowned, but I think it's a real thing. I still to this day think that's.
You was talking about Larry Bird, right?
Yes.
Because you got that still that one time.
I just think every time I watch Larry Bird, he wasn't a good defender. He just for some reason he just knew what spot to be in. So I got to give him credit to that.
So you think his physical? You think due to his physical ability, he wasn't a good defender? Like he had IQ, just couldn't kind of like
move. He couldn't move.
It's like Jokic, but I feel like Jokic has instinct. But
yes.
No, Jokic just be cheating on defense. Those kick dudes.
Oh yeah, he do be cheating in the finals. That was
I'll be seeing that. He's like, hopefully you don't make this pass because I'm no way I'm getting back on defense.
Yeah, they need to change the rules because that's illegal.
What should it be?
A free throw.
Nah, that's crazy.
Not every time though.
A free throw is crazy.
A foul or something.
The first time you get given a warning, like a delay of game, and then the second time it's a free throw in possession.
I'm kind of with that. You kind of cheating.
I'm not with that. I'm not with that.
How is he cheating?
He can't.
He's
get
not
back
playing
on
defense. He's kicking the ball.
That's what Jokic
like
does.
imagine we hooping. Like if you blow by me, not blow by, yeah, if you blow by me, right, and you pass it, and I kick the ball, like that's that. Come on, that's illegal.
I tell them,
like, you did your job.
No, I tell them.
Usually we don't call.
I'll tell them. I'll be like, oh, that's good awareness, bro. Like that's fire. Like you kicking the bitch, go ahead, do you. You gotta get it whichever way. You gotta get it whichever way you can. If you can do it, do it, bro.
And sometimes it'll hit your leg and not your foot, so that'll be a live ball. So
yeah, if you kick it, if I hit a bounce pass to get by you and you kick it, I'm be like, all right, that was gonna be easy bucket. I respect it.
Nah, change the rules. That's not defense. You got beaten. I'm sorry. You can't stop being beaten.
Okay, but you can get beaten and still reach for the ball, like behind.
I mean, but that's defense. Yeah, that's your hands.
Oh, okay.
It's like playing soccer. You get beat and you smack the ball at the head with your hands. Like that's illegal.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. It's the same thing.
Nah.
Same thing. You can't just cheat because you got
different.
Beat. Like, no.
Yeah, nah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine.
So you're a big fan of the take foul rule, then, right? You're a big fan of that.
Here's a better comparison. In NFL, you get beat and I hold you.
Call a take foul is kind of weird, but I do think it was a necessary rule.
I mean, but
just get
holding in the NFL is different than trying to kick the ball.
Not really. Like if you get beat,
it's not a play on the ball, really.
It's literally
that's the whole.
Kicking the ball isn't a play on the ball either because your foot shouldn't be making a.
You're attempting to get the ball though with
your. No, you're only allowed to get the ball with your upper body.
But if it hits your leg, though, it can't hit your foot. But if it hits your leg,
there's a difference between it hitting your leg and what Jokic does.
It's connected, bro.
Let's not play dumb.
Yeah, we can kind of dictate what is an intentional kickball.
Like we can see
what
it's
he's different.
doing.
Like
we don't need to act stupid. We can see what he's doing. So let's be real.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
You're trying to stop
football. If I get beat, I'm not making it like I'm beat. I can't make a play on the ball physically no more. That's why I'm holding him so he doesn't make a play because I can't make a play on the ball. Same thing with Jokic. He can't make the play on the ball.
Yeah, but the kick ball isn't a penalty. That's the problem.
It's worse. It's worse, but still.
Yeah,
all right. With that said, if we made the kick ball like problematic, or you get like a free throw, how badly is Jokic's defense falling off?
He won't be the best player in the world.
Please be careful.
It'll be that bad? Oh my god!
Be careful while you drive, bro.
Relax, bro.
Daredevil.
What are you doing, bro?
I even realized where the phone.
He looked at
I stopped it, bro. Oh shit.
He said, "Oh shit." He thought about it too. I see the realization was kicking in. He was like, "Oh, I'm really on the show."
Oh, bro. Hey, I saw my phone and say you're in the show. Oh shit. I didn't even know they could see me right now.
Word.
Mars, so if Jokic's defense falls off from this rule and then Giannis's offense doesn't translate again in the playoffs, who's the best player in the world?
The whole league just trash.
So I would say this is the most parity the league has in a minute because like the best player in the world is like between Steph, Jokic, Giannis, and then if Luka, like
him,
we need to stop Steph in the best player in the world conversation. I'm sorry.
I'm just looking at this.
I'm here for it.
No more Steph.
I'm here for it, Mars.
We're putting Steph there out of respect. I ain't gonna lie. We need to
I'm here for it. Honestly, Mars, I'm here for it.
How come?
Because let's think about it. We all understand Jokic is the best offensive player in the world. We all agree.
Okay.
So if Steph's not the best offensive player in the world, and that's where all his value comes, what's his argument for being over Jokic?
It's like this, bro. Yup. Curry's defense is better than Jokic.
But Mars, off ball.
No. If Jokic is a better offensive player than Steph,
y'all gotta hear him. Go ahead.
If Jokic is a better offensive player than Steph, what is Steph's argument to be better than Jokic?
Defense,
bro. It's the intangibles, bro. Come on, bro.
No,
get him out of the conversation. Get him out of the conversation. Steph.
Hey, Mars, I'm here for it, Mars.
The funny thing is, I know the answer. Y'all just don't know it, which is hilarious. The answer is Mars. When it's like that close between the two, and the way I'm thinking about it, like building a team, I think it would be easier for me to deal with Steph's defensive liabilities than Jokic's defensive liabilities. So I can hide that, I can max that better than Jokic. So I would give the edge to Steph for like building my unit around.
Facts.
I think Jokic benefited from the fact that all the offenses he faced was playing terrible, so they really couldn't pick that apart. But I think on average, I do think more times than not, his defense is going to be a hindrance to his unit.
Do you think that, or is that the argument?
I mean,
healthy.
That's the argument.
Other than the
That's the argument
Warriors,
for Steph. That's
like
the
what
argument.
like offense would have like obliterated
That
him in
his
the West?
defense is less of a hindrance.
Like what other teams?
Hey man,
If LeBron was healthy, like going downhill, that would have.
Oh, I'm not trying to hear that, bro. No, I'm not.
LeBron
was fine. He said he needed surgery. He still didn't get the surgery. We're not trying to hear that, bro. He didn't even get the surgery. We're not trying to hear that.
I mean,
But you know what, Mars? But you know what, Mars? I agree with you because none of these dudes will sit here and say that Curry's better than Jokic, but Jokic is the better offensive player, and that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
no, I got Jokic over there.
I still have Steph's top three. Yeah, if Jokic is a better offensive player than Steph, and Steph's all his values on offense, you can't say that Steph has a case to be the best player in the world.
So the reason you're still keeping Giannis like a float is because of Bud, right? But what if the next upcoming coach is just a worse coach? Like that could be possible.
Yeah, I'll have to see if what's his name, Adrian Griffin. If Adrian Griffin is also a terrorist, Giannis is getting a bit more leeway. But at this point, I'm watching Giannis. I'm just not seeing the offensive game anyway. So with or without Bud, I don't think it would be great. But I'm still giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
How do you feel about a Nuggets versus Grizzlies series? How do you feel about
Nuggets versus who?
Grizzlies?
Nuggets versus Grizzlies.
Nuggets in 6.
Nuggets would beat them.
Nuggets in 5.
I'll give him 2. I'll give him 2 games.
That Grizzlies offense. That Grizzlies
go
offense.
crazy one game.
I would say their half-court offense not yet. Their half-court offense not yet.
That Grizzlies offense is criminal.
I think they can get 2 games.
They will rely on John Morant trying to foul bait Jokic consistently.
They're gonna rely on John Morant just trying to jump over Jokic every day.
Exactly.
I mean,
and he will.
And all you gotta do is
jump over him for 2 games. He can do it for 2 games.
And that plays to Jokic's strength because then he don't have to go outside on the perimeter.
Yeah.
The Grizzlies also lost defense.
How good is Josh Florida to y'all to like make a difference?
Hey,
Ja has a good flow. I mean, it's not elite, but he has a good flow.
Yeah, he's like a
Jokic has a strength
slightly above average floater game.
I think it's well above average.
He's not Steph or Trae Young, but he's probably in that next tier.
Yeah.
So I have a question for y'all when it comes to like Curry and best player. So let's say Luka gets his off-ball game, right? Yeah. And he's still the same scorer, playmaker, of course. Are you gonna put Luka over Steph if he gets the off-ball game going?
I need to be an average defender first.
Still very close to putting
Probably.
Luka over
Yeah,
Steph.
probably.
If Luka becomes an average defender and has off-ball, what would Steph's case be then?
Well, if Luka gets an off-ball game, he's
his off-ball still wouldn't be Steph Curry's off-ball.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that. But like, let's say it's like at a B.
I don't know. I think Luka would be better than Steph if he had an off-ball.
What about Jokic and Giannis? Let's make this argument.
Jokic, no. Giannis. If Giannis's offense is still bad, then sure.
Why not Jokic?
Because Jokic is just. I think Jokic is so far ahead of him.
Are you saying Giannis
is so far ahead of Luka?
Jokic is a demigod.
I genuinely believe Jokic is the only player in NBA history without.
Jokic is a mismatch.
What did you say, Mars? I didn't hear the last.
Jokic is the only player in NBA history without a single floor offensive.
Jokic really is a mismatch.
How's this twin has he done, Mars?
I'm not sold into the 3-point shot yet.
He doesn't shoot out high
the
volume.
47% he shot in the postseason isn't sustainable, but he's still like a 38% shooter. That's still not a floor.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a. And by floor, I mean, okay, sure, there's people who are decent at everything. He's very good at everything on offense.
Wait, what would
off the ball, on the ball, passing, playmaking, shooting, mid range.
He's the only NBA player in NBA history ever to not have an offensive.
Name another one who's good at everything on offense.
Because LeBron even has free throws. Damn, that's tough.
Yeah, and 3-point shooting.
That's a good ass. LeBron in Miami.
How we feel about Kobe?
Nah, free throws.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kobe is maybe the only other one I was considering. It depending on how you view his three
shot selection. Or is that
I
a part
wouldn't
of
say
it?
his 3-point shot is a flaw necessarily.
Yeah, that's why I said good or great at everything. Jokic is good or great at everything on offense. Depends on how you value Kobe's 3-point shot. I could see Kobe.
Do you hurt Kobe for the shot selection or no? Is that like not a part?
So why don't Kobe get more respect?
Grant Hill?
Because he shot 45%.
Grant Hill. Grant Hill can't shoot.
They hate Kobe though. That's why.
Grant Hill can't shoot, so no. Or the three of them.
But yeah, so if someone can't shoot, player who's good or great at everything,
okay,
because Steve Nash doesn't have the post game of Jokic, so that's one thing.
If Luka gains an off-ball game, then what is his offensive flaw? Free throws?
Free throws.
Yeah, free throw. He still has a issue with that.
The 3-point shot is still questionable as well.
His 3-point shot is suspect.
Nah, he's wildly inconsistent.
No. I don't think it's a flaw. I just think he would just be taking He just be taking crazy shots.
Well,
Yeah,
shot,
that's on
select,
him.
shot selection.
Shot
is a thing.
selection.
Yeah, that's a part of it.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
But
I don't know why Luka sucks at free throws. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense.
I don't want to say that. That's kind of messed up.
But see,
Man,
I'm
you
telling
know
you,
his idol was growing
Jokic
up.
has no flaws. Not to mention offensive rebounding is another thing as well. Like, he just does everything on offense at a great level.
What's
Even he's a good dribbler for a center too.
What was that? 80?
What about Jokic's aggressiveness? That's not.
What's it at?
He's not good
Nah,
at
in the
that.
playoffs he showed it this year.
Nah, but Jokic B's aggressive though.
Yeah, in the playoffs he showed it this year, no doubt. I can't deny anymore. So.
He was really only aggressive when he.
Nash has no post game, and Nash can't play offensive rebounds, and he's also not a great off-ball player either. Another player. Like, no one has everything in their arsenal offensively. And yes, I know these players are 6'2", so of course they're not going to get offensive rebounds. That's why Jokic is so great, because he's doing this at his size and get offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
So no one is this good at this many things offensively. No one.
Why?
Yo, it's kind of crazy to think about, bro. That's kind of crazy.
And I'm not saying he's the best offensive player ever.
He
I'm
might
just saying.
be. No flaws in the offense. I mean, I'm just saying. Like, what are you gonna do?
Why some money? Congrats on 100.
Dirk Nowitzki's a
my
terrible
guys.
passer.
Top 5 worst conferences and top 5 best conference by decade. Y'all keep killing it. Appreciate you, bro.
80s West.
Dirk is
top 5
terrible?
worst. Dirk is a terrible
The
passer.
2010s East?
2010s East, 2000s East, 1980s West, 1970s NBA.
So both conferences.
Wait, are we saying for 20
the whole
years?
era, the whole era of the
bad?
70s is crazy.
How do we feel
Well,
about
I think the early 2010s East
Durant's
wasn't that bad.
playmaking
The late
isn't up there.
2010s East was terrible.
To be honest.
But is Durant's playmaking a flaw necessarily?
His handles
Yeah. Oh, handle the Boston series exposed him a
Is
lot.
it really
So.
a flaw though?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Shut up about the Boston series.
Bro, what do you mean, though? That's a part of his legacy, bro. What do you mean?
Stop! You guys
Wait,
talking
how
about
about
stop, because that gets me so.
Jokic doesn't
No,
Jokic
because
doesn't get
it's
sacked.
like y'all
He
forget
doesn't
how
use his
it's like
handles.
y'all forget how basketball works, bro. I find it very hard to think that any perimeter player going through that the way Boston was defending KD, going through that route, I find it very hard to believe that a lot of these guys is gonna like make it through. Unless you're like LeBron or like Luka.
Or like Stephen Curry or like
No,
the reason they
Curry.
can defend KD like that is because his handle's not very good.
No, there was just
And
nobody.
his
There
playmaking.
was just no.
Do you give that same grace to Giannis,
Man,
bro?
stop trying to
There
save KD,
there was
dog.
just-
He's
no,
good.
They can't defend Steph like that because his handle's too good. So they couldn't.
I've seen Al Horford shut him down in that series.
They were starting to defend Steph like that this postseason. He wasn't getting off the way he used to.
It wasn't KD bad though. It wasn't that bad.
If Boston
That's
was
why-
on,
yeah,
if
it wasn't
Steph was
KD
on that crew in Boston with that same type of offense, Steph would have struggled the same way.
Not as bad. Not nearly as bad. No,
Are
he
you talking
wouldn't
about this
have. No, he
previous
wouldn't have.
Would have been just.
No, he
it
wouldn't
would've-
have.
Yes, it was like it's like y'all don't know how fucking basketball.
Okay,
is.
the way
Like,
Steph
y'all
played
don't
versus
know.
wait, Dub, I'll put it like
Because
this.
They
The
were
way
literally playing on top of the key with KD and Kyrie, on top of the key where with the lengthy defenders which Steph, the Boston Celtics have. Whenever Steph was about to get into his drive, about to get into his spot, or about to blow by his defender, they're helping off of that every time. And then if KD tries to stop and pass, guess what's gonna happen? They recover. What the fuck you want somebody to do? With no offense?
Steph wouldn't have to stop because he doesn't have to pick up his dribble because he's got a better hand.
Steph would have gotten stopped too as soon as the help will come because then he'll get
No, he
into a double
wouldn't.
team.
Nah,
and
but
he'll
Dub,
struggle.
okay, let's say the way Steph played versus the Lakers is that worse or better than what KD did versus the Celtics? Because I think that's similar to what he would play versus the Celtics. The 2022 Celtics. This versus
No,
Steph.
against I think Steph was KD's was worse, but I think Celtics was a better defense.
Okay.
I think the
Yeah,
Celtics
then
were
the- yeah,
better.
yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, the
I would
Lakers, yeah.
assume,
Yeah.
I would assume that KD would be worse if he's going up against a better defense. On top of that, they didn't have the off. Like, come on, bro, y'all acting like that offense.
Nah, I'm
was
not
like
saying
amazing.
Steph's playing as bad as KD. KD would play well. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not doing that, bro.
Last year when the Bucks played Boston in Game 1, the Boston Celtics defended Giannis how they defended KD, and Giannis was perfectly fine. That's why they changed how
They
they
didn't.
defended.
No, they didn't guard him the same exact way. That's not true because
what?
No, they did it.
Giannis has 4 people on him every playoffs. What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about?
Because Giannis a lot of times would try his best to get be attacker from the post and everything, while KD was on top of the perimeter.
Yeah, again, no, bro.
Dub,
Dub,
come
no,
on,
you
bro.
capping
Stop it.
again, Dub.
Stop it, bro.
I'm capping?
Stop it. Giannis
Yes.
will literally dribble
lying.
out the air
Y'all
on the free
fucking
throw line
lying.
and try to 1-2
Y'all
hop
fucking
step
lying.
into 3 people. What are
Yeah,
we talking about?
Giannis
What are we
plays a
doing?
lot on the perimeter.
See, you're not,
Like,
you're not,
On top
you're
of
not
that,
giving the
and
same
on top
thing.
of
You're
that,
not giving the same energy.
they weren't helping as much in that
What?
crew. than the
No.
Oh
Bucks.
my
Dub, one of
Stop
the main
it, dog.
Dub,
Where is
Dub,
this
Dub.
coming from?
Come
One
on,
of the
man.
main
You guys are fucking
criticisms of
lying.
Coach
You guys
Bud
are
is that
Oh
he
my God. We
doesn't
can
play
watch
Giannis
it
in the
like off
post.
stream or something. Like that. Come on,
We
know.
could watch this. You guys are fucking lying. I swear
No,
to God.
one of the main criticisms of Budenholzer
Let's
is that
watch
he
it. Let's
doesn't
watch
play
it.
Giannis in the post.
Yeah, that's why they won in 21
Yeah,
because
you
Giannis
know.
operated in the post more. That's why they won in
You
21.
guys are fucking lying.
He plays on the perimeter. He drives.
Yeah, Giannis is like damn near a perimeter player, bro. Like, come on, what are you doing?
True.
I don't know
You
why
guys are
they. I
fucking
don't know why
lying.
they
We're
kept
not.
putting him into
The
that.
Bucks,
Yeah,
the
you're
Bucks
right.
were not the Celtics were not defending the Bucks the same way as the Celtics. That's just a lie. That's a blatant lie, actually.
All right, bro. All right, bro.
That's a
second
blatant lie.
that.
Not just writing it.
Oh,
'cause
I'm
one-
not saying that. I'm just saying
No,
Giannis is
bro.
the
Just
perimeter
admit that
player.
KD was by far the worst superstar performance on the Celtics team in 2022.
I said it was bad. I said a lot of teams, a lot of guys in that scenario will struggle.
That was
too,
like
sir.
that was an
And
elite
Giannis
defense.
still performed better
You've
versus
seen a
that
lot of guys.
defense. So
Steph
no.
Curry, you know,
Again,
that's
they
not-
didn't defend him the same way, sir.
All right, all right, all right.
So
Game
that
one,
was,
We could watch it.
that was also a very versatile and elite
Steph
defense.
Curry does play better than them. Your question, your thing is like, oh, well, they play different against KD. That's crazy, bro. Keep the same energy.
What exactly is the
I think
scheme that
Who
you're
had a
saying
better
that the
postseason
Bucks
this year,
in terms
KD or
of how they were defended versus the
Steph.
Celtics?
Steph.
Like, what is the scheme difference really?
I think Steph had a better postseason this year than KD.
Yes,
Yeah.
KD wasn't good this postseason. What? He was
Yes,
mid.
clearly.
He was
How,
mid.
It was decent. It was okay.
Nigga,
Steph had
Nah.
15 game 7.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Wait,
mean,
you don't really believe KD had a better playoffs this year, do you?
no way.
I
Like,
think
why?
second
Why would
round-
Steph was cooking the
second
Kings
round
series.
he was better.
Maybe it's not clear, but it's like it's Steph Curry. It's Steph Curry.
I think KD had a better second round.
You guys are
but
fucking
overall,
liars,
I probably
bro.
would do Steph. I think
Second
KD played
round?
like-
Second. What did KD do in the second round? What did he do?
Steph played good against the Lakers.
Right.
Yeah, he
Bro, we
did drop
talking
as a
about the
Lakers.
playoffs.
He did
Saying
drop.
No. But he played all right. He was playing with Jordan Poole. He was a teaser terrorist.
Yeah, he was
No, he was playing-
injured allegedly.
no,
he was
he was
injured
playing with
allegedly,
the-
but no one wants to bring that up. He was injured
And
allegedly.
they're
He was
But
playing
apparently
with
that
the-
matters for LeBron, right?
Jordan
Okay.
Poole, bro. He was,
Don't give it all to Jordan Poole because he had a splash.
Clay
brother
was
better
ass
than-
too, but y'all want to
Yeah,
blame
Clay was dog.
23-year-old.
around, not gonna lie.
Who will be hold in higher regard though? Clay or Jordan Poole?
Clay.
They both
So
played
who-
bad.
Four
Like-
rings? 4 rings? Hello? 4 rings? One, two, three.
Who's the splash brother? I mean, we know like pool party splash, but come on.
Yeah, Clay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, we didn't forget.
Clay was shooting like.
Dub, are you still looking for this Giannis?
Huh?
Yeah.
Are you
He's
still looking for this
keeping
Giannis?
Going hard right now.
I'm watching
Going
it
hard.
right now.
Are you watching? All right.
Yeah.
Game 1? You're watching game 1?
All right, so you're going to
Watch
watch the
game
triple
one.
team. So, okay.
You better watch the whole game.
Yeah, I didn't see a triple team yet.
All right.
He's gonna watch this perimeter
seen a
play from
double already,
Giannis,
though.
and they're gonna build a wall.
Yeah, like every team tries to do, and
Well,
fails except for 2
Kevin
teams.
Durant wasn't getting triple teams. What?
Wasn't they just bringing a lot
I'm
of
talking about
pressure
Giannis.
on KD?
Yeah,
like,
so
and-
if they were being defended the same, Kevin Durant won't get in triple teams. So why would Giannis?
Well, he brought up the triple team. That's what he
Oh,
brought
well,
up.
I said that for
irrelevant to
Giannis.
That's irrelevant
I said
to what
for
I
Giannis.
said. So yeah, I don't
Okay,
care.
so
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still trying to figure out like what exactly is the scheme difference you're looking for, Dub.
Yep.
Like,
They're
are you
just
saying
a great-
they guarded KD like better than what they did with Giannis? Like they put
Yeah,
more
that's
attention on
what
Well,
he-
KD?
you said they
that's
defended
what
him
he's saying,
differently, so I'm trying to figure out.
They were
what
way more
Right.
physical with KD, and that just threw him off.
No, KD just can't handle physicality.
Yeah, he's not built like that. He got no dog.
They
Like, we
were
know
just
this.
as physical with Giannis. Giannis can
Like,
just
thank
play
you.
through.
Like,
Giannis is bullying you right to the paint, bro.
So it just looks like KD's getting manhandled because he's getting pushed 25 feet off his spot.
yeah.
Unfortunately. Shout out to KD.
That was a tough series. to see.
That's
Which
a
I
series
think-
that like made me really high on Tatum defense. So,
I gonna lie, you're lying.
oh, all
What are we
right.
lying? What are we lying about, bro?
What are we lying
Giannis,
about?
probably
You'll
about
see.
the
You'll see
Giannis
the triple
series.
team like in the
Hey,
paint.
speaking
Like,
of the
I'm seeing-
Celtics
I'm
defense,
seeing one-on-one. I'm seeing one-on-one opportunities that Giannis should be getting in. And then
Alright.
the help that they send is actually coming very late.
oh, Oh, okay. Okay.
Wow.
All right. Well, I can't see it, so I can't.
I'm watching it right now. You got Al Horford literally guarding him one-on-one numerous times.
Are you going to watch KD? Are you going to watch them defend KD after this?
But so the help is late, but it's still there. That's what you're saying, right?
The help is late, but KD, as soon as KD would cross, what he say? Once he breaks the 3-point line, they're sending the help right there.
Cross the 3 point.
He's trying to get another layup in the mid range, bro.
That's crazy.
I mean, because they
layup in the mid.
Yeah.
Low key.
Giannis
like,
just had a crazy layup. Oh my god.
thank you. Come on now.
All right, though. Since we're speaking about the playoffs, I really want to hear about Mars. What he thinks about this take. I've had this take since the free agency's been over. I think San Antonio can make a real push for the play-in. And I don't just say that. I'm not very high on Victor Wembanyama's offensive game. I think his defensive game can be like what the Jazz had with Rudy Gobert. And I think they have a lot of solid pieces over there in San Antonio. I think Keldon Johnson's going to take a jump. He's
Robert
going to play
Williams
meaty.
on him 1-on-1. He's selling for a mid-range shot. Y'all are fucking
They're
lying.
a year away. They're probably a year away.
No, you didn't even let the Spurs fan get his take off. That's
My bad.
I'm not even I'm a Knicks fan, bro. I just like the Spurs.
You guys are just liars, bro.
Bro, keep watching. You're gonna see the triple teams in the paint.
Oh,
You're gonna see
Knicks.
it.
I think the Spurs added a lot of good pieces. They added Cameron
Watch the
Payne,
second
Jetty
half, bro.
Osman.
What
They
about
have
the
Doug McDermott. I think they can make a push for the play-in. Because if you look at the teams that are in the play-in, I think the Pelicans, Zion, we don't know what's going on with Zion. I bet that these last 5 teams in the West are kind of dog shit, excluding like the Mavericks. But
Thunder.
the Thunder,
Okay.
they made the plan. They made the plan. I think they're gonna stay. I think they're gonna stay. I think the Grizzlies are
Minnesota.
low-key gonna fall out. They're missing 25 games of Ja Morant. They lost one of their key players in Dylan Brooks, which he's not a great offensive player, but defensively he brings energy.
I mean, they replaced him with Marcus Smart.
They got Marcus
Smart.
Smart,
Okay.
so that's,
Yeah.
that's an upgrade.
Yeah, you forgot about that.
That
You
is an
forgot
upgrade,
about
low key. Like,
And they
come
still
on.
got Jaren Jackson, who's a top 5 defender in the league.
Yeah. I think
Steven
they might
Adams
slip
coming
from the
back
3rd seed, but I think they should make the playoffs.
I think I'm not saying they fall to the playoffs. I'm saying they fall to like the play-in area instead of being in the playoff area.
Yeah, that's his bad. He forgot.
I don't know though. I don't know.
I think
Yeah,
I think going to
how many
State.
games-
think so, though.
I just don't think it's insane to see any of the bottom 5 teams other than like Utah and Portland. I think any
Wait,
of those
Ken, I have a
teams.
question.
What's going on?
I don't think that it's, I don't even think they're the second best team in Texas.
Of course not. Dallas.
Yeah, then.
Dallas?
Wait, whoa.
Houston.
I think
Houston.
Houston.
Y'all forgot about Houston. Come
Oh.
on.
Like, I'm gonna be honest. Dallas
I mean,
is
honest,
like,
no, I mean dead serious. I mean dead serious. I'm not even trolling. Like, I do think Houston's gonna be better than San Antonio.
Oh, you're
That's what I'm
serious.
We're preaching. Yes.
Well,
he's
Houston
preaching.
has a
Yes.
lot of
So you think
talent.
Houston can be
Look,
like
I'm high on a Min Thompson and Jalen Green and everything else over there.
Dylan Brooks, the guy you were just talking about.
Because here's the thing. I feel
Not
like
Houston. Look, basketball isn't just you put a player on a team and they're that player. There's roles and they fit into
yeah,
systems.
exactly, and that's the thing. I think like the players they have all fit a
Mars.
role in
My
Houston.
bad.
And
Mars,
Min
I gotta
Thompson-
go. But from everything I've seen so far, the doubles are coming late while he's getting to the lane. While the difference between Giannis and KD is KD was getting those help and those doubles as soon as he's breaking the mid-range mark or the 3-point line.
Yeah, so you can handle double teams. That's what you're saying.
That's the difference. That's just the difference.
So you can't handle double teams.
Because KD's
And
a
then-
threat from the mid range.
And then Giannis, there's a lot of one-on-one opportunities that he's getting actually. But
Because they
I
don't
gotta
trust
go.
him as a shooter.
All right, Dub.
You guys are liars.
Yeah,
You have to watch the whole game. Like it's gonna.
I was just saying
I'm
he's a perimeter
I'm
player.
gonna watch the whole game, but
always-
what
And I'm
I've
talking
seen.
about in the paint, not in like the
Hey,
mid.
Chad,
In
hey,
the
Chad,
paint.
me-
the
me-
triple
hey,
team.
Chad,
Oh,
me
you,
and
no,
Dub are-
no, you talk about the difference, and I'm
okay,
telling
though.
you the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah, KD got to make them layups, bro.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Hey, Chad, me and Dub the best
Damn.
among us teammates. Me and Dub the
Ticket
best
time,
among us
all right.
teammates.
I don't know how
Act like
long we
he's
have
not
to.
a
I don't know
KD
how much
fan.
longer we have to go for. So you guys can keep having
An
a
hour.
conversation.
You gotta go
I'm
for
watching.
an
I'm
hour.
watching game one. I'm
Oh.
watching game one too.
Seek
My man
agenda
popped
push.
up out of nowhere.
I
Am I
think
left?
for the Spurs to be a playing team, Victor have to be like all-star caliber year one.
I don't think he has to. I think he's going to be a great defender. I'm not high on his offense. He's more of a, people don't realize it yet. He's much more of a perimeter player, and for somebody his size, that's definitely going to take a while to come. But defensively, if we funnel, I think Popovich is a good enough defensive coach to understand that you want to funnel the perimeter players to the
Oh
paint
my
so they
God.
can have to take shots over
Why you
Gobert.
put this
over
on
Mars.
He said, go
Ken,
back.
Ken, what
Yo,
about the Spurs?
how many games do you think he's
Like,
going to play, though? How many games do you think Wemby going to play?
What
I
about
think
JJ?
there's two ways the Spurs can go. The Spurs can go full developmental mode, or they can go and try to win. And I think with Greg Popovich and his age, I think they're going to try to like win basketball games. But if they don't, I definitely could see them back in this like lottery area. But I think that they could go for the competitive route, and I think that's the route they're going to try to go for. Because I think they have good pieces over there, and I think teams like the Pelicans, the Timberwolves, and
Timberwolves. Some disrespect.
Yeah,
I don't think the Timberwolves gonna
the
fall
Timberwolves
out.
do not fit together. I don't like Chris Finch. He's a terrible coach. If you're playing Rudy and Cat together, you're just a bad coach. I don't care.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. The
Don't worry.
Timberwolves at the end of the season actually started playing well, and not only that, like Jalen, the McDaniels, he's one of the best defenders in the league, and not only that, Ant-Man's is becoming better, and a fit from Rudy and Cat. They started to figure things out towards the end of the season, so I think they'll pick it up better. And not only that, Carvey Towns still a good offensive player. He's not terrible. I think the defense should be better. So I don't think Houston.
I mean, offensively,
he drops doubles.
He still get 10.
He drops doubles.
You said they were going to make the playoffs. Okay,
I meant playing.
I'm sorry. If the Mavericks replace the Pelicans in the play-in, who are they going to make it over?
Oh, that's what I was about to get to. So I think the Memphis Grizzlies will move down.
Out of the play-in.
No, to the play-in area.
All right.
I think the Pelicans will move down. Personally,
Mavericks take their spot, right?
yeah. I think personally the Timberwolves will move down and the Spurs will take their spot.
You think the Timberwolves won't make the play-in?
Fuck no. If you really go look at like the sets they ran defensively, I think Chris Finch. He's one of the worst coaches in the NBA. He's atrocious, terrible.
Damn.
Really go look at it because I watch a lot of Minnesota games. I live in Michigan. I live in Michigan, so I see a lot of Timberwolves games. Terrible coach.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Cat will be traded, and the fact that even if he isn't traded,
and he could get traded.
The fact that you're saying that they won't even make like the playoffs or the play-in is kind of.
I think they'll be close, but they won't make. I don't think they're going to be a worse team in the league.
You don't think
but that was completely different. That was different.
No. I think despite Ant taking a step, Rudy and Cat is such a terrible conglomerate of players, and Chris Finch is such a terrible coach. That they're gonna just barely miss it.
Wow.
Is it gonna be worse than the Spurs though?
Yeah.
Like what is
But
the
the Spurs
do on the offensive side of the ball?
Well, you guys are really
How are the Spurs gonna be better than the Pelicans?
Exactly.
I don't even know.
That's purely off of Zion's injury. That's purely off of Zion being injury prone. And Brandon Ingram, guys, people don't know this. He missed 20 games from a bruised toe, guys. He's soft. He's not that guy.
So he missed 20 games. That makes him.
Was it a toe or his foot?
It was something like with that.
I think it was his foot. I don't think it was
a
his toe.
contusion. It was a contusion, which is a bone bruise. So
Yeah.
just saying it's a bruise.
Why is the Spurs
mean,
better
a
than
bone
That sounds like more than what it is.
Anyone who's tried to play sports with a bone bruise, you know it's more than just a bruise. Like,
Exactly. Nobody say you
Mars knows,
ever
Mars.
had that. You
so
ever had a bone
calling
bruise?
someone soft for a bone bruise, you're just trying to push a weird agenda.
Right.
I think Zion not playing the play is kind of soft.
But I also think Zion's not a health. Like he's just like his body. He's just not going to be a healthy player. I think CJ McCollum is clearly declining. What's going on?
Still better than whoever the
I'm saying there's still be the win games without Zion.
I
mean,
but the Spurs are a young team. So the Spurs are a young team, though, so I could see them ascending higher than the Pelicans could ascend. But the Pelicans do have Herb Jones and some young pieces, but I don't see it in New Orleans. Like they don't have like a player like a Anthony Edwards type of player. I would say Zion, but he's just not healthy. Brandon Ingram is like their most consistent player, and he has flaws in his game. And I think CJ McCollum's declining. I think a lot of players on their roster are like declining. They don't have like a.
I know.
You said the T-Wolves had
I know.
A-level
Yeah,
player
I know a
and
team that has a. I know a team that has an Anthony Edwards type of player, but you don't think they're going to make the play.
Because Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. It's every team is dynamic. They have different like. And they have a terrible coach. Every team has a different dynamic.
Hold on. Wait. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Wolves are
What's going on?
Like when you talk about the Wolves, right? Don't they have enough? Don't they have the type of personnel that they can actually hide a player like Cat on defense?
Yes.
Did they?
You can't hide that.
Yes, they do.
Did they?
I don't know if you can hide someone that.
they're better without Cat this year. They're better without Cat this year.
Hold on. Ray.
I saw Karl Anthony Towns play defense.
Ray.
They can't hide him.
Literally, the question you asked was shown in 29 games of Karl-Anthony Towns playing the power forward, and they couldn't hide him. Like he just couldn't.
That's what. Okay, that's what.
Didn't they play better without
disagree.
Cat during the season?
I just think it's too much of a small.
They did.
Wait, why do you disagree? That's how I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna just say it's a small sample size. That's all.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, so you think if he played 82 games instead of playing just 30, if he played 82 games in the power forward position, did anything change?
With that team, yeah.
I live in Michigan and I went
around him because with a guy like McDaniels, with a guy like Ant, and then a guy like Rudy, you can't scheme around him. You really can't.
I got you.
Y'all think Taurean Prince a big loss?
Hold on. So what would have changed? What would have changed if he played 82 instead of 29?
But they'll give them a more consistent offense for sure. Because having him and Ant on the floor for 82 games, like we're speaking, I think their offense will be definitely more consistent, easily.
Definitely should stagger their minutes more.
Is 82 realistic for Cat?
You have the personnel with that team. That's why I'm not low on them. I'm not low on the team because they have the personnel. That's how I look at that team.
They have, even if they do have the personnel, they're being led by Chris.
Yeah.
No. We're not even on that. You said offense.
Yeah.
But you said they had tried to hide him on defense. What would change for him on defensively?
Defensively, he was fine against the Nuggets. Like he was pretty well
I'm not even talking about that. He's just saying in the 82 games, and
he was falling out of like.
Right, but when I say hiding him on defense, it will be things like where he's not, as you said, where he's not looking clueless on the court. You
so
can put him
all the time.
So put him in position.
But like I said, for me, I think continuity will help with him. That's what I think. Hold on. One more thing we forgetting. He's moving from one position to the next. He's moving from power forward, from center to power forward. So let's say, give him a bit of a grace period to adjust to that. That's me. You guys want to kill him, but I say
they gave Malik Beasley 20 games to get right with the Lakers, and yet he couldn't do anything yet defensively or offensively. That's a grace period.
You can do that. You can do that with Malik Beasley, where you're not paying Malik Beasley cap money. That's why you can get rid of Malik Beasley that quickly. That's the difference. But with Malik Beasley don't fit, you get rid of him.
Just get better on defense.
Everyone understands that Cat literally has no type of awareness or feet to even try to go step on the perimeter either way. So you try to hide him is not going to change anything when he's not.
Like I said,
he doesn't even understand how to be hidden. He doesn't even understand how to be hidden.
But the thing is, at the end of the day,
you say he played 29 games, right?
Learn how to be a better player.
He played 29 games and didn't even understand. Just go sit.
That's enough for you. And that's enough for you. So you just trade him, right? You ready to trade him?
If I get someone against Siakam, I trade him in a heartbeat.
Wait, I have a question.
We were the 6th seed without Cat.
How do you hide Cat? Like, all right, so you have Cat power forward, Anthony Edwards at shooting guard, McDaniels at small forward, Rudy at center, and what's the name? Mike Conley at point guard. How do you hide Cat in that scenario?
It's physically impossible.
Put him on the worst.
Hold on. How many years has Cat been in the league? How many years?
Since 2015.
He's going into year 8, year 9.
Yeah, it's 8. It's 8.
And he a vet for it. That's crazy.
And then,
at this point, it's going to be hard to learn how to.
Look, this is all I'm saying. If Cat completely changes how he plays defense and learns how to play defense, he can play defense. Sure. But if he doesn't completely change the person, he's unhideable.
I don't think he looks horrible.
At the power forward. At the center, he can physically play defense. At the power forward, he can't.
That's like me telling y'all, Matisse, if you just give Matisse Thybulle a whole nother year just to completely revamp his offense, so that way he can score, shoot threes, and score the basketball at create rim pressure, he's just become a completely better offensive player.
Hey, what do you think
Nobody's asking that. Nobody's asking of him to be a defender or great defender, bro.
You can't revamp a person that has no type of IQ awareness, anything on defense. He doesn't understand how to lick a defense. Y'all told me he can fix that. Rudy Gobert is directing traffic. Him and Jaden McDaniels, and this man Cat is looking over you.
Before Rudy Gobert got there, Karl-Anthony Towns is the worst defender in the NBA, right?
So what are you?
The worst defender in the NBA, right?
at the power forward position.
Cat is the worst defender in the NBA.
wasn't a power forward, bro.
Because
He was a center.
Trae Young's the worst defender.
no, because as a big man, as a big man, you have more responsibility. Stopping shots at the paint, so you're gonna get more shots
you
off.
have more responsibility, but like I said, everyone knows as the power forward, you're supposed to be able to go both protect.
Yet again, he just moved to the
Cat is not good at
position,
either
bro.
one of those things.
So you forget he just moved to the
Well,
position.
because
I don't want to forget he just moved to the position.
He can't move.
Did you forget that? He just moved to that position. He was a center before.
Okay, they put him in a center for a reason.
Wait, yet again. So answer the question. So before Rudy got there, he was the worst defensive center in the league, right?
Yeah, more than likely, yes. I can't think of that right now.
He was top 3 worst.
Hey, bro, Ray. Before you got in the NBA,
Never heard somebody say that.
Hey, Ray, before you got in the NBA, do you remember what position you was playing at any other point before you got in the NBA?
You talking about in college?
College, high school, I don't care. Just do you remember?
It's switched up. I remember him playing the 3 at times, but sure, he played center and power forward. What's the point?
He played power forward in college, right?
He played for Willie Cauley
We're playing the NBA,
right.
I
know. This is what I'm trying to do.
And then he had years in the NBA as a center. What are you doing? What are you talking about, bro? Let
me finish, bro.
He's not a second-year player.
He came out of college as a power forward, right? The minute he got into the NBA, they immediately moved him to the center. Why would you move a person that played power forward, you know what I'm saying, that quote-unquote felt comfortable at power forward? Why would you move into a position where they are less comfortable, right? Because they saw deficiencies in his game, where if they left him at the power forward, it will be worse for them, for him, and the team. So they put him at the center because they understood these things, and the logic made sense.
Who else?
Now, you say putting him at the power forward was going to change anything.
I just think they can play him at
11. I don't care about your height right now. If you can play center, you can play center, bro.
Yo, can I ask a question, bro?
I don't care about your height.
Can I ask you a question? Did I say Cat's gonna be a good defender? Did I say that?
What you said is they can hide him, and I just told you that they couldn't hide him. And you said, well, if you would look at the personnel and you had the continuity, they had the personnel for 29 games. In 29 games.
But you're not arguing that, bro. You're not arguing his teammate. You're arguing with himself.
I already argued that. You ignored it.
So what's the flaw with his teammates?
What do you mean? What's the what flaw? What
on defense? What's the flaw where they can't help him? Where they can't hide him?
Jaden McDaniels being one of the best wing defenders in the NBA makes him a flaw on defense.
No, I'm asking. No. Wait. What you just described is what I believe why they can't hide him. What you just said about Jaden McDaniels is why I believe they can hide him. That's one of the components. Also, when you add Rudy Gobert, that's one of the components. So now you can just make him a help defender now.
Okay.
That's the point. You could hide him like that.
Answer me this, because one, he doesn't even understand help defense. But answer me this. How can you hide a person? How can you hide a person like that? How can you hide a person like that? If literally, like you said, you have Rudy Gobert in the paint and whatnot, you still have to at least be able to stick the dude in the corner on the perimeter. If he can't do that, how are you going to hide him?
You told me about help defense. A lot of time help defense comes from the weak side, my guy. He could play a weak side.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again.
He can play the weak side.
If he's on the weak side corner,
and he's got McDaniels there, he come on the weak side, bro. And then also, rebounding is a part of defense too. Him ending the play.
I agree.
He doesn't have to affect the shot, bro. He can end the play by getting a rebound too.
Okay, that's
part
cool.
of continuity, bro.
If you think rebounding is going to make you
I'm not done. Part of continuity is knowing where to be on the court. Part of continuity is knowing how to be on the court, especially on defense. So now he can end the play by getting the rebound. That's my point, bro. When you know what the guys on the floor are going to do, you can help defense with that. You can help.
He doesn't. He doesn't know.
It's 20. See, like I said, you don't have to get hyped. Like I said, we disagree on the 29 games.
Nigga, what you talking about?
Disagree. We disagree on the 29 games. You think it's enough? I don't. That's the difference.
That's
JJ,
cool.
Are you saying he did not get better at defense in the latter part of the season? We saw him in
the playoffs, bro.
I don't think it looked as bad in the playoffs. It didn't look as bad in the playoffs.
There's no change in Karl-Anthony Towns. If you want to say it didn't look bad in the playoffs, you're only saying that because y'all saw him without Rudy Gobert when Rudy Gobert got suspended for that one game. And then after that, y'all really want to ignore the fact that in the Nuggets series, this man, the only difference was they had him playing in the paint and had Rudy Gobert. They switched Rudy Gobert's role. I don't even know why they would do that because it doesn't matter.
And it worked.
It worked because It worked because Rudy Gobert is a better defender. That's why it worked.
But
I think Cat was overrated in that series too.
No. That means Cat did not get better. That means Cat did not get better.
Nobody said he got better.
Well, he looked better. He looked better. I'll say
because the continuity. You see how he losing his mind right now.
No. I did.
Like we didn't just watch these things. We just watched this, didn't we?
No, I did
Cool.
say better.
Give him 82 games now. Give him 82 games.
Wait, hold on.
I can see both y'all points though.
My boy Sean is literally saying he got better.
Yeah, I did.
Give them an off season with this team, bro. I think it'll be better, bro. We could you know what we could do? We could put some money up on that. Just me and you. We can watch it, bro.
How would you bet on that? Like,
that's a ticket move, bro.
Defense is so subjective. You can't bet on that.
At the end of the day, it was a good
defense is understanding.
We'll see.
Hey, hold on, Shonen. What you say, bro?
I said the important part of defense is understanding defensive rotations. I agree with you at the early set. A lot of moments that he did not understand the defensive rotations playing the 4 spot. But to say that, especially with, now that even D'Lo is not on the team, which is another defensive liability, to say that they can't get better with another offseason, especially to see how well they played on defense when they played against the Nuggets.
It's crazy
teams in the NBA. They say he can't get better at that in the sense of understanding the spots I have to be at. I don't agree with that. I think he can get better at understanding. And I think, especially with 3 elite defenders and Michael Conley, who's pretty solid, he's not a liability, in my opinion. They could definitely hide him better than they did in those in the early 20.
Hold on. Let me respond back to that.
He can't move laterally.
The one thing that you said he has to understand about defensive rotations, that comes to intangibles too. At the end of the day, if he can't even move laterally, if you could just get in the right spot, that's fine, right? I could get behind that. But the difference is, even him at being the center, and before Rudy Gobert got there, it wasn't about him. He had the guys supporting him, helping him as the center. So when you move him to this power forward spot where now he can't even, now as a power forward, you have to help support your other guys. And you don't understand what you're doing. You're always lost. You're turning in circles. Him comprehending defensive coverages after being in the league for 7 years is not gonna. I'm not riding on that because that just won't happen.
Well, we won't know.
You've been in the league for 7 years.
Can I just finish my last point? So first off, to the guy in the top right, me and Go to JJ already spoke about how, if he completely learns defense, he can be a good defender. But to the last thing I got to say, Mars, this question was for you. I just wanted to hear how you felt about my take that the Spurs could potentially edge away into the play-in tournament.
No.
If you think Houston can as well, then sure.
Oh my god!
The Wolves are going to be better.
Houston are going to be better than San Antonio. So
I do think.
Honestly, that's an interesting wager. That's an interesting wager.
No, it's not. I think Houston will be better because
it's not even
Houston's just a better overall team.
If Victor's All-Star caliber year 1, the way they're hyping him up, I don't know.
No, I'm not saying he has to be all-star caliber. I think his defense, you guys are not thinking about the defensive side. I think the Spurs are going to be a strong defensive team. They have Keldon Johnson, Devin Vassell is going to take a lead.
Yeah. You know how good Houston defense can be, like Amin Thompson,
Dylan
Brooks.
Bro, Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet were like 2 of the worst volume shooters in the NBA last year.
Okay, they won't be shooting like that.
Dylan Brooks wants a bigger role though, Dev. He wants a bigger role.
They're not even shooting like that. They're not that.
Wait, Dylan Brooks said he wants a bigger role. What do you mean?
You're talking about the
bigger role, but he ain't getting one. Dylan Brooks is going to play within the flow of the offense.
Dylan Brooks won't be the third scoring option on the team.
Dylan Brooks.
I bet you he takes
the and take wide open threes. That's it.
I bet you he's second in shot attempts on that team. Or not third.
No, I mean that's not crazy. That's not crazy. That's not crazy because he just
second in shot.
Jalen Green.
Jalen Green shooting more than
Jalen Green.
Trevor Reeves is taking more shots.
No, he's not.
Wait, Mars, how high are you on Trevor Reeves?
I promise you he's not.
I'm not
Kevin Porter Jr.
Trevor Reeves.
I'm high.
Are you high on Devin Vassell?
Mars.
Yes.
When can we
Keldon Johnson?
His
defense isn't moving me either.
Wait, Mars, when can we upgrade Trevor? When can we upgrade Trevor Reeves to Shane Battier?
Oof, I don't know if we're gonna get that.
They hit that game winner.
Summer League performance was.
I'm saying then we upgrade Shane Battier.
He might be Summer League Shane Battier. He might be.
Listen, I'm higher on Jabari Smith than you are. I think he can be really good. I think he'd be
better than Brandon Miller.
Yes.
Right now, yeah.
I mean, he's NBA, so yeah, he's an NBA.
Because Brandon Miller's going to be a terrible defender.
Oh damn!
I mean, because he's already a better defender. Brandon Miller. He's a better shooter.
Based on
he's in the NBA. I mean, obviously he's better at everything.
Brandon Miller can't defend without fouling. He's not particularly strong. His IQ is all over the place. He doesn't. Really
we'll see in the league, bro. We'll see in the league. Everything can change in the league. We'll see.
Yo, I got a question. I got a question. Who's the best player on Team USA right now?
Hot take. Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Brunson.
No.
Yes, Jalen Brunson. Let's go.
Well, if Anthony Edwards on the team, wait. Anthony Edwards on the team.
It's
Julius Randle tax bars. You know how bad
it's like a three-way tie. It's like a three-way tie.
Wait.
Between Ant and Brandon Ingram.
No. It's between Brandon Ingram, Ant-Man, JJJ, and
What? No.
Respect Jaren Jackson.
No, Jaren Jackson's on the same tier as
his offense. Not moving.
Respect Jaren Jackson.
Jaren Jackson
is he
top
Brunson?
5 defender in the league.
You guys just don't respect elite defense. That's fine.
That's what I'm saying. He's a top 5 defender.
Embarrassing the playoffs. Sorry, you got embarrassed in the playoffs. Sorry.
What? No, he played good in the playoffs.
No, I mean, he played good, but 80 smoked him. 80 smoked him.
Anthony Davis.
Sorry about AD. I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
but this is like not even like the best in the world. AD.
He didn't have 80 was
AD slowed himself down, if I'm being honest.
Jaren Jackson is better than Brunson, though. Jaren Jackson is better than.
Is he better than Halliburton?
I'm not saying.
I'll take Jaren.
I don't think so.
Listen, if I
want you would take Jalen Brunson. I mean, you would take Jaren Jackson over Jalen Brunson on your team.
Like you want. I'm not doing
that. Who's your favorite team?
I get a defensive anchor. Why would I not want a defensive anchor?
So you can have a playmaker and somebody who can control the pace of the game.
A playmaker and a 24-point scorer on plus.
Jalen Brunson a playmaker is a
what?
He's a playmaker.
What? He's definitely a playmaker. Stop it, Mars. Stop it.
Mars, you didn't watch enough.
Did you watch the playoffs versus the Heat and the?
He's a scorer.
No, he led Julius Randle to 27 wins. He's a playmaker
on his team, Mars. You know how bad that is, bro.
He's a playmaker. I watched like 70 Knicks games. I'm a Knicks fan. He's a playmaker, bro.
He has the gravity, right? And he can pass. How is he not a playmaker, bro? He has the two things.
Ken, as a Knicks fan, what do you think about Barrett, man?
What do I think about Barrett? Okay. I think RJ Barrett. I've trolled Mars a lot about RJ Barrett being better than Jalen Green a lot, but I think RJ Barrett genuinely has a very high upside. He's been sneaky, averaging 20 points per game for like the last 3 years, somewhere in that area of 20 points per game for like
the past 3 years. 20? You mean right under 20?
Yeah, like right under 20 for like the past 3 years now. And I think
he's averaging 20, right?
Right.
But it's a way worse 20. It's a worse.
Oh my!
Wait. Isn't it like around the same?
I'm not done.
One mic.
RJ Barrett's out there getting third option coverage, whereas
Ant is what RJ Barrett should have been. Ant is what RJ Barrett should have been.
I agree with that, but I think RJ Barrett has a lot of defensive upside. He not only has the upside, but he actually is a great defender now. A lot of people just don't watch Knicks games, so they just don't know. He's not an all NBA level defender, but he's like he's like in the
but he's a positive defender.
I think he's good.
I would say he's a big positive on defense. He's our best defender on the Knicks.
Oh, he's not better than Robinson, not.
He's not better.
Wait, I have a question.
No, Robinson gets fouled out a lot. I take that into consideration.
Is it that bad to the point where RJ's a better defender than him?
Yes. Yeah. He gets fouled out in like 24 minutes every game. Like people are very high on Mitchell Robinson. As somebody who's watched the majority of the Knicks games, I want that motherfucker gone.
Oh, thank you.
If it's only on fouls, I don't know how
that motherfucker's terrible.
He wants post touches. If you guys have ever seen him in the post, he's terrible. He's no hands
as a defender. Yeah,
as a defender. No, I'm just talking about him as a shitty player. But he's a good defender. I wouldn't build a defense around him though. RJ Barrett,
like the way he shut down Mobley and Allen, like I've never seen that. Like
no. Overrated. That is not who he is. That's not who he is. That's not who he is.
It's kind of easy when neither one of those guys can shoot the basketball.
I mean, it's not easy to shut down two like.
Yeah, they're both in
games like that.
They play in the paint, so it's not like that's not who he is.
I see Jared Allen.
Did you expect Mobley to play that bad in his
playoff debut? Just turn around.
I mean, he still
he was guarding Jared Allen and
Evan Mobley. He was literally turning his back to one or the other in the paint.
Wait, can I ask you a question? How many centers on average like completely
better than Brandon Ingram?
What did he do with Bam, son?
Wait, what did you say to me?
What did he do with Bam? Bam was
Bam. He do with Bam. He did nothing for him. Bro.
I said, why do you think?
I mean,
nothing for him, bro.
Ken, I just asked you why you think Brunson's better than Brandon Ingram.
I think. I'll be completely objective here.
That's a hot take, boy.
He doesn't do anything.
Brandon, I didn't watch a lot of Pelicans games, but from what I see of Brandon Ingram, I'm high on him. But like his playmaking, it's not there for me, and I'm high on controlling the tempo of the game. And like when he plays, he's more so only looking for his own shot. He can play make, but he's really more so a scorer. I see Brandon Ingram as more of a they're both pieces.
Brunson's a pretty underrated scorer. Like 24 on good shooting splits. Like he's a pretty good scorer.
I think Brunson is closer to being if you put him on a championship caliber roster, he can more help the team than a Brandon Ingram could. That's why.
Facts.
I If we're going off skill, like straight skill, I'll give it to him.
I mean, that's Tween Hesse stuff, bro.
Because he's also big and height plays a factor.
I don't know, Mars. He got hurt a lot this year. Like,
if you want to do injury tax, sure. But
yeah, that's what we do over here.
But a 20 game, like for 20 games,
he's better than Brandon Ingram.
I just looked at the whole roster. I just had to refresh my memory, and yeah.
I think Brunson underrated scorer too. Like he's like 24 on plus.
Still not better than Brandon Ingram.
I think he is. I think he is. I don't know where else you know.
Then I do.
You think he's better than Ingram?
That's right. I need to respect Jaren Jackson.
I gotta do.
Ingram is a better.
Ingram's like barely a better scorer.
How y'all trying to get this Brunson?
I don't think he's
Brandon Ingram thing. Like whoa.
Bro, Brunson is. I don't think it's clear. 24 a game. Ingram gives you what, like 26? Like, and then Ingram's not the playmaker Brunson is. Like, what are we doing?
Brunson is not a playmaker.
Yes,
aren't you a Knicks
did
fan?
y'all watch him? What are y'all talking about, bro?
Context, aren't you a Knicks fan?
If you're gonna say
let me get out.
Yes, he's a good playmaker. I'm not saying he's elite. He's good.
Brandon Ingram's a better playmaker.
He's not a playmaker. Like, it makes
all right, that's a lie. I don't know why y'all just be lying.
Wait, who said Ingram's over Brunson as a playmaker? No, y'all tried it.
Y'all just be lying. I'm not lying, bro. Just to push an agenda.
I think you guys are really understating how hard it is to play with a player like Julius Randle.
And RJ Barrett.
He's a good player.
I'm here for all the Julius Randle.
I think you guys are really seriously like
delusional and just say random stuff like Jalen Brunson is better than Brandon Ingram. You guys,
bro, you're underrating Brunson, bro. Like he was a 24 scorer on good efficiency, and in the playoffs, he carried that over in the playoffs. If you look at the scoring numbers, they're not crazy far off, bro. I promise you. They're not. I don't know. They're not crazy far off.
Brandon Ingram is better than Jalen Brunson.
Mars, I asked you.
No, I mean that's what you think.
One person talk at a time.
One mic.
Anthony Edwards clears both of them, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, he doesn't clear BI. It's like they're on the same tier. BI.
No, they're not.
Yeah, Ingram's overrated, bro. I'm saying it, bro.
I said Mars. I need your thoughts on this, bro.
Ingram and Ant are not on the same tier.
No.
Yes, I do.
We got a super chat. Drip Baylor says start bench cut championship piece. Shane Battier, Danny Green, Jabari Smith.
Shane Battier.
I like that order already.
Keep the order.
Yeah, he put it in order already.
Danny Green, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
The order.
Now I'm gonna take Danny Green first, man. He got more rings. Go.
That's valid. I mean, Danny Green is really just Klay Thompson without opportunity. So
talk about it.
bro.
So just remember that because Klay Thompson, I'm sure you guys would start him. So imagine Danny Green with that.
You're telling me Danny Green can't do hang dribbles?
I don't think Green would ever shoot no matter. I don't think whatever team you put Green on, I don't think he'll shoot as much as Klay does.
He cannot hang dribble into a jump shot. He cannot.
Like Klay will give you 18 shots on 62
What he did in
shooting.
San Antonio
Is Green ever
context, I
doing
don't
that?
know.
It's so nasty, bro.
When Danny Green had the finals record for most threes in the series.
Yep. And Klay Thompson
Mars,
did that
that was
before.
off of hang dribbles, Mars. There was
But
no
he
iso.
He could.
Oh my god! All right, go ahead, Mars. Go ahead. It's your role.
If you playing this Steph context, I don't know.
I'm curious. Are any of you guys watching?
If you don't think Danny Green could do some hang dribbles, I don't know what to say.
I just don't think he'll just take as many shots that Klay ever did. I don't care what team he's not taking as many shots that Klay did. I don't think he ever.
If you give him the green light, he would.
Give him the green light, boy.
It's easy when you say that, but like to me, I should see it though. It's just
Yeah, there was a year he averaged like 18.
But I will say the only thing I will say, just to be serious, I honestly think that Klay's a better off the dribble shooter than Danny Green, and I think he has better repertoire in the mid range. I think Danny Green is so ass in the mid range. He has no shot creation skills. It's really
Danny
terrible.
Green just
he barely takes it.
That's my point.
Nobody's saying he better. We just he could do his thing.
Put Desmond Bain there.
Do y'all see Anthony Davis just agreed to a 3-year extension?
Oh, he agreed to it already?
Yeah, just
damn.
He better take that money.
That's like 56 mil.
The moment LeBron is leaving, Anthony Davis is gone.
He better take that money.
Yeah, he has
Lakers
to.
ain't gonna do nothing with just AD as a star. It's already proven.
Hey man, they'll get him some help.
Best player on the team.
When LeBron leaves, they'll get him some help.
Actually, I have a question right here.
You don't need a second star next to him. You can't just have like.
I would say I don't know. There's a hot taking out, but I'm not as high on Mikal Bridges. Me a top 25 where there's all NBA players. Everybody else is like. I'm not as high on it as Mikal Bridges taking.
I think
like
Cam Thomas
big leap.
I don't have him top 25.
Top 20.
I think Cam Thomas needs to play more.
Yeah, I don't have.
I'm just not.
Hold on. Whoa, let me just say this. If Julius Randle can make the All NBA team, you damn sure Mikal Bridges is gonna make an All NBA team before.
With these new rules, come on now.
Yes, especially with these.
Yes, sir.
Mikal Bridges plays every.
You said Mikal Bridges.
I'm talking about like.
So you think Mikal average 25 for the whole season?
This is the year that Mikal Bridges misses a game.
Listen, I'm not talking about. I'm not. Maybe.
Don't jinx that, Mars. Don't jinx that.
And I'm not talking about.
Let me knock on.
I'm just saying there's just gonna be players better. Even if I'm just talking about normal, like obviously you can make it with the rules changing, but like based off of our actual eyes, the players that are better than him. I just think there's forwards that are gonna be better than him. Like
who's better?
Guards.
Is Mikal Bridges better than Julius Randle?
No,
I'll give you.
Yes.
I'll give you that, Mark. Come on, Mark. Give me someone.
One mic. You guys.
Come on, contact.
He doesn't have a large enough sample size to be in front of. Julius.
He was better than Julius Randle 2 years ago when he was on the Suns. I don't know.
Yes.
I think he's better.
Yes.
The stats don't look well.
I didn't need to see Mikal Bridges average 27 to say he was better than Julius Randle.
Thank you.
He was averaging 16.
That's good enough for me. Yeah, him as a role player is good enough for me.
Do that for the whole season, man. I want to see more. That's how.
Same.
I want to see more.
To do it, so.
I don't know why we keep. All right, let's go through the list.
Bradley Beal and Mikal Bridges are the same.
No.
Yeah, well, they bring two different things to the team. Like his defensive, what he brought, the defense that he brought for the Suns, like Bradley Beal not going to recreate that. So I don't know.
The idea of Beal is better than Brandon.
I'll give you this. I think Brandon Ingram is better than Bradley Beal.
Is he better than Ant?
I mean, not Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram better than Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges.
Yes,
that I agree with.
Okay, I agree with that.
Mikal Bridges, yes.
I agree with that.
Jaren Jackson Jr. will be not Chris.
Okay.
Chris Paul. Jesus.
Nah. Don't do that. Don't stop this.
You think Mikal's better than Chris Paul right now?
Mikal Bridges might be better than Brunson next year.
Nah, Mikal's better than Chris Paul. Yeah.
I know how we feel about Jaylen Brown. I feel like they'll be in the same team.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown's just a better player.
I think Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown.
If he does what he did in the playoffs again,
I know it's cool. Jaylen Brown can't dribble with his left. He's better than Mikal Bridges.
But
Jaylen Brown's better.
Jaylen Brown.
Who else? Let me think about this. Obviously Devin Booker.
Larry Markkinen or Mikal Bridges?
Mikal Bridges.
Ingram.
Wait, you said Devin Booker?
No, I said Larry.
Devin Booker's better than him.
I said Larry.
Larry Markkinen or
So wait, do you think
I'll take Bridges. I'll take
Top
Bridges, Mars. I'll take
25
Bridges.
player? Is that what you're
Taking
saying?
Bridges.
That's tough. That's tough.
They're like the same.
It's by a small
I'll
margin.
take Zach.
though. It's
I
not-
think
That's
Zach
tough.
Levine.
I have to think
I
about
think
it.
Zach Levine's better than Mikal Bridges.
You guys are just being racist. That's why you took
You
it.
think
I think Zach
DeMar-
Levine. I think Zach Levine's better than Mikal Bridges.
DeMar
Andrew
DeRozan?
Andrew Wiggins, or Mikal Bridges?
Mikal Bridges will be better than
Mikal clears.
Ooh.
Mikal clears
Yes,
DeMar.
Did
DeMar?
Mikal lock up Tatum in the finals though? Come on, God.
Mikal Bridges is better than Andrew Wiggins.
Mikal. I got Zach
Andrew Wiggins'
Levine.
free throw shooting is
Zach
atrocious.
Levine over Mikal
I think
Bridges.
it's
DeMar DeRozan or Mikal Bridges.
DeMar.
Don't disrespect DeMar.
DeMar's like
Mikal, I got Mikal.
DeMar.
When the last time
Mikal.
DeMar had a good playoff series?
I got Mikal.
I got Pascal Siakam over Mikal Bridges.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy.
Yeah, these are easy ones, Dev.
Do some harder ones, bro.
Zach Levine over Mikal Bridges.
Easy. Come on.
No.
Paolo Banchero or Mikal Bridges.
Mikal.
Are we
This
projecting?
season, you think Paolo's going to be
I
worse?
think
Projecting? I got Paolo.
Oh, it's about this season coming up. So this season, who's going to be better?
Mikal. I'm going Mikal.
Mikal. I think Paulo's like a couple years away.
I actually have a better one. DeJounte Murray or Mikal Bridges.
Now,
Mikal Bridges.
Mikal Bridges.
Right there. That's a
Bridges.
Sorry, Dev. Sorry, Dev.
Mikal is an interesting
That's
one.
about-
Mikal over DeJounte Murray. That's easy.
Mikal.
That's easy.
I think they're in the same
Jaren
range.
Jackson
Just that he's
Jr.?
not gonna have the opportunities Mikal gonna
I
have.
think they're gonna be the same
Mikal's gonna
tier.
be
I
a
think they're
number
gonna be in
one.
the same
That's
tier.
the problem.
Jaren
Alright,
Jackson?
LaMelo Ball or Mikal Bridges.
They're gonna be the same tier. Same tier.
Melo.
Mikal Bridges.
Mikal, because LaMelo's kind of over.
Darius Garland's or Mikal Bridges.
I was
They're
gonna
gonna
ask
be in
him
the
one
same
day.
tier. They're gonna be.
I think it's the same
I
thing.
think Garland's gonna have a better year than Mikal.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray.
Same tier.
If he has a
Jamal
better
Murray.
year, what's gonna happen with Mobley? If he steps up like that, what Mobley gonna do?
DPY candidate.
He has to
Mobley's
get better
not
on
an offensive
offense,
player,
bro.
bro.
Yeah,
but Mobley's gonna have
Yeah,
to
I'm about
really
to say.
step up on the offensive end for it to
Tiger
be a
told he had to clean
conversation.
his room. That's tough.
You can't be. Being a great defender is great, but when you're easy to scheme against offensively, because you're not that.
He got
But if you're-
exposed against the
hold on.
Knicks, to be honest.
But it's different though.
Sounds like you're saying Giannis is mid.
Sounds
Sounds like you're saying Giannis is mid.
That's tough.
So, but BMG,
I ain't
so-
dissing Giannis.
but
He's
BMG,
going on.
even though like if you're one of the, it's difference being like you're one of the best defenders in the league. Like when I said Jaren Jackson Jr. is better than Brunson, I think Jaren Jackson is like a top 5 defender in the league. And plus, offensively, he has grown. Like we see in the playoffs, like he got a little post game better, a little jump hook, and he can hit. Even though his 3-point shot is like iffy, he hit wide open shots. I just think his defensive value alone is better to a team than Jalen Brunson's value to a team. Like if you put like who would be a better?
So you're saying that if you put Triple J on the Knicks, he would have more of an impact than Jalen Brunson?
Yes.
I'll put
Like
Jalen
depending on the
Brunson
team,
over
like for let's say Boston, right? Who do you think will have better impact for Boston, Jaren Jackson Jr. or Jalen Brunson?
Jalen Brunson. They need Jalen Brunson, so it's different. They need a player like him, so it's different. That's a
They need a playmaker. They need
that's a bad
Yeah,
comparison.
that's not Jalen Brunson.
Oh, well, that's different.
What?
Yeah,
If Jalen Brunson was on the Celtics,
Boston doesn't have
clearly the
any
You
champion.
guys are really calling Jalen Brunson a
Jalen Brunson is
playmaker?
not a playmaker. He's a scorer.
Right,
man.
Mars.
I don't
Yeah,
get-
he's a
I don't-
scorer who can facilitate.
He's
a scorer, yes, but he's a scoring guard.
You see why you get trolled all the time, right?
Scoring guard
This
that
is
can
crazy
play at a
to
good
me.
level. Like, come on.
Yeah, I said he's a decent playmaker, but he's not a
Right.
playmaker. That's not what he
Yeah, I
is.
don't count him as a playmaker. I count him as
Tyrese
a scoring
Halliburton
guard.
is a playmaker. Jalen Brunson is someone who's a scorer who can.
There we go.
There
we
we
go.
go.
It's different.
He's not a playmaker. He's just not.
Talk Mars. Come on, man. Get your bag, Mars. Get your bag.
Defender and a
I
player that
disagree,
can play defense.
I
Yeah,
disagree.
you disagree because
It's
you might
real-
be him wrong. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, this open court Mars coming out. This open court
yeah, I
Mars
think-
right
If you
now.
want to be right, you would agree with me. But if you
I
want
would
to be
think
wrong,
Jaren Jackson Jr. would be a better
He's a
fit.
playmaker to like that he's not a playmaker.
So
I think
let me ask you guys:
either
do
way-
you think that Mikal Bridges will have a better year than Jimmy Butler?
No.
In the season, yeah.
In the
Is
regular
he gonna
season,
fall off
yeah.
that bad?
Yeah.
Is he gonna fall off
Yeah.
that bad?
Are they gonna be in the same tier?
That's why I say fall off like this. We already know who Jimmy is in the regular season.
Remember, Jimmy Butler doesn't have anything to do with
Jimmy Butler in the regular season is still better. Jimmy Butler in the regular season last year is better than what Mikal Bridges was in Brooklyn.
Yeah. No, but he said, do you think he's gonna fall off? It's not a fall off. If like, there's no fall off for me when I look at Jimmy Butler. Unless you notice, we see that he drops from when he goes to his 20. It's not the same type of 20 he usually gets or 22. It's not a fall off for me.
That's what I mean. I think Bam's gonna be better. I think Bam's better than Mikal Bridges. I still think Paul George can have a better season than Mikal Bridges. You know, people in the lower.
What about Cat? What about Cat?
Cat is better than Mikal Bridges.
Y'all trolling, bro.
Bro, this Cat.
Y'all think Cat's better than
I didn't think about that.
Cat's not better.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, for the Cat love.
That's a good question. Mark's really asking the good questions. I didn't think.
I'll take Bridges,
but I'm here for the Cat love.
Wemby in his rookie year. Wemby in his rookie year. Is Wemby better than Mikal Bridges?
No,
come on.
Why?
Why not?
Why not?
Why isn't Wemby better than Mikal Bridges instantly?
I don't think I don't know how the offense will translate once he's in the NBA.
But the defense
for me. I mean, the defense could be as great as.
There's too many unknowns.
Right.
Watch him play too many.
Well,
you don't know about his defense.
We're projecting. I'm saying,
so Mars, are we having optimal projections, or we having realistic projections?
Whatever you think he's gonna be as a rookie.
Okay, to have realistic expectations for him, I think it's still going to be a fill-out process for him. I don't think he's going to be able to process the game as fast enough. Now, I think he's going to make the transition in defense quicker, but I think offensively there's going to be so many inconsistencies that it won't pan out. I don't think it's going to even out enough.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
20 points, 12 rebounds, 2 blocks.
12
points.
20 points.
We all agree Jalen Green.
12 rebounds? Fuck no.
Jaden Ivey better than
the upcoming season.
Cade Cunningham. What about Cade Cunningham? How y'all project Cade Cunningham?
I think Jalen Green could be better than
I think Mikal's will be better than
I think Mikal will be better than Cade too.
I'm super high on Cade, but I think Mikal's gonna be better than him just by a little bit. Due to the defense.
I got Cade.
Same here.
You got Cade, Morris? You got Cade?
Of course I got Cade. Domantas Sabonis or Mikal Bridges?
I'll go with Sabonis.
Bridges.
Stop.
Sabonis folded like crazy. Sabonis folded, bro. Stop it, bro. He folded crazy in the playoffs.
He did fold. Bridges might not make the playoffs. So what are we talking about?
Are we not basing it off last year?
No, Sabonis got a good year. So last year.
Riddell.
No, we're projecting for next year.
But I'm not. I'm not gonna include teams.
But saying he folded based off when you say, "Are we not going to mess up last year?" and you're relegating it to one series doesn't really make sense. When you're saying, "Are we based off the whole year?" you get relegated to one series.
I think Sabonis. I think Sabonis
definitively. So you guys are comfortable doing that with Julius Randle?
Kyrie.
No, Julius Randle's just a bum.
It wasn't one series with Julius Randle either.
It's been a lifetime.
It's 3. He had that one big game in the playoffs. It's
3
series.
Is there any? We came back for ankle injury.
JJ. I saw DeAndre Hunter put Julius Randle in a clamp in a chokehold the whole series. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not.
R.I.P. Julius.
Is there any roster?
Respect DeAndre Hunter.
You already know what my take is, even though that's not really a challenge. But you already know what my take is on him. So.
To go ahead and tell me your take, JJ, about DeAndre Hunter.
I said he's gonna be a top 5 wing defender next season.
Who?
A top 5? What?
Hunter?
A top 5 wing defender next season.
Name the top 5 right now.
So we have McDaniels, Vando, Jimmy,
Bridges.
It's gonna be
Bridges.
Why am I not hearing Herb Jones?
Herb Jones. I'm trying to think right now, bro. Hold on.
All right, chill.
Help me out, nigga.
Jason Tatum.
Are you counting guard defenders?
Oh, Dylan Brooks.
No, wing.
Hey, Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks.
That's the top 5. That was the top 5. That's the top 5.
And who's
Isn't that crazy that we don't even
so the way I'm looking at it for me is I I think he's gonna take another jump defensively. I think he will take another jump defensively as just a player in general. He's just a really good defender already. But I think he's gonna be like an elite. I think he's gonna be like for real, like stamp himself as elite, and it's gonna be for a long time. Okay, and then on top of that, I don't think anybody's really gonna take more so a drop. It might be slight drops, but not crazy drops. Like Dylan Brooks might be more exposed because people are really like try to get on him. But Dylan Brooks still took on a lot of defensive assignments that some of the hardest in the league. So I got to still give him that credit for that. On top of that, you got guys like Herb Jones, who I think Herb Jones is still going to be getting better each year, but I just think that DeAndre Hunter will be better than him next year. And so guys like that. I don't know why you're saying what. I don't know why you're saying what because it's a projection.
We don't know that yet.
So,
that's why I said what, Mark. I can name guys that even play it that's going to be better than DeAndre Hunter. I think the Thompson twins are going to be better defensive players than
Anthony
Edwards.
They're guards.
I'm not giving you that this season.
Anthony Edwards is going to be better defensively.
I've not heard
respect Aaron Gordon defense, please. Respect Aaron Gordon.
Shout out Andrew Wiggins.
Is he not a big or?
I think Aaron Gordon. Has a case of being one of a top defender in the league. I think he has a lot of versatility.
He has a case,
but he can he's versatile.
Yeah, does Aaron Gordon challenge?
So he has a case, but DeAndre Hunter on the defensive end literally does everything better than him, except for rim protect. And even then, that's
better than who? Better than who?
Yeah, Aaron Gordon.
AJ.
Go to DJ. I have a slight problem with this DeAndre Hunter thing. Sadiq Bey, Bogdanovich, and Jalen Johnson. Is he gonna get enough minutes?
He's already. Is he gonna
get those minutes?
You just named a bunch of mid players.
Not even that.
I'm not high on DeAndre Hunter. I think DeAndre Hunter is mid at best. But
are you really asking me that question when DeAndre Hunter literally is a starter though?
Yeah, he's been starting his whole career.
I don't understand that question, to be honest.
He's a starter because Trae Young's trash on defense.
What do you mean minutes? And anything, Jalen Johnson has to start now. Jalen Johnson.
Why did they get Sadiq Bey?
Just for more space.
I don't know. We got for second round pick.
They need a 4.
They needed another. No, I didn't say.
I like Jalen. Not you, JJ. I was
saying because that man John Collins wasn't even able to shoot the basketball no more, and so that's one of the.
Hey Mars, can we get Trevor Ariza off you guys?
Yeah, I don't watch Hawks games. I don't watch Atlanta games.
Trevor Ariza is a better defender than DeAndre Hunter as well. But
can we get Trevor Ariza off you guys for like a Clint Capella?
Hell no. You
want to call with a star? I think he's going to be an underrated defender, but to say top 5, I think that's.
Actually,
you're going to make top 10.
He can be top 25.
Damn.
I think Jalen Johnson has more defensive potential than Hunter, though. In my opinion.
Jalen Johnson.
Jalen Johnson.
You got Hunter or Vassell? We got Hunter or Vassell?
Vassell.
As a player,
Devin Vassell.
As a player, I was saying as a player or defender.
Defensive wing.
Yeah, no, DeAndre Hunter's better.
Oh yeah, DeAndre Hunter.
Hey, shout out to Josh Green. Josh Green's about to come out and do amazing things.
He's gay. Oh, congratulations.
Hey, y'all been talking about Josh Green for like 3 years now.
He's playing. Now he's playing.
Oh, you're crazy, bro.
Why is he not
said
playing?
he's gonna come out.
Hey, man.
I didn't know.
I'm not confirming or denying.
I'm not confirming it's crazy or denying.
Hey, shout out to him. I mean, we haven't had an openly gay NBA player because
Jalen Green
did it after he retired.
Jalen Green.
He's not.
Mark.
Hey. He may be the next one.
Mars, I listed the Atlanta Wings. You don't like Bogdanovich? I listed the Atlanta Wings. You don't like Bogdanovich? I think he's.
I said a bunch of mid. I'm Bogdanovich.
He doesn't even stop.
Bogdanovich is good, bro. Bogdanovich is really good, bro.
He's not a defender.
Yeah, really good to be able to.
Off the bench, yeah, I like him, bro. He's a really, he's really great rotational piece, bro.
He's cool.
His 3-point shooting is just.
Are any of you guys watching FIBA? Because I'm a big Slovenia Canada guy.
Hey, we got a super chat for that.
Anthony Edwards winning.
I don't know who gone Panther. What's that mean? Best in FIBA, Giannis and Luka or someone else?
Luka.
And
Luka.
Luka's FIBA numbers are crazy, insane.
He's about to win the whole thing by himself. By himself, win about the whole thing.
Doesn't Goran Dragic still play for Slovenia?
He plays Zoran does. No. Zoran's not playing. Zoran is though, his brother.
I just know UK team.
Does UK play in FIBA? My fault, Morris.
Oh, perform. He said perform.
That was unnecessary.
I mean,
perform. I've never seen anyone shorten the word perform. Interesting.
He might have missed thing because he put a period instead of an M. So he probably.
Well, he said Luka, Giannis, and somebody else.
Luka, Giannis, Ant, or someone else. I don't know how Ant got in that conversation, but
So he's the best player in Team USA.
He hasn't even played yet. So.
Wait, are we talking about performance or
Giannis
personal?
isn't playing? Oh, see, Giannis ducking the smoke is crazy.
If we go personal, it's gonna be Luka. If we're gonna go like
Shane,
performance,
probably Shane.
it's probably gonna be like a Canada guy. Or an American.
Ant's playing
It's
better
gonna
than
be
Shane.
Luka.
Ant's playing better.
He's gonna win the whole thing. I'm telling
Germany has a good team too. Germany has a good, like, well-rounded team.
They have
Ant's
Franz
better
and
than
Moritz Wagner, right?
Hey,
Yep.
so what do y'all think is gonna take to get guys? Well, LeBron's never going back, but what do you think it's gonna take for guys like LeBron's caliber to go back to playing FIBA again?
Fluent said it like a
When Team USA loses, the stars will come back.
that, and Fluent said it a few episodes ago. They need to have like an actual structured system in the FIBA, like they have the Team USA stuff, so where they have players that are for sure going to be there, and they can bring up young players too. It's not structured at all.
Yeah, well,
that's what they had it 2 years ago.
They're gonna lose to Luka regardless if they play. So it doesn't matter.
I gotta ask you guys.
Are we?
Do you guys consider Hakeem an international player?
Oh my gosh! Again.
Yeah, why not?
He's an international person. Player? No.
Why not?
Yeah,
because he didn't play for their team. He didn't represent his country. If you don't represent your country,
You're not obliged. You're not obliged to represent your country to be an international.
Yeah, 100%. He's still an international person.
So if Hakeem picks the national team he wants to play for, which is Team USA, how would then we call him an international player? When
He chose America over his
option
country.
to be Nigerian, then that means you were an international player. You had that option.
But if he actively chooses to not play for them and play for Team USA, why would I classify him as an international player?
Because Mars, because we can all agree. No, hold on. This is Mars. This is one
So
thing.
like I said, so Kobe Bryant would be an international player too because he had the option to play for Italy.
Yeah,
Mars. No, Mars. No.
No, I just
Mars. This
is
the reason why he didn't pick. There's a reason why he didn't pick Nigeria, bro.
Because the team's bad.
They're not good.
Because he wanted to win.
Oh wait, I don't think Nigeria had a team.
I know you would want to win
USA. No, I would too, but then I wouldn't go and say I'm an international player if I went and.
I would still call myself. I'm from Nigeria.
I would do it.
I don't think Nigeria. If I was willing to deny my Nigerian roots when it came to my national team. No,
I think that's a little different because I don't think Nigeria had a basketball team yet.
They had a basketball team since 1964.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah, so he was alive and well when they had a basketball team. He chose not to play for them.
So Mark,
he's an American.
Mark, you're saying if you were doing a draft where it's like Team International versus Team USA.
Hakeem is on Team USA.
He's on Team USA because he played for Team USA.
Played for Team USA, like
quite literally played for Team USA.
He didn't grow up.
Wait, so the option of
he
being able to
played
play
for Team USA. He's literally in a Team USA jersey. If he's in a Team USA jersey, how can I then say he's not on the Team USA team when he was on the Team USA team?
Let's say
everybody's gonna pick the USA if they have the option. Let's be honest.
Well,
no.
Where's
Luka playing right now?
You don't get the option to play for Team USA.
Alex picked Spain.
He chose Team USA.
Where's Giannis playing?
He's an American player.
Let's say 1 year you pick the USA, and then the next 4 years, like 4 years later, you pick the other.
I don't think that's possible. Once you represent one national team, you can't switch.
How do you qualify for Team USA?
Yeah, so he
you have to have citizenship in the USA, and then
that's all it takes. Citizenship.
And you have to choose to play, and they have to accept.
That's why Kyle Anderson chose to play for the.
Is that all it takes? Citizenship.
I'm pretty sure.
Yes, he's an American basketball player. Hakeem is an American basketball player.
Nah.
He's an immigrant, which is fine, but he's an American.
So we got Hakeem. Nice.
Yeah, Hakeem is Team USA. Like Tim Duncan's not an international player either. He's
yeah.
He played for Team USA.
What would it take for y'all to get a UK?
We're America, so we'll take Hakeem. We'll take Hakeem.
Oh, UK's cooked. The UK's
Okay, I have a question since we're on international basketball. Other than Team USA, which international team has the best team of all time?
Probably Spain.
Probably Spain or
those Soviet Union teams from like
Argentina.
Or Argentina was really good.
Argentina beat USA, so they have to be up there, don't they?
Hey, look, that's what I'm saying. Does Canada have anything in here?
Shout out Canada.
No.
Russia, yeah, the old school Russia.
A Canadian all-time team might be okay.
Yeah, are you talking about?
No, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the all-time roster.
Who's the best Canadian ever? Like, or Nash?
Yeah. Steve Nash.
Yeah, Nash.
Yeah, Steve Nash is your best player. Yeah, you're doomed.
They have a very solid roster.
Respect Steve Nash.
Like you're doomed?
Yeah, Steve Nash in the international competition, kind of mediocre.
They have a very good overall.
It gets wild mid. I'm
not gonna lie. Steve Nash international competition.
I mean, he's not with Keem, or we don't count him, right? And we're not counting him.
Nah, yeah, he doesn't.
All right, Dirk. Obviously, you have Dirk, Marc Gasol for Spain, and Mark Pau Gasol for Spain.
Dirk is German.
Dirk is German. Yeah, Dirk is German. I don't know who Dirk Germany teammates are.
Probably
Detlef Schrempf. Max
Canada's probably the answer if we're being honest.
Canada has some.
They're probably the best overall talented international team of all time.
What about Australia? What about Australia? How's Australia team?
Australia's not bad.
I guess Kyrie's Australian.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
never mind.
Wait.
I guess Kyrie's on Team Australia.
That's nasty. That's
nasty.
No, why you guys lied? Kyrie. They got Kyrie.
Yeah, Kyrie's Australian.
Kyrie.
I mean, I would love to see Mars simulate like international, like, or that would be hilarious. Simulate international teams. And who wants to put on certain teams, that'll be mad funny.
Wait, in the international setting,
Mars, I think he just gave you a potential new video idea, by the way.
In the international setting, Patty Mills, he's one of those guys.
I don't know. Patty does turn up in it when he plays for the Australia teams. He does turn up.
There's another guard that tees up. Wasn't like Barbosa used to be like a demon?
Yeah,
Where's your Eagles from?
Yo, do you?
He's from
France.
France. Yeah, they have Wemby, Tony Parker,
Boris
Diaw,
Michael Petris,
Nicholas
Rudy Gobert.
Yep.
Loki, that's a solid team.
Oh, my man, Rudy Bobois.
Victor Wembanyama.
Blau. They got Blau now.
Does Victor Wembanyama make the all-time French national team?
Ronnie Torio.
I mean,
just for international basketball, you can play Rudy and Wemby. Yeah, definitely. Rudy, Wemby, but you gotta get Boris Diaw in there somewhere.
Yeah, you got Boris Diaw. Shout out to Boris Diaw, Mars.
You can do
the Tony Parker's at the 1. Boris Diaw will end up playing the 4. Wemby will play the 3. Rudy will play the 5.
JJ Barea.
And then at the 2, I don't know. You put Nick.
JJ Puerto Rican, man.
JJ Barea, yeah, he's.
Does Killian Hayes make the team?
Puerto Rican.
Just Killian. Is Killian Hayes the worst? Like, obviously, he's not the worst player. Like the worst player. Like, not counting people that don't get up the bench. Like active players.
Yes,
he's the worst.
He's the worst player who gets minutes in the NBA by far.
Yes.
How many minutes did he get? How many minutes did he get? Like 15, 20?
He was starting last year.
He's worse than Juan Toscano.
Yes.
Yes.
No. Juan Toscano can't do anything. Killian can pass.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Killian Hayes actually was the worst basketball player.
Killian Hayes was playing 28 minutes a game.
He was worse than RJ Hampton, and RJ Hampton got cut, bro.
Dante Exum is back.
On the NBA floor. He's not even that good.
Quick question, JJ. Hold on, JJ. You have DeAndre Hunter being better than Lou Dort next year?
Oh yeah, for sure.
OG Anunoby.
Damn, I'm hot.
Lou Dort's a good. I think Kasich Wallace can be better than Lou Dort though, because he's going to be a better offensive player, but two, his defense can be the same.
That's a good take.
Will Mikal Bridges be over Josh Giddey next year?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have to end the show. That was a bad take to end the show. We will be back on Tuesday. Thank you.
That's nasty, Mars. I didn't want to end on that.
Episode 100. L Dub's leaving episode 100 early, but thank you.
L Dub.